Okay, everyone, once again, apologies for the delay. I know every stream starts this way, but school started, and I almost certainly have some kind of stomach inflammation or something going on. And it was bothering me a lot on the last stream, or not last stream, sorry, over the last few days, even though I was doing my assignments. But I'll leave the excuses at the door. Now, let's get to the stream. We're going to go into a tiny bit of a theory, very short. I was talking with my friend Alan. Shout out again. I'm going to try and stop doing theorizing off stream, even if it is fun for me, because obviously it's a little bit of a content cucking on your guys' part. But we were talking about the battler swap idea, right? And how we've been sitting in this position for a while where oh my god, it's been 4 days? It's been that long? Jesus. I don't think it's been that long. Sorry. I'm gonna try to be a little bit more on top of things going forward. It's just a little bit difficult, but regardless. To get into the theory part about what we were talking about, we had a... How do I word this? So, I have been posing this theory about there being a battler swap at some point, right? How there was two battlers, and we were trying to iron out a lot of the differences between them, and when the swap happened and things of that sort. And last episode we sort of got a little bit of a cock tease talking about how Natsuhi was like maybe Battler's mom, but we didn't really know what that meant in terms of when we say mom, more so that Battler was the foster kid. So there was a little bit of a theory that we were positing, and I have to give credit to Alan because I did not find this, because he was going back through the old episodes and came across it, and I think it's a fair point to talk about. And once again, just as an asterisk, unless Alan's lying to me, which I don't think he is, he has not seen anywhere past we've been on the stream, so this is all theory stuff. So, how do I word this? There's been this thinking, or there's been this sinking suspicion that, well, I can't even call it a suspicion, we've basically been confirmed that the current Battler that we're playing is not like OG real Battler. At some point, something happened, and we know that whoever Battler was is no longer there. And so there's two things. I have like a heavy suspicion on Rudolph to begin with, I already said, and the more and more that time has gone on, I've had a little bit of suspicion start to leach into Kiri. I don't know if I would view them as separate actors or like entities, or if I would say that this is like a combined effort of both of them. But we know at the very least that if there was a Battler swap, Rudolph had something to know about it, and I find it really hard to believe that Kiri wouldn't know about it, right? If we assume that that section of the Ushirimiya family is just Rudolph and Kiri, it would be really weird that, something so major would happen, and that Kiri wasn't knowledgeable of it. And the point that Alan brought up was that in episode 3, when Kiri is fighting Envy in the, or Leviathan rather, I should say, when she's fighting Leviathan in the hall, there is a line that she says in particular that you could kind of view on a different axis. And the line was something like, you talked about how you've been living in Envy for 2 weeks, try 18 years or something, right? And we know what she's referring to. We know she's referring to the thing about Asumu. But the funny thing in that statement actually isn't what she says at that very moment. It's about what she says a little bit prior to that statement. And a little bit prior to that statement, she has a... she talks about how at the time she was pregnant with a boy, but that she miscarried was like was the implication. It was never said explicitly. That for whatever reason the baby wasn't delivered to term. I shouldn't even say miscarried, but that was the implication. And that Asumu had got pregnant or tried to jump the gun on her, such that Kiri would basically be cut out of the life that she had envisioned with Rudolph. And when we had gone through that scene initially, we thought that she was talking about how she had this hatred of Battler because it reminded her of Asumu and about the life that she had taken away from her by Asumu and doing the whole deal with Rudolph. However, now we have a little bit more of some context going on after episode 4 that, well, Battler is not Asumu's kid. So we can't do the direct explanation about the stealing away. And we know that if there was another Battler, well, there's probably two things. And all of this comes down to, the two different interpretations, I guess, come down to the magic circle that was drawn in episode 3. in episode 3, we had a magic circle that was drawn towards the end that had 2 numbers at the bottom of it, right? We can say it was technically 8 characters, but split into 2 distinct codes, because Battler mentioned that the first one, 0715, I believe the other was either 1128 or 1129, that this was, the first 0715 was his birthday. Now, this entire time, I've had this theory about there being a Battler swap at some point. So the idea would be that Rudolph had, like, cheated, there was another Battler at some point. I think I even said in the prior episode, the theory was that the only way we could make it fit was one of 2 things. Either that Rudolph had had a relationship, like an affair with Natsuhi, which didn't really line up too much with like the events of the story. We had talked about how Ava and Hideyoshi, more so Ava we would say, had tried to jump the gun on Natsuhi and Kraus by, how do I word this? She had tried to jump the gun on Natsuhi and Kraus by getting pregnant and then using that as leverage to keep her name in the register. This was something that was talked about, you know? And when that talking point came up, it wouldn't really make sense, because the initial theory was that what if Battler was literally Natsui's kid? Because she has the whole talking part about how she was sold into the family, basically. She was basically bought from another family that the Ushirmiyas were trying to, like, dominate. And she was sold into the family, blah, blah, blah. And that all the time before an Ushirmiya was, like, wiped out of her head, but that this kid that was calling her from like 1 year prior to her entrance into the family. To me, I think there's a little bit of like the kid literally being hers. I don't think makes sense, because the idea that I was thinking initially, I'm sorry if this is a bit rambly too, but I just want to make sure that all the thoughts get out there, and you know, my brain is clearly very not concise. Natsuhi, the initial theory was that Natsuhi was literally pregnant with the kid, and we know that by the game's rules, to be Kinzo's grandkid, it would have to have been like the spawn of one of the siblings, so it'd have to be one of Kraus, Ava, Rosa's, or Rudolph's. And we sort of, I feel like it couldn't be Natsuhi for the reason that Ava would never have had the opportunity to jump the line, and I don't think that Natsuhi would have been able to keep a pregnancy secret for like 9 months, right? Let's assume that the real reality is that, you know, her and Rudolph had an affair or something, or maybe she was even pregnant prior to joining the Ushirmiya family and maybe didn't know, or so, you know, like there's a lot of, you know, insert whatever explanation, doesn't particularly matter, but that she did have a genuine birth. And the only thing is that, of course, following the game's rules, for Battler to qualify in this game, his name has to be Battler and he has to be a grandson of Kinzo's. So due to that, we have to say there has to be some blood connection, which is why the whole theory of Rudolph being the dad, okay, everybody follows, because we would imagine that it wasn't Kraus. Otherwise, you know, what the fuck would be the point? The only thing that didn't really make sense about that was the Ava part that I was talking about, where Ava was trying to have George quicker so that she could jump the 2 of them. Well, we know that at this point, Natsuhi and Kraus must have been together for a few years at least, because George is 4 to 5 years older than Battler, I believe. I think Battler is like 18 going on 19. I think George is like 22 going 23 or 23 going 24, one of the 2 there. But the thing with George, obviously, there's a few year gap, so you can tell that at least that many years prior, whenever George was born, Ava had to have been scheming to be able to jump the register, or to jump the gun over Natsui, right? That has to follow. Otherwise, the incentive for Ava wouldn't make sense, because if Natsui was already pregnant, right, prior, it doesn't line up. And even if it was 19 years prior, well, George is like 23 or something, right? So Natsui must have already been in the family. So I think that odds are, the only thing is that you could say that all of it happened prior to Natsui's first pregnancy, if we view this as 2 distinct pregnancies, where you had Jessica being the second one and Battler being the first one. You know, following this theory. I'm not saying that's how it is, but following this theory. And that's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But again, it would be a bit weird because, you know, Natsui would have already had to been in the family at that point. So then the comment about her being like, you know, everything before the Ushirmiya family I wiped out of my mind, you know, that wouldn't really make sense, because she definitely was at least in the Ushirmiya family for 3 to 4 years at that point, because Ava would have had to, like, Kraus would have had to espouse for Ava to try and jump him. I'm sorry if that doesn't really make much sense, but let me state it in a very concise way. Ava was trying to jump Natsuhi, jump Kraus in the register, so that she could secure her spot in the register. George is 3 to 4 years older than Jessica and Battler, if we assume Battler and her are approximately the same age, you know, plus or minus 1 year. Because of that, it means that Natsui had to have already been in the family for a few years at that point, and they had been trying and failing to have a kid. Otherwise, the whole story about George being used to jump in the line doesn't really make sense. So, then if we move off the fact that Natsuhi is the literal mother, then we go on to the orphan theory. And then the orphan theory also has its own branching path. So if we assume, when I say orphan theory, I mean Not that the kid was literally an orphan, but I'll get into that. We have one theory, which I think I posited the last time, which is still potentially possible, but I think, like with what Alan brought up, which was the Kiri saying that she was pregnant with a kid, with a boy rather, it sort of puts it in a new light. But so the initial statement was that Rudolph, maybe, we know he had a cheating problem. We know that he had got Asumu pregnant. Asumu was definitely pregnant for sure. Now, she wasn't pregnant with the battler that we're playing with the game, but she was pregnant with a boy, and that's who initially I said was true battler. Now, the battler swap theory could still be true. I'm going to put a pin in that for now, and I'll continue with this so I don't get too wrapped up in trying to describe multiple theories at the same time. But one of the possibilities, such that the kid could still be related to Kinzo and have been the same orphan baby, was that Rudolph had a kid out of wedlock in some of his marriage, so it either wasn't with Kiri or it wasn't with Asumu. It was with some other girl that we don't know in the game. I find that hard to believe because I just don't think they would use someone out of the game, but we'll get to that. And he had this kid out of wedlock. This is a kid that he didn't want to be visible. Like, he didn't want there to be like a scandal with the family. He didn't want there to be something that would be, held over him for the fact that he has this cheating problem, and now he had a kid that he had to take care of. So then the idea with Rudolph is that he goes to Kinzo with this bastard child, true bastard child, because it's not with Asumu, and he says, okay, Dad, I need you to, in a weird way, this is kind of like a money laundering thing, like what people do with money laundering, where they take dirty money, and then eventually they try to flow it through clean businesses, so that even though you made the money illegally, or you made it through really, unscrupulous means, you can then pass it through as legitimate money, right? So in that same idea, Rudolph had an illegitimate kid, and then he had to pass it off as being legit, and he couldn't literally raise it because it would be found out. So he gave it to Kinzo and he said, hey Dad, this is my kid. I need you to put this kid in a family, because if Asumu finds out, this is really bad, blah, 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 but this is still my kid. And so then he hands it off to Kinzo, and then that's the kid that Kinzo gave to Natsui, and then that line still satisfies everything. Now, I do believe that that is the true event that happened, that our battler is probably that bastard kid. But then we get into the weird shit about the origin of that baby, number one. Because originally, I'm going to effectively, and I could be wrong, Natsuhi is technically could be referred to as mother because the kid was presented to Natsuhi. But I think this is, I'll get into it, but I'm effectively going to throw out Natsui being the legitimate biological mother out. I just don't, I think that they would have to do a lot of timeline explaining as to how that would fit. However, if we want to talk about where the baby came from, there's one of two things. It can't be Asumu's, because if we're assuming that that kid is Battler, right, this is a big assumption that we follow through with the theory, because otherwise, the stuff with Battler towards the end in episode 5 wouldn't really make sense. Now, to be fair, it could be a red herring. It could be that that kid wasn't Battler, but, I doubt it. So let's assume that that kid is Battler, just following on this theory. If that is the case, then we have to ask, what is the likelihood that the kid was, what is the likelihood of where the kid came from? We're going to assume it came from Rudolph. I mentioned this in the prior episode that I guess there is an outside chance that it could be Rosa's, but one is kind of gross because Rosa's age gap between the two, which would mean that Rosa was very young. Now, that does provide an explanation as to why the kid might have been given up and handed off to someone older like Natsui, but again, we don't want to get into that. I'm going to say that with Rosa right now, we don't have any reason to believe it is her. We just don't have any reason to not believe it's her. So I would say that she's just a push, and until further stuff is put forward, we have nothing to believe. However, we have a motive for Rudolph, and we have a little bit of some we have I shouldn't say a motive. We have a pattern of behavior for Rudolph that would maybe fit that mold. So now circling back to that, we have this idea of Rudolph. He, okay, look, we'll just take the cat out of the bag. What Alan posited, and I think I'm kind of starting to agree with, is that the current battler we're playing is actually Kiri's kid. And this was the point that I made to him, which I think kind of confirmed it in my mind a little bit, is that I mentioned this multiple times throughout the series, that in anime games, when characters look similar, it's never a coincidence, right? They're almost always related. The whole meme is, oh, if you have two characters that have the same hair color, within reason, they're probably related. Stuff like that. And I had joked about it in the past. But the funny thing about that was that we know to this point that if we follow the old story, because we know Angie is definitely Kiri's kid, right? We already know 100% that Angie is Kiri and Rudolph's kid. She was 6 years old at the time of the 86 thing, blah, blah, blah. And we also know that Battler and Angie look really similar to each other. They have the same thing. Now, you could throw this away as coincidence and say that they look very similar. Or you could say, well, they share one parent, so it's not too surprising that they look similar. However, it's also kind of a fair point to say that maybe what actually happened was the story with Asumu, right? Asumu is pregnant, everything that goes on, right? I'm going to lay out the line here, because it's basically, you have this theory, which is the, I don't want to say baby swap theory, but we'll come up with a name for it afterwards. But we have this theory A, and then we have the Battler swap theory. The Battler swap theory is that there was literally two Battlers. One Battler was Asumu's kid, and at some point, that Battler dies, and this Battler that we're currently playing as, for whatever reason, in some way, like MK Ultra takes on the identity of the other Battler and lives as Battler. Then that would explain some of the things where, you know, they say, I think it's in the first episode, like, oh my god, Battler, you changed so much, you're so different after 6 years, right? Things of that nature. So that was the initial theory, and then the explanation behind that was that the other code that was given, that was under the magic circle, was our Battler's birthday, and then real Battler's birthday, right? So you would have the original Battler, Asumu's kid. However, the funny thing is, we know that from that exact same statement, in episode 3, I don't want to bounce around too much, but in that same episode 3 statement with Asumu's kid, it was stated that True Battler and other kid, we assume True Battler is Asumu's kid, by the way, just as an aside. I know this is very circular, I probably should have put like an image or something, but let me actually, I'll open up Paint here, and we'll see if it helps at all, just for some clarity's sake. I'm not going to draw too much, but it's more so just to have something that is able to be looked at, and so that the terms make sense as I describe them. Oh god, I need to... Let me do this. I will switch to display capture. Boom. And we'll put here. So, up here is Rudolph, okay? Let's make this bigger too. 24 is good enough, just because I don't want it to be too small on stream. So we have Rudolph up here, right? Here. Okay, I don't know why that... Oh, because I hit Control S. Interesting. Here, we have Asumu, okay? Here, we have Kiri. And here we have what I have been calling True Battler. Now, also here, let me go down to this. We have Angie. And we know that Rudolph, this is this connection. So this is my current understanding. I'm going to turn down the game audio 1 second here. It's a little bit loud. Okay. Ow, I have like a, unrelated, I have like a pimple. Like, I don't get pimples very often anymore. I mean, I hope not, I'm 25. It's literally like on the crease right where my boxers sit, and it's fucking hurt my leg. God damn. It's aching every time though. My boxers, or I shift my leg at all. Ow. Okay, sorry. Enough about my boxers and other stuff. Okay, so Rudolph is the parent to both these. We know Rudolph. We'll also put over here, we'll put, actually, I'll do this because this makes more sense. Okay, so now let's fill out this theory to describe it. So we have our Battler as well. I'm going to put our Battler here. Actually, we'll put our Battler up here. Okay, so now let's get to the description here. Apologies. So, get rid of the text thing. Fuck, goddamn. Why is this? Go away. Stop. We know. We get it. We're not... Thank you. Jesus. Okay. So we know that Rudolph and Kiri had kids that were expected on the same date. This is the current timeline as we are aware of it, or I should say the current like family layout as we're aware of it. Rudolph has a kid with Asumu, he has a kid with Kiri. We have True Battler, who is Asumu's kid, and we have our Battler. The question mark here is for a part of this theory, which we'll get into, which I don't think is very possible, but you know, it's just here for the sake. And we know that Angie is Rudolph and Kiri's kid. Okay? Now, Rudolph and Angie and our Battler, they look very similar to each other. Okay? Now we have True Battler. The idea is True Battler, and whoever Kiri's we'll put here. Kiri has unborn boy. Okay. We know that True Battler and unborn boy were supposed to be born on the exact same day, right? We'll say that this was the 0715, okay? We'll say that that's the... Usually I would write this the correct way. It would be 1507, okay? But we'll write it as it's written in the game. I wonder if in the Japanese version of the game, although I don't know how Japanese people do their dates, I wonder if they do month, day, or day, month. Day, month, years better, by the way, regardless. We know that these two, they shared a due date. And we're assuming that the kid was born on the due date. Regardless. The way that the story has been told to us so far was that Rudolph and Kiri were actually together first. And even though they were actually together first, then Asumu jumped in. Rudolph, who couldn't apparently control himself, which I still don't understand Kiri on that one, but Rudolph apparently couldn't control himself. He got Asumu pregnant. Now, they both have a baby that's planned on the same day. The way that it was initially described was that Kiri unfortunately miscarries at some point. Asumu gives birth, and then the view of episode 3 is that Kiri had like some jealousy. She was very jealous of Asumu because of that, right? That was the story that we were told. And we know later that our Battler is related to Rudolph. We know that. But we don't know who the mom is. To this point, we thought that Asumu was, but then we found out it wasn't. So the first theory was the Battler swap theory. The Battler swap theory was that at some point after birth, Kiri did have a boy, but it died, right? Rudolph then cheated with some unknown woman up here, produced our Battler. Then, after Asumu's Battler died for some reason that we don't know, our Battler came and basically subsumed his identity and lived as Battler, right? That's one theory, okay? So the baby that was produced randomly, our Battler was basically like a bastard child with a woman that we're unaware of. But a theory that Alan brought up, which now I'll finally try to put this all together, I know we're already approaching 30 minutes of me totally got together. Also, let me close this and move this over. Asumu did die, but I think, if I recall, and I could be wrong, was that the only reason Asumu died, I think it was, I don't know if it said that she died in childbirth or what it was, but she had a kid of some point, and then Battler went and lived with the grandparents. And then after the grandparents finally died, he returned to the family. But guys, let me cook here for a second, just because I'll lose my train of thought. So we had True Battler. True Battler dies at some point, and the initial theory I had was that our Battler, whoever he's from, maybe an unknown woman, maybe somebody else, we know it's not Asumu, he came and he slotted in and he took over some weird MK Ultra mind experiment shit, and somehow he took over Battler's identity. Now, the only thing that, to me, which I think I said at the time, that was a little bit unconvincing about this theory, is there's a few things about it that don't really make sense about it. One, how would our Battler not, if we assume that this happened around, well, the problem is we don't know when True Battler died, I guess, under this theory, but if we assume that it happened at any point that was, like, prior to her being, like of him of any age that he would be able to remember, we're talking, like, 6 through 8, I think it would be really odd for him to not remember his past life. And by I say past life, not even so much that he lived a different life, but why he wouldn't remember like a separate identity. Why he wouldn't remember certain things. If the idea was that the swap happened 6 years ago and that was what the sin was, our Battler would have had 12 years of his life. And I don't know about you guys, I'm only 25, so, take it with a grain of salt. I can remember what it was like when I was 12. Okay, I assume most people, maybe not super clearly as I could when I was 13, but I can remember what I was like when I was 12. I definitely knew who I was, I knew who my parents were, I knew what my name was. I find it really hard to believe that our Battler, unless there's some weird, like, science experiment, mind control shit, which because of the Nox code stuff, I wager is not happening. But that would be the only explanation, that Battler was like MK Ultra mind experimented, and he believed that he was Battler, and he subsumed his identity maybe without knowing. Wonderful. Okay. Now let's get back to the real world, and let's talk about what Alan brought up that I think maybe makes this a little bit more likely. It wasn't that Rudolph had actually had a kid with a separate woman. It was that, I think the way that we had structured this was that Rudolph, for whatever reason, again, all of this is also trusting, I'm going to put a huge asterisk on this, all of this is trusting what Kiri was saying in episode 3, when she was fighting Envy. If she fudged the times, if she lied about some of the details, it is what it is. However, I'm going to operate on the assumption that she was telling the truth. One, because if I assume that any character is just blatantly lying about everything they ever say at any point, then we're never going to have a story and I can never get anywhere. So, the idea is, the Kiri had an unborn boy, and Kiri never said she miscarried. I mentioned this at the time, that the implication was that she miscarried, or that for whatever reason she couldn't carry the kid to term, the kid wasn't born. I think what is more likely is that, let's say that Asumu actually miscarried, right? She was pregnant. As it got towards the end, they're on the same due date. For whatever reason, Asumu, I don't know if she dies in childbirth. Again, I don't remember the whole exact details about when she died. But Asumu, for whatever reason, true Battler, he dies. Okay, maybe he dies, maybe it's a stillbirth, something, who knows. Kiri actually gives birth. But the problem is at this point, and this is what I would take Kiri's word for, is that Rudolph had already got married with Asumu, right? They had got married prior to her giving birth. Okay, we follow? Because the kids were on the same due date, and true Battler dies, whether it was because Asumu died with him, whether because he was stillborn, whatever it might be, he dies. Then, what happens is that the unborn boy that we're talking about is actually our Battler. Kiri actually is the mom of Battler. However, the resentment that we talked about, where we were saying, oh, like, Kiri, she hates it because she stole Rudolph away for the time that he did. It's not actually why when she looks at Rudolph she gets mad. It's because then Rudolph had to have some explanation for what happened to this kid. And he said, hey, Kiri, sorry, girl, love you. This Battler has lived his entire life under Asumu. He has lived his entire life thinking that he was Asumu's kid. But he wasn't. Because at childbirth, Rudolph was taken. Now, then you ask the question, how is it possible that we can make this theory that I just posited, where Kiri is actually the mother of Battler, and that our Battler Kiri is actually his mom, and that he also lived in this timeline, but then you would also say, you'd say, Connor, something doesn't make sense here, because you just said, how would it make sense for Natsuki to be the mom of the orphan? Exactly. This is why I think that true Battler died at some point after childbirth. The reason why I say this, or that the due dates didn't end up aligning exactly. The reason why I say this is that I think what happened, I'm gonna lay out a story for you for how this worked, okay? Rudolph has Kiri and Asumu pregnant at the same time, okay? Due dates are the exact same day. For whatever reason, right? They both give birth, everything is actually fine. They both give birth fine, they're both chilling. Maybe Asumu dies in childbirth again. I don't really remember the details of whether or not she died in childbirth, whatever it might be, who cares? It's not really relevant to what I'm talking about right now. Both kids are born, maybe on the same day, maybe not. Again, I'll come back to this, why this is important. It could be off by a few days. Regardless, they both give birth, everything is fine. Rudolph then says, I can't have the potential risk of me getting found out of having a kid that is mine, and I don't want this leverage over it. I'm going to take this kid, this unborn boy, who, in this theory, by the way, is still our Battler. These are the same person. And I'm going to send him to the orphanage, okay? He's going to go at Kinzo's orphanage, or in reality, I'm going to give him to Kinzo, okay? I'm going to give him to Kinzo, and then Kinzo is going to go present this kid to Natsuhi. Natsuhi has her whole story arc, okay? In the time between, now this is the part where we're getting into real coincidence land, so it could be wrong. In the exact same time that Natsuhi had the baby, and in like the 3 days or whatever it was before she like threw it off the cliff, it gets thrown off the cliff, it lives, Kinzo finds out to some degree. In that exact same time, for whatever reason, Battler dies. True Battler dies. Then, the exact same story that I just laid out plays out, where Kinzo takes the kid back. Rudolph's like, hey dad, by the way, like, my wife, her kid died, only you know about this, only you know about the other kid. Natsuhi doesn't even know where I produced the kid from. Give me the kid back. So then the kid gets given back from Kinzo, back to Rudolph, which then sends it back to being true Battler. So, from the top, under this theory, which we would call, like, I don't know, I can't even, it still is kind of a swap theory, but it's like in the initial swap theory that I posited was that there was actually 2 battlers, and then we had, like, the MK Ultra, like, thing, whereas this theory posits that, like, True Battler actually died really, remember, the sin was from 19 years ago, not necessarily that he was alive 19 years ago. Battler is 18 and some change right now. He's like 18 in a few months because he's born in July, if we trust the 0715. Well, we know that our Battler in the game is definitely born on that date. You add 9 months to that if the sin of 19 years prior. Plus, it's still not exactly, again, like, you're never going to round down when you talk about years. Depends when all this happened. Again, there's a lot of little things that don't exactly line up, but the current thinking is we have one of 2 theories. I'm going to clear this out, and I'll open up my actual notes, and we will put down on the Battler swap theory 1 and 2. 1, okay? Rudolph. I'm not even, okay, I'm going to say this, I said this earlier. I'm throwing to the side the whole Natsui being the biological mom theory. I just, if that is the theory, I feel like there is way too many inconsistencies with the story. Now, they could be unraveled later on, but as I said earlier, my current understanding was that it doesn't make sense with the timeline that Natsui could be the biological mom, because a lot of Ava's actions, to me, don't really make sense. And when Natsui talks about wiping out everything in her memory before she was an Ushiramiya, because of the whole George thing of him being a few years older than Battler and Jessica, we know that Natsui was in the family for at least multiple years before that. How the fuck would she have concealed a pregnancy? I'm throwing that to the side. I don't think that's what happened. So, we have the theory number 1, which is that our Battler is Kiri's kid. This explains why him and Angie look so similar. I'll say explains why him and Angie look so similar. At birth, for whatever reason it may be, True Battler, who is Asumu's kid, dies. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna put this second, actually. Since Asumu was pregnant at the same time, after Kiri delivers, the kid is given to Kinzo to hide in some way. This kid is presented to Natsuhi since her and Kraus are having issues getting pregnant. Whole events, I should say the events of chapter 5 or episode 5. See, I keep calling them chapters because I played Higurashi first. The events of episode 5 play out as Natsui told. Now we're gonna do this. In between, or I should say in this very small period between both battlers, God, there's like a fruit fly or something. I don't know what that is, a gnat, something on my screen, and it just, oh God. There we go. Okay. After Kiri delivers the kid, we'll say he is given, because this is not very, I'll reread this after and retype it, but explains why him and Angie look so similar. Since Asumu was pregnant at the same time, after Kiri delivers the kid, he is given to Kinzo by Rudolph to hide in some way, to cover up his infidelity. Now, for what reason he would want to cover up his, oh, you can't hear that. I pressed my Discord mute key and I thought I muted myself in here, but I didn't. So then, this kid is presented to Natsuhi by Kinzo, since her and Kraus are having issues getting pregnant, to serve as her heir. The events of episode 5 play out as Natsui told. In this very small period between both battlers being born, True Battler, who is Asumu's kid, dies. The kid who was thrown, or I should say, the kid who fell, we'll say, fell off the cliff, survives in some form, is taken back by Kinzo / Rudolph, and to cover the tracks of what happened. They, how do I word this? They pass off this, they pass off Kiri's child. This is our battler. As the true battler. True battler. Who passed away for some unknown reason. And the story plays out as told in episode 3 fight. Kiri wasn't talking about being jealous of the fact that Asumu took Rudolph, but rather that Asumu took away from her. Okay, so that's that theory. The other thing that we would say is that oh, I should also put here that the code on the doorway, or I should say at the bottom of the magic circle, is not both battlers, or sorry, is not both battlers' birthdays, but rather battler's birthday, since he and true battler share this birthday. And the date of the sin / creation of the Beatrice. Again, we don't really know how and in what manner he caused Beatrice to be, but we know that he was responsible. Now, the only thing that makes me lean towards my theory still, even though I agree with Alan's theory, and I will say, I'm going to circle back to Kiri as well in a minute, because I do still think that Kiri has something more going on. But we'll get to that. I don't trust Kiri as much as I did anymore. I don't know. What did I have her in? How would I have... Where was my suspicion list? I know I had her semi-high, but I don't think she was... Yeah, I had her at 8. Right now, if you want my... Let me go to here. So this is the other thing, too, is that I don't think that Kiri is Beatrice. Because I have a few pieces of things... I was talking to Alan about this, and this is the stuff that wasn't really working with me. So let me fill out, because this was my initial theory, which is still possible. I don't think she can... I don't think in my theory can be Kiri's kid. I don't think it makes sense. Potentially not, so he's potentially some unknown woman's. The child's father is still Rudolph, otherwise Battler would not apply. Potentially not, so he's, I should say, outside chance on Rosa. Potentially some unknown woman's. The child's father is still Rudolph, otherwise Battler would not apply to be Beatrice's opponent. So we have this. In this theory, Asumu has a kid named Battler, and our Battler lives his life. Again, this is the only thing that's really weird, is that why would Battler... I'd have to go back and see how long Battler had lived with Asumu, because we know the problem is, in my whole theory, we say that he lives, we could say that he was MK Ultra, like that's the whole theory, is that he took on the identity, he took on the past of the old Battler. That's not actually him, you know? I'm just trying to think in real time about how to make all the pieces fit, because the him thinking that he's Battler, him thinking about being a part of the family register, all that doesn't really mean anything. But then the better question would be, Look, well, there's gonna be a lot of fog of war on this theory, but I think all the pieces, put it this way, the theory will make sense constructed. I might not be able to give theories on each of the individual points. Has a kid named Battler, and our Battler, I should say, we'll put this in true. And our Battler, the problem is, how does our Battler is still the, fuck, see, the problem with the whole Natsui thing, because, like, look, okay, I'm going to do the third theory here, which I think is less likely, but I'm just going to put it down here. The 3, Natsuhi is the real mother. Rudolph and her had an affair. Her retelling of the story, from however 18, 19 years ago is flawed or not fully represented, since we know her and Kinzo, I should say, as far as people on the island, I should say, that are here in 86, we're the only ones aware of this child's existence. We'll circle back, because this could fit into the second theory, but so... I don't know if subsume is, like, the correct word for this. Let me look this up on my phone. I think it is. Subsume. Include or absorb, yeah. Okay. Oh, fuck, I realized I didn't even update my title properly. This is stream 2, not stream 1. Classic me, classic me. Somehow our Battler subsumes true Battler's identity in some weird MK Ultra fashion, to the point that he even has memories of the old. Or he claims to. I don't know if I should say has never been to the family conference, but he wouldn't have been, right? Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make all the puzzle pieces fit in some way. Not that he necessarily brought him from the orphanage, but that in the first theory it was that Rudolph had... We know that Kinzo runs that orphanage, or whatever it's called. I forget the name of it, the Heritage House, I think it was. And that Rudolph had a kid out of wedlock, whoever the mother was, right? Let's say it was with Natsui. I don't think it was with Natsui, because I don't think it would make sense in the way that I had laid it out in that theory. But the idea would be that Rudolph had the kid out of wedlock, and he had to hide the child in some way. He didn't want somebody to find out that he had a kid that wasn't with Asumu. Because we know from the events of this game that our Battler is not Asumu's kid. So if we assume that that is the same person, if that is Battler, it's not that he was actually taken from the orphanage. When Kinzo presented the kid to Natsuhi, he said, "This is an orphan from the Heritage House." I don't think it actually was. I think that was just Rudolph's kid, and he was just saying that. He was just saying that as a cover, because it's a way that he can sort of, I mentioned earlier, it was like a money laundering thing, where he can take like a dirty secret of Rudolph's, and he can like wash it to make it seem like it was normal. Like, oh, Natsui, here's this kid, you know, you guys are having trouble getting pregnant. Here's a child. You can take this child, and it will, you know, because you can't get pregnant. This was prior to Jessica. But in reality, in the story, it wouldn't be that it was actually from the orphanage. It was that it was Rudolph's kid, and he wanted to still keep the kid around the family. So he gave it to Natsui and said that it was an orphan, but it wasn't actually. In this theory, in the second theory, in the second theory, Battler actually could have been an orphan. Although I kind of don't buy it necessarily, but it could be. It's more likely, I think, in this theory that Natsui was lying about what happened with the kid. That maybe Kinzo never actually presented the kid to her from the orphanage, or what she thought was from the orphanage, and that in reality it was actually her kid. It's possible that she's lying about that. Because again, like I mentioned in here, that it's only Kinzo and her that know about that child on the island, at least of the group of people that we know. To be fair, I'm sorry, this is all, especially as ESL, this is probably very convoluted and difficult to understand. But it also could be Rudolph in this theory would technically know, because it, like, for this theory to work, I guess I should put here things that must be true. One is that our Battler is the kid who was presented to Natsuhi 18/19 years ago. Asumu did have a kid named Ushirimiya Battler at some point. That is not our Battler. Rudolph must be the father. I should say, or one of Rosa, Kraus, Ava is a parent of the child. And again, with this theory, what I posited here was that realistically, with how the story has been presented, it can only be Rudolph. I shouldn't say it can only be. It is most likely Rudolph. Very small chance Natsuhi. Or not, sorry. Not Natsuhi. Rosa. And again, the only reason why I say Rosa is that Rosa, I don't think Rosa's the parent. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I gotta fix my chat. I didn't realize that that message would not show. Let me break it down a little bit. We'll do that. I didn't know that my chat didn't show if the message was that long. Interesting. So our Battler is a kid who was presented Natsuhi 18-19 years ago. Now, again, I'll also say that possibility that Natsuhi lied and it actually is her kid. Doubt this given timelines, but maybe. The only reason why I say I doubt this given the timelines is what I was saying earlier, that we know that Ava was trying to jump Kraus in the register. She wanted to keep her name in the register, and she wanted to jump in the line of succession because Kraus couldn't have a kid. So she was trying to like beat him to the punch. The only thing about that is we know that George is like 3 to 4 years older than Battler. So if we assume that Natsuhi, that actually was Natsuhi's kid, right? Like, let's pretend for a second that Natsuhi is the biological mother of Battler. The only thing about that that doesn't really make sense is that Ava, I don't know how to word this. Natsui would have had to have hidden the pregnancy because she would have already been a part of the Ushirimiya family. The only way that she would not remember the pregnancy, the only way you could say is that maybe she like wiped her memory of it, like it was so traumatic or something, she like, you know, whatever. But then the other question would be, God, this is, I'm sorry, this is confusing even for me, okay, and it's not my second language. There's just a lot of, let me finish writing this. until this year. 2 dates mentioned in the circle are not just... Okay, so he is 24. Yeah, I knew he was around that age gap. Okay, that helps. I know I had it written down somewhere. I think he only mentioned it once. Okay, yeah, so he's like 5-6 years older. Yeah, so I'll come back to that, but thank you. That does... 2 dates mentioned in the circle are both Battler's birthdays. Both true. And I should double do this. Both Jesus, I can't type. I keep hitting the wrong key. Both true and our Battler. Her retelling the story 1819 is flawed and not fully represented since we know her and Kenzo as far were the only ones who knew the child's existence. The events of Ep 5 after that point play out as told. And our Battler potentially lives as an orphan or gets given to Asumu after her child dies to replace, since it is still Rudolph's kid. Now, I think all of these follow. I think my general scaffolding makes sense. Again, I might not have written this down exactly as I described it, but so the first theory is that our Battler is Kiri's kid. It explains why him and Angie look so similar. Since Asumu was pregnant at the same time after Kiri delivers the kid, he's given to Kenzo by Rudolph to hide in some way to cover up his infidelity, or, maybe there's some other reason behind it. This kid is presented Natsui by Kenzo, since her and Kraus are having issues getting pregnant to serve as her heir. I should say there, actually, is probably more as their heir. The events of episode 5 play out as Natsui told. In this very small period between both Battlers being born, true Battler, who is Asumu's kid, dies. The kid who fell off the cliff survives in some form, as told in episode 5, is taken back by Kenzo or Rudolph. It would be probably Kenzo. And to cover the tracks of what happened, they pass off Kiri's child, our Battler, as a true... I think this is miswritten. Oh, no, sorry. They pass off our Kiri by true Battler. I should word this in a way that's more clear. They give the orphan to Asumu. Cover their traces. I think this makes more sense. I worded this really badly. The kid who fell off the cliff survives in some form, is taken back by Kenzo and Rudolph, and to cover the tracks of what happened, they give the orphan to the orphan, which we will say, whose actual mom is Kiri, to Asumu to cover their traces. Our Battler, and we'll delete this because it doesn't make any sense anymore, as a true Battler who passed away for some unknown reason. So sorry, let's read this. To cover the tracks of what happened, they give the orphan, whose actual mom is Kiri, to Asumu to cover their traces, and present him as the true Battler, who passed away for some unknown reason. The story plays out as told. In episode 3, Kiri wasn't talking about being jealous of the fact that Asumu took Rudolph, but rather that Asumu took Battler away from her. The code at the bottom of the magic circle is not both Battler's birthdays, but rather, I should say our Battler's birthday, since he and true Battler share this birthday, and the date of the sin/creation of Beatrice. Now, the only problem with this theory, which we'll get to, let me put this down here at the bottom, and we'll say problems with each. So we have 1, 2, 3. We'll come back to these. So in this theory, 1, how does the sin particularly relate to 6 years ago? If the sin is the swap, it was nearly 18 years prior, not 6. It's a good point. I kind of forgot about that. Oh, see, I remember why I raised the chat, because it looks fucking goofy like that. And most messages aren't super long. Let's go. We'll bring you right back up. Move it over a little bit. Whatever, it's good enough there. The episode... Jesus. So then, number 2. Battler is not Kiri's child, potentially Natsui's, which will... Outside chance on Rosa. Now, when I say this on Rosa again, the whole theory of this is that... let us put this here. And so this is related to the first point, is that he has to be Kenzo's grandchild. The reason why I said this is that it has to be one of the siblings has to be the parent. Also, I realize my mic is drooping. I gotta raise it up here. One of the siblings has to be the parent of the child. It does not make sense with like the rules of the game that Beatrice laid out. It literally does not work. So we know this has to be the case. The reason why I say that it could be Rosa, I don't think it's Ava. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's not to say that it couldn't be, but I had no inkling that it would be her. Kraus, I don't think it really makes sense because her and Natsui, hey, never know, maybe. Him and Natsui were trying to get pregnant anyways, so it would seem weird that they had a kid that they then passed. It doesn't really make sense. The only explanations I can think are Rudolph, which was that it was an affair with Natsui and they tried to pass it off, or that it was Rosa, and I really hope it's not Rosa, because it's actually really fucking gross if it's Rosa. Because we already know the age gap between Rosa and everybody. The only thing that's really nasty about it, that kind of works in the theory, as terrible as it is to say, is that Rosa would be young enough that you could understand that, let's say, again, I don't even want to word this, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I have Rosa pegged in my mind to be like about 30, like early mid 30s is like my mind. I have Rosa in that gap, somewhere around that. And that would put Rosa as being very young, which is really gross. I have Rosa probably around 32 to 35 is my guess. Somewhere in there. But she could be younger, you're right. I guess we don't really have an exact age. I want to look that up after. I'm sure there's somebody that has done the math, but there's like a really gross idea that Rosa got pregnant very young, like teenage pregnancy or God forbid even earlier. And then the idea that Rosa got given up or taken by Kinzo would be because Rosa was so young that she wouldn't even be able to take care of it. Now, that's just the outside explanation. I don't follow it because we don't really have a lot to believe in that theory necessarily. That's just a possibility. I think it's much more likely it's still Rudolph. Especially because we know that Rudolph has had that thing where he's like, oh, if I tell you about your birth, which means that Rudolph knows. So I would wager it is like a 99.5 at least % chance that Rudolph is the parent, right? Regardless. So we'll get back to point 2. Because I think I did not read point 2 yet, or the second theory. Is that 2, Battler is not Kiri's child, potentially Natsui's, outside chance on Rosa, potentially some unknown woman's. I doubt it's an unknown woman, but, you know, we're just covering our bases here. The child's father is still Rudolph, otherwise Battler would not apply to be Beatrice's opponent. In this theory, Asumu has a kid named Battler, and I put in true, this is the true Battler. And our Battler is still the kid presented to Natsui. Battler lives out his life as an orphan or somewhere else, again, I don't really know. Whenever real Asumu's Battler dies, we would imagine, given the context of the game, because the way that this theory was written is that the sin of Beatrice being created was the swap that happened of Battler. So we would imagine that it was 6 years ago. And that somehow our Battler, now this is we'll get to this in the problems with each, which I'll put right here, is that 1, how or why does our Battler believe that he is the true Battler? Why does he have no memory of his prior life if he only became a Battler 6 years ago? So this would be another thing. The only other possibility is that we're going to delve into like very insane coincidences, and we'll say something like, oh yeah, by the way, it was actually that you know, Rudolph had 2 kids and he just really likes the name Battler, so he named 2 kids Battler, and I would not be satisfied with that answer. That'd be like the most bullshit, like, happenstance thing. But so, he takes over the Battler's identity in some weird MK Ultra fashion, to the point where he even claims to have memories of the old Battler's things that he shouldn't. Yeah, I think they said that, I know they said that Ava was somewhere around, I think in my mind, the way that I had it pegged was that Kraus is probably almost 50, Ava is probably about 45, and then Rudolph is probably in like the early mid 40s, so like let's say like 40 to 45. Ava's probably like 43 to 46, and then Kraus is probably like 46 to 50. Well, no, actually we know that Kraus and Ava have a 2-year age gap. They said that. So let's say that Ava's 45, Kraus is like 47, 48, and then Ava would be potentially 45, 46, somewhere in that range. And I think Rudolph would be a few years younger than Ava, so he's probably like early mid 40s, maybe like 43, 44. And I imagine that Rosa is about 10 years younger than Rudolph, is what I have in my mind, which is why I have her in that 32 to 35 range. If Rosa was 36, she would be 18, right? If my math is right. She'd be 36 if it was 17, I guess. She'd be 17 if it was 18 years prior, which maybe. But if she's a little bit younger, the theory works, as disgusting as it is to say, a little bit better. If she was in like the early to mid-teen range, like, you know, she's 13 to 15, it's disgusting to say, but it would make more sense in the idea there. So we have this. Let me move my chair forward. I'm sitting like pretty far back. I'm gonna take my sweater off too. It's actually kind of hot down here. One sec. Okay, sorry. I had to take that sweater off. I don't know why this basement is like it's either freezing cold or it's a fucking the seventh circle of hell. Okay, so then the question becomes, how or why does our battler believe that he is the true battler? Why does he have no memory of his prior life if he only became battler 6 years ago? I feel like this is the big question for this. The only thing that I could potentially posit as an answer for this is that, I'll put this here. Yeah, exactly, right? That's the thing that it's so confusing to me, is like, why would he lie about his past? Which is why it could be some weird pseudo combination of this. Which I think is what I put in the third one, which is that Natsui is the real mother. Rudolph and her had an affair. Her retelling of the story from 18 to 19 years ago is flawed or not fully represented, since we know her and Kenzo, as far as people on the island that are here in 86, were the only ones aware of the child's existence. The events of episode 5 after that point play out as told, and our battler potentially lives as an orphan or gets given to a sumo after her child dies to replace, since it is still Rudolph's kid. This feels like it is the most clear thing. The only thing, again, that we're going to come with is this still has the whole 16 or the 18 years ago problem, not 6. Again, I'll put it down here. It's also possible that the sin has nothing to do with the swap, and our battler had something happen. Sins of the father equals sins of the son type shit. So Natsui's the real mother, Rudolph and her had an affair. Then I would say, like, why do Battler and Angie look so similar? Even if they share one parent, we would imagine if they were half siblings, they would still look somewhat different. Okay. Now, oh, the other thing too with this theory is that how do the rest of the family members not, I should say, how are the rest of the family members unable to tell that this battler is not the same as the one of 6 years prior, even though a fair amount of time has passed? You would still think there would be noticeable differences. 18 years ago, problem not 6. Why do Battle and Angie look so similar even though they share one parent? We would imagine that if they were half siblings, they would still look somewhat different. Why does Natsui not remember her pregnancy with Battler? If she is the mom, I find it hard to believe as well that she was able to conceal the pregnancy from not just Kraus, but the whole family. Even if she has wiped this from her mind. Now, the only thing I will say is that going over these, I've become a little bit more attached to this. It's just that this feels like it... I feel like it's some mix of... I feel like my 2 theory is a little bit too much... The only thing that this theory does better is the swap being the sin of it happening 6 years ago. That's the only thing that this theory kind of presents that's a lot better than the others. The other thing, too, I'd have to think about seasons, but we know that Natsui says her favorite season is autumn. Now, we don't know Jessica's birthday. Now, we don't know if it has anything to do with the weather. I don't even remember her exact reasoning that she gave to Shannon about why autumn was her favorite season. But one of the things that's important to note about that is that if we're to follow... Now, my understanding is that winter... Now, I'm going to look this up in a second here on my phone. My understanding is that winter doesn't begin until the winter solstice, which I think is around December 20th. Because you have... Spring begins, I believe, usually around... Fuck, I always get this wrong. Yeah, exactly, right? That's the whole thing that's like really odd about it. Is that if it's from 6 years ago, because when they were talking about, at the end of episode 4, we know that they said that Beatrice, as far as Battler was aware, like didn't exist to Battler 6 years ago. And that's where it becomes like really odd. And that's why I also started to think more so that maybe the Battler that we're playing at has never actually attended a family conference. And that's where I started to get like the whole swap theory. But then that feeds into number 2, and number 2 has its own problems. But... because Natsui as well with this pregnancy, like the family conference isn't anything new, right? So like how would nobody it was the grandparents, I think, at least as far as I remember it. I think it was the grandparents that he went to live with. I don't remember when Asumu died. I don't think it really matters too much, but I believe it was the grandparents, because then when his grandparents died was when he came back. I feel like this theory is the most complete, but again, like the whole 6 years ago thing is like a really big nail in the coffin for it. Something tells me that if Natsui was the mother, I feel like, I don't know, I don't think Natsui is the mother. Something tells me she's not the biological mother. It feels like it would kind of fit, but at the same time, there's a part of me that just can't comp to it. I think it's saying mother in like the... How do I word this? In like the sense that Natsui basically had the kid for like a few days. That Natsui was supposed to be the mother and that Natsui rejected the kid. I think that's more what it means. I just don't... I can't really buy that that's it. But now, look, let's put that aside. I think we've kind of made the theory. We have like 3 competing ideas so that we can cover every base. So that whenever it finally gets revealed who Battler is, I can say, I was right. Woohoo, thank you. But now, there's the other thing that I wanted to talk about Kiri. So... I am going to say this will be a somewhat Higurashi spoiler-related comment, so I will put up a warning here in voice right now for you, just because this section might reference it a few times, so I apologize. But in episode 6 of Higurashi, there is a... Yeah, exactly, right? Because that's the whole thing that's really weird, is that if it happened 6 years ago, if the swap was the sin, and now I guess that's also the big thing, right? Is that the swap might not be the sin. This could all have just happened outside of it. And if that's the case, then like the big thing that holds up the second theory doesn't really follow anymore, because then it's not that big of a deal anymore if the swap was not the sin, because yeah, but then there must be something that Battler did that I guess I'm just too slow to put together. But regardless, I want to talk about Kiri for a moment. The reason why I want to talk about Kiri is thinking back on the wolf and sheep's puzzle that we got brought up. We had this idea, and I've said this many times, that I think there is competing people that are, when I say competing, there are multiple murderers that are present. I think this is the only plausible explanation for how we could have, and when I say multiple murderers, I don't just mean like, oh, Beatrice influences someone, or oh, no, I mean like, I think there's competing interests and people that are killing people for different reasons or whatnot. And when Battler was talking about, in the one episode, I don't know if it was 5 or 4, but they were talking about the epitaph killings, and how usually when you have these types of killings that are very, I don't want to say drawn out, but that are very described, that are very much, like how they're going to happen, they happen in a very particular way, there's usually a few reasons to do them. Now, one of them is what we thought that Beatrice might be doing them for. So in the cases where Beatrice is the killer, it could very well be that Beatrice is doing it because she's trying to send a message of some kind. We went through the whole theory in the prior episode that there's some message she's trying to convey to Battler, whether that is through the killings, whether that is through the message of the epitaph, or whether that is a combination of both of them that they are supposed to combine together, that the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. Okay, sure, we get that. However, when we got brought up the wolf and sheep's puzzle, it was described to us the idea that if the wolves and sheep are equal in number, everything is fine. But at the moment that the wolves outnumber the sheeps, we have a problem, and that a killing can occur. Now, I don't know to the degree to which, crazy things have been happening, but I am positive that there has been some killings of people, and especially after the big reveal at the end of the last chapter, that there's the potential of people on this island to have concealed corpses by making, like, mannequins, I think I called them. Like, we'll call them mannequins for the sake of using the same consistent term. That somebody has been able to fake deaths. Now, it gets around the idea that very early on in the game, we were given the red text where they said, no corpse analysis has ever been wrong. No corpse has ever been falsely misidentified. However, again, a classic which word game, you can kind of get around that talking point by the very idea being that they weren't the corpses, Whatever you were inspecting wasn't a corpse. So the corpse identification couldn't be wrong because you weren't identifying a corpse. Okay, we all follow there. That all makes sense. So we know that there's somebody that's on the island that has the ability to fake corpses, which also I said very early on in the stream, and I think I've had this consistent belief that many times when you play mystery games, the murderer is often somebody that dies early on or has like a fake death. Spoilers, I won't say particularly, but there is another game that I've potentially streamed on this very channel that is not Higurashi that had this as a very big plot point. It's a very common thing in mystery novels that somebody that shows up early that ends up, air quote, dying is not actually dead and is a person that's committing crimes. And I think that we have the possibility in this game, now knowing everything that we know, that we would have to be able to go over the prior episodes with a more discerning eye and say it's very possible that people who were killed in the prior episodes were not dead at the time that they were apparently dead. Whoever it is has the ability to fake corpses. Now, we don't know the degree to which they have the ability to fake corpses. What I mean by that is that in that last episode where the corpses were passed off as being real, we do know, number one, that the people did eventually die by the end of the game. We got a red statement to prove that even though they had fake corpses, even though we had that whole thing go on, they were still actually dead by the end of the game. But that doesn't... okay, sure. I don't really care too much about that point. All that indicates is that you have a person that was still doing it that also killed them. Okay, great. That's not too surprising. It's not too surprising in that regard because the same thing happened to Kraus. We got a confirmation that Kraus was dead, but we never, saw anything about him. So there's a few things in episode 5 that I feel like if I understood episode 5 better, I would understand the whole episode. Or not the whole episode, the whole game. But so I believe that somebody has been passing themselves off as being dead and killing people, and it might not be the same person every time. But to circle back to the wolves and sheep puzzle, and we're going to go back to the scene that happened with Kiri, Rudolph, and Nanjo, and Hideyoshi, mainly Hideyoshi. We know that Kiri and Rudolph got together in that episode to specifically bring Hideyoshi to the mansion, and we got told that it was to interrogate him about him lying about Ava's alibi. Now, that very well might have been true. But if we're to believe that magic doesn't exist, right, which is an axiom that I'm going to hold this entire game, is that I'm not going to entertain a magic explanation unless there is quite literally no other possibility. Yes, I am becoming Battler as the game goes on. Is that... well, actually, I had this belief prior to the game. Fuck you, Battler. Is that I think the real thing... there's two things that were really sus about the whole death scene with them there. Was that, one... when the bodies were examined, they mentioned that it seemed like they had fallen, which I thought was really odd, number one. We also mentioned that a gun was missing. I don't remember exactly, again, it's been probably a month now at this point, I don't remember the exact plot point, but I'd pointed out that a gun was missing that should have been there. And so it lines up with the fact that whoever killed Nanjo probably shot him, but the thing that's also really weird about that is that whoever did that also died afterwards. Maybe it was that the person was mortally wounded, And I posited that if in the game Battler had ever got to go back to the lobby, he probably would have been able to find out who it was that killed Nanjo, but because we never had a person, like an observer of some kind, go back to the lobby, it was impossible for us to vet who it was. I had posited that I thought it was Hideyoshi, and I'm going to switch my prediction now that I think it was one of Rudolph or Kiri, and I think it was maybe more likely to be Kiri. My whole point about this, I'm going to say that I think Kiri has something more going on this entire time. I think that Kiri is too smart to constantly be a victim. And I think that Kiri has, if we follow the first theory, I think Kiri has maybe potentially a motive to exact some revenge on people in the Ushirimiya family. Now, it could also very well be that her and Rudolph are working together. I still think that Rudolph is a very integral part to this story. I think that he's flown under the radar way too much, and I think that we don't, every single time that thing about Battler's birth gets brought up, Rudolph dies, right? And I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if that's a situation like what I mentioned earlier where Rudolph is passing off his own death, or I don't know if this is that somebody is killing him to keep him quiet. It's a really hard thing to mention because it also comes down to whether or not Kiri and Rudolph are working together. If they are, out there working together to kill people, potentially, or if maybe it's just Kiri, or maybe it's just Rudolph, or some other combination. I have just a sinking suspicion with Kiri, especially given the first theory, how things fit, that Kiri would have a little bit of a motive to do these things. I think she's very smart, so she would be able to pass it off that way. And in this situation where we have murderers where it's not, where we have murderers and it's not Beatrice, in that scenario, it makes sense for these people, not for, so okay, I don't know how to word this, so I apologize if it comes off confusing. Whenever Beatrice is doing the killing, I'm closing my eyes, by the way, to describe this. I'm entering the path. When Beatrice is killing people, there is a purpose to her doing that. She is killing the people in a very particular way, or she is killing them by a particular method, or she's presenting the epitaph. The epitaph in the killing is basically whenever Beatrice is the true culprit, she is, she's doing it for a reason. However, when someone else is doing the killings, it could be very well that what Battler was positing earlier on, where he was saying that, people might commit these murders for different reasons, it could be that these other people are doing it because they are satisfying one of the other talking points that, and not they're trying to send a message. It could be in the situation that, let's entertain the idea that a non-Beatrice person is doing the killing and they are aware of the epitaph, that they are going to use the epitaph as more of a utility, and they are going to use it to pass off a, they were doing this to pass off their killings as being a part of the epitaph, so they have the explanation, they have the ability, they have the reason to pass it off, right? They can hide it using the epitaph, whereas Beatrice might be killing people to follow the epitaph, or to make the epitaph seem real, or to convey some message, that when the game gets hijacked by outside actors, their killings may not follow that exact same thing. Hideyoshi's biography reads, died in the hall of the mansion, his chest pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. That was careless of me. Didn't think you were still alive. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely some fuckery that went on with his death. There's still a few things, too, that really have been rubbing... I'm not going to, write this down too much because this is stuff that is just free form and it's too difficult to convey this into words because it's not strong enough to be, an actual concrete theory. But I keep having, So I'll talk about the thing earlier when I was talking about a Higurashi spoiler that's related to this. In episode 6 of Higurashi, there gets posited this theory that what's causing Hinamizawa syndrome is that everybody that's in the village is actually infected with some kind of virus. That they're actually infected with a parasite. And the reason why Hinamizawa syndrome is a thing when people leave the village is because the parasite is trying to return everybody back in an evolutionary way to the place where it is most adapted to, which is Hinamizawa. Now, when I heard that explanation, it's really funny because Higurashi functions, obviously it's by the same author, an authorship group, that when you hear that explanation the very first time, you sit there and you think, that's really odd, that's really interesting, but the game has thrown so many supernatural stories and explanations to you to that point that anytime the game presents another supernatural explanation, you're like, or I shouldn't say supernatural, because technically that is not supernatural, but it's like a very out there, off the wall theory. Every time that this weird, like off the wall, crazy man theory is presented to you, you're really inclined to be like, I'm not too sure, like, I don't know about that. But I remember specifically, and I mean, hey, the VOD's up on YouTube, you can go witness it. I don't remember exactly where it is. It'll be somewhere in episode 6, or chapter 6 in Higurashi. I mentioned that it was really interesting to me that I actually started to believe that theory because it had actually given a real world example, even though that real world example was very off the wall, even though it was like very crazy, right? Sorry, my girlfriend just woke up. 1 second. Okay, that in that, I remember watching it and saying, like, that theory fits too well. Like, it fits almost too perfectly in the story. And even though it's really out there and off the wall, it has, like, I've been using this for a lack of a better word, and it's probably not a proper description, but I've been saying that, you know, we're looking for, like, a kinetic explanation of, like, moving from point A to point B that isn't just, oh, magic, oh, supernatural, you know, like, in Higurashi it's always, oh, Yashiro did this, oh, Yashiro did this, oh, the god of the village, oh my god, the demons, things like that. And in this game it's always, oh, magic, oh, Beatrice, oh, magic. But in both games, you know that it's actually something kinetic. It's real people moving behind the scenes that are causing these actions, and they're passing them off as it being something else. And in Higurashi, the parasite theory, I remember reading it and being like, you know, like, it's almost so perfect that I feel like the devs would make you think that it's not it. Like, I almost verbatim, again, you'd have to go find the part in the VOD where I say this, but I had a line almost verbatim saying, I think that this theory is actually correct, because I think they put so many theories forward to be red herrings that when they finally presented a theory to me that was perfect, that it actually described everything, that every single contingency that didn't make sense was described by this theory, even though it was out there and off the wall, it actually seemed correct. And it was. What I got that same vibe from in the last stream was when we were talking to Hachijo, I believe her name was. We've only seen her for a little bit. My goat, favorite character already. I'm joking, but she's a good character. My goat, hanyuu. That the whole storyteller explanation about how we've been playing the game so far, and we've actually been reading her writings, so like every episode to this point, we got only like a true confirmation of episode 3 and 5, but I'd assume it's all the episodes, that we've actually been reading like message bottle forgeries that were written by her, and that's how it's been presented throughout the game. Now, that asks us an interesting question, because one, I know from playing Higurashi, again, spoiler alert, that Hachijo is hanyuu. She almost certainly is the same entity. And we know the one thing that happened with hanyuu is that hanyuu was an observer. Hanyuu was attached to Rika throughout all of Higurashi, and hanyuu, while having the power to loop time, was not able to actually interact with the real world. And I joked about it in this game that them describing the intricacies of the witch world and everything that had happened actually made Higurashi's story make more sense, because then we had an explanation for hanyuu. We had an explanation for why hanyuu had those powers, whereas in Higurashi, it was sort of something that was just passed off, and we never really got an answer as to, you know, why, how did hanyuu have that ability? It was just something that was presented, and you had to accept it for the story to make sense. Now, to me, it seems like there's been some kind of a falling out between Rika and hanyuu since the time of Higurashi and until this game, right? Seems like something has happened. Because of that, I sit here and I wonder, I mentioned it in the last stream, like, what happened that caused this rift between Rika and between hanyuu to the point where hanyuu is no longer attached to her? And then I got into the idea of thinking about how perfect of an explanation it is that somebody is writing a story such that each of these message bottles perfectly maps onto potentially what happened. Everybody always jokes with, I shouldn't say everybody. It was joked earlier that, oh, everyone says like Hachijo's like a crackpot. But then she provided explanations that people started to believe was real. It was like altering truth from the future, which was a concept that was brought up in this game, that she was altering the past by presenting evidence in the future. And that's one way to view it. The other thing that you could view it is that she somehow actually does have literal knowledge, and this isn't like her writing stories. This is like autobiography doesn't make sense. But this is like an actual retelling of the event. Sorry, one second. I'm going to take a Tylenol because I still have a stomachache. So, following that theory, I feel like that fits too perfectly. So then, I was sitting there and I was saying, okay, if Hachijo can make these things, I don't remember the ones that were written by Maria. I really don't. I just know they said that there was a bottle after episode 1 that said, like, please unravel the mystery of the witch. I'll lay out my theory of what I think happened. And I don't know the logistics of how it happened. But my thinking is... the other thing, too, though, is that the episode 1 Maria, they mentioned that handwriting did not match the diary that was in Maria's things. So it was somebody else that was passing themselves off as Maria, was the big thing. So they were using the alias Maria. And then I believe from that point on, 3, 4, whatever, are technically like Hachijo's stories. But there's a pretty... We don't know for certain that the first episode, at least, is also written by Hachijo. But we know that whoever wrote the first episode is also not Maria in the game, at least as far as I'm aware. But to circle back, the thing that is odd about this presentation is that let's assume that Hachijo isn't actually writing stories, that somehow she has a looper ability because she is Hanyuu, or that whoever the person that wrote these stories, because this is sorry, this is like a really pulling from Higurashi, so I apologize if you haven't played the game, but you have to just take my word on it if you haven't. But Hanyuu being an observer makes me think that at some point in this game, either there is a character, because the one thing that was weird about Hanyuu in Higurashi is that she wasn't her own separate entity, right? She was attached to Rika, but we know she's not anymore. The question becomes, did Hanyuu then become attached to another person, right? And so she became the observer for somebody else, and now Angie is reading stories in the meta world, or we are being presented the stories from the meta world to describe what actually was happening, because Hanyuu actually did observe them as the observer that was attached to somebody else. Or, if you want to take the real-world explanation and you want to cut witches out of it, is there some possibility that somebody on the island faked their death? Because we already know from the end of episode 5, there is the possibility that somebody was able to lie, to fake their death. Is it possible that somebody on the island, not just Ava, because again, in episode 3, this would mean, if we follow the episode 3 timeline, because this is the timeline that Angie is from, if we also assume that wherever the fuck Angie is right now is even real, which I don't know if we necessarily have a confirmation of, but we know that at the very least, whoever this person is, and again, remember, this is 12 years later, right? This person, they could pass themselves off as whoever the fuck. It would not be difficult for them to change their identity, to change how they look, to operate under an alias. They were assumed to be dead, right? So if we follow the end of episode 5, that we know that somebody has the ability to potentially fake deaths. Now, in every other opportunity, or every other time it's been shown, we've still got a confirmation of the people in red. The other thing that's weird in episode 3 is that we also got confirmation of pretty much everybody being dead at the time that Ova, or Avatrice, as people call her, or Ava Beatrice, had given the statement, you know? That also becomes difficult, but let me just cook for a second. There's 2 possibilities, right? It's either that one, Hanyuu, or Hachijo, in her witch form, was attached to somebody during the events of the game 12 years prior in the episode 3 timeline, recorded all of the events, got back, wrote the stories somehow. Again, I don't know how Hanyuu became like a physical entity. I don't know if this Hachijo Toya person is actually a real, like, physical person, if that makes sense. Again, there's a lot of wiggle room on the witch world and everything that's been going on. Let me just make this very clear. It is either that A, somehow, Hachijo faked her death and was actually somebody that was on the island, and this is a person who has looping capability, who is aware of the loops that are happening. I think that, yeah, exactly, right? It's the exact same design, exact same names, right? And yes, of course, I'm implying that Featherine is Hanyuu, whether or not it's, you know, directly connected, you know, who knows, you know, it's a little impossible way to confirm it, but, you know, if I follow that that's true, sorry, I keep taking my glasses on and off because my headset is too tight and it makes it hurt, and then I can't read. Not that I can't read, I just can't sit as far back. there's two possibilities. Either that Hanyuu was somehow attached to somebody else, or Featherine, if we want to call her that. She was attached to somebody else in the course of the game, and she observed everything, and somehow she transmitted this info to somebody else. She connected to somebody else. This person was able to write message bottles, blah, 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 blah. This is assuming, whatever. Or somehow a person faked their death in one of the timelines. Probably not the episode 3 timeline, because we kind of got a confirmation that I think everybody was dead at the time other than, like, the characters that we were alive. I guess we could also say that it could have potentially been one of the characters that was not confirmed dead. That would then assume that it would be, I think the only person if we follow, because who was alive at the end of episode 3? It was Battler, Ava, Jessica, Nanjo, but then Nanjo got killed. I think it was just those 3. I think Jessica, I'm actually going to go to the main title screen here. Sorry, we've literally just been sitting here, like, not doing anything. I apologize. We're almost done. We will be continuing. I just want to check something. I don't know if Jessica was confirmed dead in episode 3. Okay, no, she went missing. So, this is helpful for my theory. The fact that she went missing, and it shows her as dead, but the fact that she went missing, I'd have to go to the end of the thing to get, like, a confirmation, I guess, 100%. Maybe I'll rewatch it after this stream. Yeah, she was killed in this timeline, too. But sorry, I'll state it more clearly again. Just top to bottom so that we're all on the same page. There's two possibilities. It's either that Hanyuu, or Featherine, however you want to view her, was attached to somebody in the very same way that she was attached to Rika over the course of Higurashi, and she knew of the events and either somehow at some point was able to materialize into a person and recorded the events herself, or relayed this info to somebody else to record it. Whether this be a sibling, whether this be a descendant, whether this be a relative, like some relative to the person, whatever it might be. So there's that possibility. There's also the other possibility, which is a little bit harder to work with episode 3, unless we would say that Jessica somehow survived. I almost want to believe that, although I don't know if they said how old the girl was, although even if Jessica was 19, 12 years later, she'd be like 31, 32. Hard to say. But the other possibility is that in episode 3, or in any of the other episodes, although I would say it has to be episode 3, given what we know from Angie being in the true timeline, if you want to call episode 3 like the true timeline, that person lived, had faked their death in some way, and then was writing about what they saw, and they were the person that had the ability to loop. Now, the only thing that implies that is that if I was correct in everything up to this point where I've been, like, hound-dogging Jessica about being Beatrice, now we start to get into a weird topic where we would say, does that mean that Jessica is also Featherine? And that would be, like, really odd. They would have to be one and the same. Although, with, like, the looping thing, you could say, like, she is an endless witch. It does kind of line up. That's, like, the only way I could see that fitting. But then I would just get into the same thing about, like, why do they look so different? Like, it's a little bit hard to say. Regardless, my point being, I'll put a pin on this so that we can actually fucking read. We're an hour and a half into the stream. We have not read a single fucking line of dialogue yet. Is I think that the storytelling thing about the message bottle forger, I think there is going to be some way, in some form, that the Hachijo that we just met, exactly, which starts to, that was my understanding too, but I'm starting to get a little bit sussed out. Regardless, my point being that right now, I think that storytelling thing about there being a message bottle forger who is giving stories that are, like, almost too perfect because they fit exactly, I don't think it's going to be that this person has, like, some supernatural thing. I think it's more likely this person is a person that survived in the island. So, you know what? I will put this in the theories that, let me move my mic cord because it's almost pressing on my keyboard. I think that whoever Hachijo Toya is that we have met that forges these stories about what happened on Rokenjima is, in a weird way, you could almost view it as her being Beatrice as well, right? Like, it would almost make sense. Because she's trying to not only change the future, or change the past from the future, but if you're a storyteller, being able to start a new story that talks about the exact same time, you could almost say that's equivalent to looping in a weird way. I don't know. I think I'm kind of cooking here, but I also might be cooking so much that I'm getting high on my own supply. Had some ability. I love the idea of her being Beatrice, but it almost feels like too perfect. It feels like too nice of a theory, but I would fucking love it. It would be fucking sick. Oh my god, wait. Dude, I'm almost so even more believed that she is Beatrice, whoever she is. Again, I don't know who it is. I think her appearance, I think as well, would also be concealed in some way. Like, for instance, I also mentioned that this is 12 years on, right? If that Hachijo Toya is a real person, that was somebody that lived on the... Okay, bro. Oh, I don't want to call my shot, because I feel like my shot is too specific, and I might be wrong. I want to say that Jessica is both, but I will say I'm so Jessica biased. And again, this is the weird thing, too. I've been mentioning this the whole time. I almost think... Oh, God, I don't know how to word this. Fuck, dude, I don't want to be here for like 4 hours talking about theory before we read. I've had a feeling in my gut, as the game has gone on, that Beatrice is maybe not entirely evil. And it would kind of make more sense, too. Because then it would be that she is trying to get people to find the truth of what happened. Regardless, let me just finish writing this. Has some ability to... She does look like Rosa. She has the same kind of haircut. I was going to mention that. That's why I kind of clicked on her in the thing. That's why I was checking to see if she died, and then I remembered that she died. The only thing that wouldn't work in that is that... Well, I guess you could say that Rosa potentially faked her death, but I think Rosa got called as dead in the thing. I'd have to go to episode 3 and like go through and see exactly who it was that was confirmed as dead by the end, by the witch. The other thing too that I would mention is, which is, I'll put this as an addendum to this. So let me just write this and I'll comment after, because I'm fucking motor mouthing and we're gonna be here for another 2 hours if I do. Would be kind of funny, yeah. Hey man, everything has been butterflies, you know? Maybe it's a little cocoon to a butterfly type meme. Let me put my glasses back on. I'm trying to see if I can put my glasses in such a way that it doesn't hurt my temples. So there's two things that I'm going to add to this. That one, we kept getting red statements that would stipulate on this Rokenjima, or would say something like, there's only 18 humans on this Rokenjima. Statements always appeared a little odd to me, that these particular words were added. Just something of note. Fuck, there was another thing that I was going to add here. I just don't remember what it was. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at episode 3 to see like who died at what given time, like who was confirmed dead by the end. I'm pretty sure it was everybody except for the characters and Nanjo. Sorry, I'm reading something. Reading a text, I apologize. The only thing that I would say, well, yeah, first of all, you know, I don't want to be rude, but a lot of these Japanese games, okay, they have the incest is wincest thing, so I'm not going to say that it's impossible, but more so that, it could also be like a paternal or like a platonic love. It doesn't necessarily have to be romantic, although I would imagine it probably is romantic, given the game, but you know. Again, potentially, it wouldn't be weird if it was Jessica. Rosa would be more wrong, I think, because at the very least, that would be her nephew. But, at least with our theory so far. But with Jessica, there is some possibility that, well, if Natsui's the mom, it's a half-sibling, which is, ugh. But there's some possibility that Jessica's not related. I don't know. There's some fucker going on, okay? This family tree might be a circle. We'll leave it at that. I can't think of what I was going to add here. I was going to add something else, and I just don't remember what I was going to put. All I'll put here is that I actually don't think it could be Maria. I think she'd be too young. I don't know how old Natsui is, though. But I don't really think that makes sense either. I guess we don't know how old Kiri is either. I guess there's some weird possibility it could be Kiri. I would say in brackets here I'll just put okay, let's leave it at that. I think we've circled the drain. One second, my girlfriend's going to bed. I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay. Fuck. It's finally... There's only one thing I want to do last, which is a tiny updated suspicion list. For being Beatrice, again, I've noticed that I've tried to... No, not really. Now, I have to note here, this is for being Beatrice, right? This is not just, like, guilty of killing people on the island, because I'm sorry, like, nobody, except for save maybe, like, Maria, is absolved of that. This is just for who the identity of Beatrice is, and Beatrice might not even be evil at this point anymore. I'm just saying that for Beatrice, okay? Number one, I'm holding firm on Jessica. Then I'm going with Rosa. Honestly, that's kind of about it. I'll put Kiri at third. These are like my only real suspects. I don't think with Kiri it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of reasons. I was talking to Alan about this because I think Alan said that he was kind of convinced that he thought Kiri was. I don't think Kiri is. Maybe. It's not that I can't imagine Kiri, it's just that I need some more explanations about what the fuck it has to do with 6 years ago, why it would matter to Kiri. the one thing I will say is that I do think that Shannon plus Maria are probably helping whoever it is that is Beatrice. Again, of note, this does not mean that this person is like the ultimate OG Giga villain, because like I said, Beatrice might not even be evil. It's just that I think Shannon and Maria are probably helping Beatrice. And I think that's why I'm leaning especially more heavily towards Jessica still, because we know that Shannon and her had a really good relationship. Maria is just another like similarly aged kid. Sorry, I'm just rolling right now. Okay. I think that Beatrice may have been the killer sometimes, but I don't think she is every time. It's just hard to describe what I'm trying to say. I don't think that Beatrice is necessarily like the true villain every single time, although I almost wouldn't be surprised if Beatrice being reborn was part of her plan. I mean, she gave up her power, if we're to believe that, in episode 3. So I'm not excluding any possibility of some weird like Death Note level plans, but I'm just strictly focusing on who the identity of Beatrice would be. Beatrice is probably responsible for some killings and some misgivings. I don't know to what degree, because I do still think that Kiri and Rudolph are insanely suspicious, and I think they are doing something almost certainly by themselves. But I don't know how much that overlaps with the story. To me, it feels like Jessica and Rose are the only two that I can really suspect of being Beatrice with like any strong conviction. Kiri, I can kind of make it fit in my head, but I feel like a lot of the red statements are a little bit iffy to me. Yeah, I don't, but Kiri's definitely Rose on the suspicion tier. Like, Kiri would be number 3 right now. I think that Kiri and Rudolph are probably working together on something. I just think the whole wolf and sheep puzzles thing, the fact that Hideyoshi ends up dying when both of them go there to interview him, now to be fair, it looked like both of them died too. That's a whole nother thing. I think that I have a little bit of a suspicion that it feels very like Kino if Hachijo is also Beatrice, because it fits really well. And if Hachijo is Beatrice, is Jessica, like, might be painting the screen white. But, okay. Holy fuck. We are finally done with the theorizing. Only 2 hours wasted. We're finally going to read after almost 2 hours and multiple days of not being on stream. I actually got another drink because I thought that I was going to run out of mine pretty quickly because I would be reading. But instead I've just been talking. So we're going to read, finally. Ugh. Okay. So, we are on Chapter 5, The Source of Magic. I believe in the very last chapter that we had witnessed, we saw new Beatrice, or Egg Beatrice, I think they were calling her, and the Beatrice of the mansion, or the Beatrice of the portrait, had basically come together and talked to each other. That is where we were at. Let me make sure, does this key still work to pop up my notes? I think I have to click into my notes for it to work. Yes, it does. Okay, wonderful. Ugh. Yeah, apparently. I feel like I could have theorized for even more, because it feels like every time... It's kind of nice that I've been talking to my friend about this off stream from time to time, and again, he hasn't played the game either. He's been watching the stream, so he's only up to wherever I'm up to. Assuming he's telling me the truth, which I think he is. That every time I talk to somebody, it's like... I feel like if you played this in a group setting, although it would be fucking insane to get a group of people to play this for like 100 plus hours or something, the ability to have other people like be like, no, but like that doesn't make sense with this, or no, how does that make sense with it? It helps me whittle down my theory, I think, into being something that's more correct. The other thing too, that it is like a Japanese authored game, and not that they're all like this, but it feels like a lot of these types of like visual novels and things have very like convoluted, like insane stories attached to them. But I am also still applying a little bit of like an Occam's razor to it. Even if the events appear crazy, I want the explanation to be like kind of simple, if that makes sense, as hard as that is to say. Because I don't think any like true explanation will be simple, regardless. Also, how funny would it be in this game that if you like AFK on the same screen or something, Beatrice like jump scares you? That'd be kind of funny. She like sets you back to the start. She's like, okay, bro, like you're taking too long. Regardless, let's continue. Back then I was, and I guess I still am, a bit of a klutz. I'd always forget where I'd put things, or intend to lock something, but then forget. I caused a lot of trouble. Huh. I remember how Aunt Natsu used to get mad at you all the time. But eventually Shannon managed to overcome her forgetfulness. Oh, and how'd you do that? It wasn't anything big, but I got into the habit of writing things down. I'd write down wherever I put something important. Oh, sorry. For things that were part of the daily routine, I made a checklist and always made sure to check it. Is this going to relate to the writing the autumn on the playing card or the warranty card thing? So, did you see Beatrice or didn't you? Oh, I didn't see her directly. But, some very strange things did happen. Oh, sorry, I didn't increase the game audio again. Sorry. I always forget. One sec, let me... There you go. She was talking about a certain summer night. It was when Shannon was doing the nightly rounds. From her perspective, it was a ghost story. From the witch's perspective, it was just the story of a little summer's night's prank. Yeah, that the simplest explanation is often the most correct one. Although technically, people misquote Occam's razor all the time. It's that the most simple explanation, which fully describes everything, is the most likely explanation, not that it's just the most simple thing, regardless. But yeah, that's basically kind of what I'm trying to apply in my mind, that it's probably not going to be so overly convoluted as to not make sense, because the more convoluted you're going to make something, the more holes or angles you're going to be opening that it can be attacked from, you know? So, regardless. My little sister, do you understand the anti-magic toxin that humans possess? No. What is that, One-sama? The time of witches has long since passed. Those vile humans who claim to control everything came to deny our existence and possess a strong toxin. Is that toxin harmful to us? It is extremely dangerous. If it got to us, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant. However, one thing we do have in our favor is the fact that our existence is still extremely weak. Because of that, the toxin does not affect us greatly. At worst, it can only transform us into mist for a time. However, we'd rather avoid it if we can, right? Correct. Oh, also, I was going to mention, I think I mentioned this at the end of the last stream, that it would be kind of funny that if Hanyuu was present for the whole thing, like if Featherine was an observer, that the knocking sound that we saw in episode 5 was actually her knocking in the very same way that the torture implement knocking in the chapter 2, I think, of Higurashi. Besides the point. Correct. Yes, I see that you are me. You understand quickly. The older sister appeared to be haughty at first, but perhaps because she was so happy to have met her double and little sister, she was more than willing to teach her anything she wanted to know. The first thing she had taught her was that they were witches, a different type of being than humans. Beato had thought that she wasn't a witch because she couldn't use magic, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. And also, the reason why I wanted to bring that point up, that it could have been funny if it was Featherine or Hanyuu, however you want to refer to her knocking, is that she knocked in Higurashi in the one episode and it was heard by people in the world. It's funny if that would be the exact same thing that happened again in this episode, and it would then also describe why, at certain points, the thing that I put in the notes where they mention, like, oh, humans on this Rokenjima, or there are only humans, you know, like just very weird about saying, like, this Rokenjima, or saying humans, you know, just odd statements, regardless. Beato had thought that she wasn't a witch because she couldn't use magic, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. Then she was taught that witches such as her, unlike humans, were bound by various restrictions. The greatest of those restrictions was the anti-magic toxin possessed by humans. So in other words, we mustn't enter a human's field of vision? Correct. You can think of it as though human eyes radiate the toxin. If they see you, it is the same as your body being burnt. Though they are lesser in extent, being heard or sensed can also result in contact with the toxin. Oh, the voice of this Beatrice? Let's see, actually. This is the downside of not playing with voices. I know that it's unfortunate and people have complained about it a little bit, and you know what? It's a fair complaint, but the voices are a little bit distracting for me and it fucks up my reading, but... So we have, this is the old Beatrice. And then, oh, my apologies, miss. And then this is the new Beatrice. She does talk in a more like I'd say like childlike tone. Okay. So it's dangerous just for us to get close to humans. Wasn't Father a human? Why am I not burnt by Father's toxin? If we stock up magical power and have it acknowledged by humans, that toxin can be reduced drastically. In other words, by having our existence acknowledged by humans, we make them lose their toxin, making it possible for us to appear before them once more. I see. Simply put, as we are now, we can only exist when humans aren't around. We are still very lacking in magical power, which makes us inferior to even a stray cat hiding from humans in the shadows. The main goal of the older sister was to gain a large supply of magical power and be revived as a great witch strong enough to have no fear of the anti-magic toxin. For that purpose, she had wandered around the mansion night after night, striving to regain her magical power and reduce the anti-magic power of the humans. The powerful previous Beatrice, whom she had read about in Featherine's library, had appeared openly in front of humans and had even toyed with them at will. According to her big sister, such a level of power was most impressive. To think that a witch could appear openly before humans and use magic at will. A witch like that would be so great that even I can hardly imagine it. Is that what we will eventually become? Yes. She was like a witch from a picture book, appearing openly before the humans of the mansion and summoning magic and underlings at will. How inspiring. If that is our future, it means that all of our hard work will be worth it. Yes, it will. Anyway, One-sama, what does going around unlocking windows like this have to do with the hard work you're talking about? The other thing that I did want to mention too, at the start of this, was that they mentioned in the very last stream that witch time doesn't necessarily pass the exact same way as in the real world. I kind of joked about it, how it's like in Minecraft you can go through the nether and every one block in the nether is 8 blocks in the real world. I don't know why that's like the analogy that always comes to my mind about it. But that, in that same way, it could be that like the absence of Battler for 6 years is what caused the 1,000-year-old Beatrice, and like what caused the creation of Beatrice was just his absence for the 6 years. Maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be like some insanely like evil thing that a person did. But again, you know, I think I'm a little bit too slow to put together what the sin is. I'm probably like circling the drain on it, but we're obviously not hitting on it. It was the middle of the night. They were following behind servants who were checking the locks on the doors and windows and undoing those locks after the servants thought they had locked them. It felt more like a child's prank than the work of a witch. Heh, this is the path that leads to becoming a great witch. All journeys begin with a single step. To those who cannot understand, that first step may look quite foolish from time to time. However, it is still a momentous first step. With pride as though making the first step for mankind on the surface of the moon, the older sister undid the lock on a window with a click. Do you not understand, my little sister? Can you not see what makes something like this momentous? No, One-sama. I don't really understand. The older sister closed her eyes lightly, smiled, and opened the unlocked window a crack. Cool outside air flowed in, making the curtains flutter. Let us put it in the toxin-filled words of a human. We are not supposed to exist on this island. I shall go further. Right now there is no one in this corridor, and yet the lock has been undone and the window has opened. Can you see how great a miracle, a work of magic, a proof of our existence that is? Even you should understand the coolness of this breeze. I do understand. It's nice and cool. The coolness, the softness of the breeze, and the feeling of the fluttering curtain touching your hair. All of these things show that we truly do exist here. So, by unlocking a window like this, we can leave behind proof that we really did exist. And that is why I unlocked them. Of course, it wasn't just small pranks like opening a window. She could also smash windows and vases or leave behind strange fires and mysterious scribbles. Okay, I keep bringing this up, but the one thing in this game that I'm still hung up on, we still got like some very like logistical problems to solve. Like, who would even know about magic circles to be able to draw them? Who would even have access to the paint? Who would know where like the servants' keys were? I don't want to belabor that point, but that's kind of like underlining everything that I'm thinking about when it comes to Beatrice, that this person has to have a pretty intricate knowledge of the island. Regardless, continue. In fact, one time she actually did play a large-scale prank in the kitchen, piling up kitchenware in an eerie manner and leaving behind a bizarre scribble which scared the servants considerably. It had been a complete success. It had been truly terrifying, and she had succeeded in making the servants acknowledge the existence of magic, weakening the anti-magic toxin. Excuse me. However, she chose to make her presence known by unlocking windows. By doing this, she could release herself from the restrictions imposed by the human's toxins. One day, we will become a single witch and control all of Rokkenjima. When that time comes, we will gain complete freedom and will be capable of stretching our wings as we please. We won't have to be afraid of anyone's gaze anymore. We'll be able to fly wherever we wish, disappear whenever we want, laugh however we like, prank however we like, talk with anyone we want to. Humans might ask things of us from time to time. They might fight with us or play with us too. What wonderful things for us frail creatures, who cannot appear before anyone to look forward to. Right now, they are a little more than pranks. However, as they pile up, proof that we exist will begin to gather. It's also interesting that she mentions it as pranks. Pranks feel like something that would be much more like you would do as a child. All I'm saying, bro, it's Jessica, bro. Okay, I can't see the forest from the trees anymore. The servants already call me the witch Beatrice, master of the night, and are beginning to believe in me bit by bit. The more they believe, the more those humans will lose their anti-magic toxin. I see. So this means that Father has no anti-magic toxin. And that's because he truly believes in the existence of the witch I am without any doubts. I finally realized that, though I'd thought him to be cold, Father did possess a kindness that couldn't be seen. I'd like to become a great witch and appear in front of everyone soon. Eventually we will be able to appear openly in front of anyone. By doing that repeatedly, we will make people believe in us, and eventually we shall display even our magic for all to see. After that happens, we will descend upon Rokkenjima as the great witch you told me of. Ah ha 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 ha, she says. The logic of the witch side is very interesting. It keeps me entertained. It does sound credible in a way. When humans are warned that they're about to enter a famously haunted place, a hot spot for ghosts, they're likely to start yelling, "Ghost! Ghost!" at the drop of a hat. That's right. All phenomena are fundamentally neutral, indifferent, and dull. If one wishes to have them be accepted in a certain manner, they must first create a suitable environment. If a person has charisma, people will interpret what they do in a positive way even when they screw up. I see. I guess in that sense, the Beato's small efforts aren't for nothing. If it were just the mansion's locks being undone, everything could be resolved by saying that someone forgot to lock up or that it was some kind of prank. It is the rumors of a witch wandering around them. I love this track, by the way. I don't want to cut it off the reading, but holy fuck, I love this track. It also gives me a weird, a Pokemon, mystery dungeon vibe. I don't know why. It is the rumors of a witch wandering about the mansion night after night that give form to the existence of the witch. An environment was established such that if anything strange happened in the mansion at night, it would all be viewed as the work of the witch. I get it. If things reached a point where no one questioned that logic, it would mean the same thing as a witch existing in the mansion at night. Well, yeah, they want to create the perception of one being. After the Beatos finished their mischief of unlocking and opening the window, they enjoyed the coolness of the wind and the brightness of the moon, then became gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. There was no way of knowing whether the window they had opened had actually been opened by them. The servants might have forgotten to lock up, or one of the family might have opened it after the servants had locked up and forgotten to shut it again. Or maybe someone had played a prank. In the same way that none of those possibilities could be denied, it was also impossible to deny the possibility that a witch really had opened a window to enjoy the night breeze. An outcome without an observer can possess an endless number of ways in which it might have occurred. Oh god, here comes the QM talk. Those humans who can only conceive of a single possibility are unable to imagine anything. However, people who believe in the possibility of a witch can imagine that it was a witch's prank. When that happens, the scene of the Beatrice's prank that we have just seen is etched into the fragment as a fact. That's one of the foundations of magic. Decorating the process. Yeah, dressing it up. White lie. Embellishment. With just a little magic, even a mass-produced stuffed animal can be reborn as a wonderful, unique stuffed animal filled with a mother's love. If you doubt it, it will be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. If you believe it, the magic will become the truth. Not all magic is bad. Maria was right. Good magic exists too. Well, yeah, that was kind of the whole point of the early chapters, right? Was that magic was meant to be something that was good to start with. The power to repel evil magic may be necessary for a child of man. However, it is a part of the love of the human world not to burn away and defile love-filled magic. Well, good magic is the only kind I'm willing to allow. For all other kinds, the best remedy is to deny them and burn them away. A typical answer for a child of man. Getting back to the point, what all this tells me is that the ghost Beatrice, who is called the ruler of Rokenjima's night, doesn't really exist. It's nothing more than a general term for any inexplicable occurrences that took place in the mansion at night. In other words, Beatrice isn't the name of a person, it's the name of a phenomenon. Interesting. I mean, we kind of had mentioned this before, that the magic in this game had sort of been described, for lack of a better verbiage, I'm sure there's a better actual word for this, but like a god of the gaps type deal. That Beatrice just existed to fill in the cracks in a theory, to make it seem complete, when in reality there was no reasoning or there was nothing that was truly visible to us. It was just made to appear as though it was more complete than it was. If anything bizarre happens, it all becomes the work of the Golden Witch. Any environment in which there could be a witch is, in fact, Beatrice itself. That all piles up until we reach 1986. So I think what they're also saying here, this could be, what Angie is positing could go back to one of the very early theories that I had earlier on, that it's potentially that Beatrice is not actually like a specific given, like one individual, but more so it could be that, there is like a prototype. I worded it as a possession early on, but it could be more so that if a certain person carries out a certain order of tasks, that they could become Beatrice. Or, what I was also saying earlier in this stream, that if there was people that was aware of this condition that had been set, or this belief of people being able to pass things off as being Beatrice that weren't actually, that you could act in such a way to pass off your killings as though being Beatrice despite you literally just killing people. If that makes sense. Kind of what I was saying earlier with how Battler was saying that whoever the true Beatrice is, if we can even say true Beatrice, if what Angie is saying is true, that would mean that if there is a true Beatrice, that person is, whenever they're the ones that do killings, it's to convey a message of some kind. It's to make Battler realize something, but that there might be other people who pose as Beatrice or who use the legend of Beatrice as a tool for their own devices to pass off the killings as things of the epitaph or the killings of a witch, because it benefits people to not investigate the killings as though a person actually did them, but as a witch. I follow. That all piles up until we reach 1986. This is the veil that the true culprit is hiding behind, and the person hiding behind it is, without a doubt, one of the humans. Let us say that this holds true at this point in the witch's tale of the past. However, I doubt you can use that argument alone to fight all the way through 1986. Ridiculous. Someone obviously must have forgotten to lock up. Well, you may say that, but this isn't just something that happened once or twice. In other words, you're a klutz, a fool, and a moron of a servant who forgot to check not just once or twice, but many times over. Shannon isn't the only one. That same window was always open, even when other servants did the rounds. Interesting that they mentioned that same window. I'm gonna put that in the notes, that the window that was... My fucking mic cable, I don't know how it keeps like getting bunched up and like laying on top of my keyboard. It's fucking pissing me off. Whatever window it was that kept being opened by, air quote, Beatrice, was the same window every time. Not that that's of great importance, but there might be something to it, I dare say. Sorry, all my windows are all on top of each other because I accidentally opened Discord, and oh my god. Yeah, Mom even asked me if I'd ever left a window open in the hall at night. I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but she still got pissed. Sheesh. I'm sure Beatrice wanted to gaze at the moon. Ugh. It is a bit creepy to have that happen over and over at the same window. And that time where the kitchenware was piled up in the kitchen with a creepy magic circle scribbled there, that sounds even more freaky. Yes. They said it was an eerie magic circle drawn with something like blood. Ever since then, people have been scared to patrol the kitchen. Wait, pause. So we have evidence of magic circles prior. There was a magic circle. I'll pop this up. Yeah. On an unrelated note, I sent my keyboard top case for my birthday. Well, it was like 2 weeks after my birthday. I sent it away to get like Cerakoted because I wanted to get I just didn't like the colorway and blah blah blah, whatever. I wanted to get the top of it coated. I sent it away and it's been like 2.5 weeks. I still haven't had a response back from the people, and they said they'd need it for a little bit more than a week. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe someone stole my top keyboard case. Congrats, man. You stole like $20 worth of aluminum. Congrats, I guess. I don't know. About the case of the eerie magic circle in the kitchen, who witnessed that? Well, it wasn't me. I think I heard about it from a servant kid who quit. I wasn't on duty that kid. That's interesting. So, apparently, the circle in the kitchen was seen by a servant who had quit. A servant kid, I will put. Kid who had quit. That is a little bit of note. Then there you have it. They're going to say that this person was the one that it never happened, or this person was the one that drew it, or blah blah blah. In the same way that stories about popular haunted locations become exaggerated, you servants like to have a little fun telling ghost stories about the mansion at night, don't you? By doing that, you speak as though the witch exists and infect others with that belief. So all the eerie things that were supposedly done by Beatrice are either the result of coincidence and accident, or completely cooked up stories that people fabricated for fun. Is that what you're trying to say? Exactly. Of course there's no way Beatrice exists. Ugh, Beatrice exists. I'm glad you understand so well, Battler, just totally ignoring Maria. I imagine there does exist some human person with that name, or else multiple specific or non-specific people who acted under such an alias. However, this golden witch Beatrice that we hope and fantasize might exist is completely and unequivocally impossible. Beatrice exists. I've met her. Oh? Could you tell me about that in detail? You met Beatrice, and did she show you magic or something? Sorry, I gotta raise my mic again. It keeps fucking... Ooh, as Maria has her little fit. I see her all the time, every time I come to Rokenjima, and she always shows me fun magic. I'm glad that we have Maria kind of coming back to front and center. I've had a theory about her being an accomplice of Beatrice like the entire time, and she's kind of taken a back seat. Sorry, the hiccups a little bit. I'm trying to wait for the hiccup. I can feel the gas bubble, or like whatever it feels like. Okay. Denying the existence of the witch would always have the immediate effect of infuriating Maria. However, Erika, who didn't know how to avoid this topic or had challenged her head on, but no matter how Maria tried to smooth over the matter of Beatrice's existence, she stood no chance of defeating the ruthlessly intelligent Erika in an argument. George and Jessica hurried to calm Maria down, but Maria's anger could not be settled by this point. Good. So she showed you magic. Could you explain in detail what kind of magic? She would always use magic to give me candy as a present. Beata can create candy with magic. Are you sure she didn't just take it out of her pocket? No, she didn't. It was magic. It was incredible. Tons of candies poured out of an empty cup. Wow, that's some awesome magic. That's right, that really would be magic. Yeah, it was magic. It really was empty. I checked inside it myself. Excuse me? What do you mean you checked inside it? Give it a rest, Erika. She's just a kid. Anyway, Erika, would you like some more She's obviously speaking a lot quicker than me. No, thank you. I'm having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. You outsiders can stay out of this. You'll have to tell me in more detail, Maria. What do you mean when you say that you checked inside it? Fortunately, we have right here with us a teacup that's just been overturned and emptied. Will you do me the favor of recreating the circumstances for me right now? Let's see it. If you would, let's see it. After holding the cup of black tea, which she had just overturned and was still dripping upside down over the table, Erika slammed it down hard and slid it over to Maria. Erika's eyes glowed repulsively, like those of a snake about to snap up a frog. Those eyes were ice cold and had a madness in them that made one want to avert their gaze. On the other hand, Maria was glaring furiously, her whole body shaking uncontrollably in the greatest expression of anger that a human can manage. The look on her face was frightening, not at all something one would expect to see on a 9-year-old girl. Stop it, both of you. I'll show you what Beatrice did, just like this. She took the empty cup, and she put it upside down on the table. Yes, and then? Did she then immediately lift it up and candies flowed out? Incredible. That really would be magic, if it happened that way. Battler and the others tried to get between the two and calm them down, but it was no use. The two violently pushed aside the others, The two smallest people in the room pushed aside the others, that makes sense. And, glaring at each other from so close that their foreheads banged together, they repeatedly slammed down the upside-down cup on the table. The sound of their foreheads banging together and the cup being slapped down shattered the barrier between reality and an illusion. And everybody died. A blood moon. It is magic. It is magic. Beato used magic to make candies appear. The reality, the whole story of this game is actually just the loss of, like, her childlike whimsy. And finding out... Oh, I hit my mute key, and finding out that things like this don't exist. And why don't you reproduce it for us? Founder of Mariage Sorcier and Witch of Origins, Maria! Lady Erika, this opponent is not worth your time. This battle is not worth fighting. Shut up, ball-jointed murder doll. Alright, how do you claim that the overturned cup was filled with candies? Just turning the cup over won't make the candies come out because you have to use magic to make them come out. Beato can use magic because she's a witch. Oh yes, magic, she used magic. How did she use magic? Did she swing a magic wand and tap the cup to make candies pour out? No, that can't be it, right? Right? Beato is a witch, so she used magic. Magic is when you say an incantation and cause a miracle. You can't use the magic that makes candy unless you say the incantation. Oh, sure, understood. Good, yes, good. Let's see this incantation. Let's see this magic. Come on, what kind of incantation would a witch use? What kind? Come, try to picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candies. Try to picture such a wonder. Oh? And then what? Look, the inside of the cup is filled with candy. Maria grasped the overturned cup so tightly that it nearly cracked, and slowly lifted it up. Then, from the inside, as many cute candies as the cup could hold poured out. Maria looked at Erika with a full smile, as though saying, "That showed you." Good. Is this what you call Beatrice's magic? Delaner! Beat her to death. As you wish. I won't let anyone deny Beato's magic. After all, magic is magic. Magic is impossible. You might be telling a lie about something that never happened. Okay, well, I'm gonna... You might be telling a lie about something that never happened. Someone's fucking on the bed springs again in the background. You can hear the fucking in the track. Yeah, no, Erika really just entering her full Reddit mod era. Can't let a kid enjoy Santa Claus or enjoy magic. Sorry, I'm just writing a note real quick. A repetition, because I can't speak. A repetition has been requested. Failure to respond will be a violation of Nox's 7th commandment. I'll respond. This is the truth. This story really happened. Okay. This story really happened. This wouldn't have anything to do with a trick in the actual cup or table, making this just a sleight of hand, right? That would be against the rules, wouldn't it? Hidden devices and tricks are in violation of Nox's 3rd commandment. However, if and only if foreshadowing has been presented, these are permitted by Nox's 8th commandment. Nox's 3rd commandment prohibits hidden doors and devices that have no clues pointing towards them. However, by presenting foreshadowing and clues that point towards the existence of said devices, Nox's 8th commandment allows them to be used. They had no tricks like that in them. It was just an ordinary table and an ordinary cup. So it's magic, not a trick. Understood. By Nox's 9th commandment, Lady Maria's account of witnessing magic is permissible. Ahahahahahaha. That's right, with the 9th at least. Observers are always allowed to speak their personal opinions. Otherwise, mysteries when the culprit is dressed up, or the culprit is seen dressed up as a woman and it's written, "I was a woman," would all be disqualified, or "I saw a woman." Interesting. Sure, that's fine. Claim that you saw magic all you want. All truths are nothing more than claims, so I'll make a claim separate from yours and smash right through yours. That is the detective's duty, and the time we shine the most. God, she's actually terrible. You can't break through this. This is magic. Since it is magic, only witches can use it, right? That's right, only witches can use it. So if a human like me could use it too, that would mean it isn't magic, right? You can't use it. Only Beato can use magic. Good. Then why don't I show you? I'll make candy appear from out of this empty cup. I'd like to see you try. Impossible, impossible, useless, useless. There's no way a human can do it. Then please, 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 just relax and watch. Okay, here we have an empty cup. Is that okay? It is, isn't it? Then we turn it over on the table like this. I need a CG of just a cup upside down on the table. Anna Kendrick doing the cup song. Let it be known that this fight has no point. True. Thank you for telling me that this is just the filler chapter. Okay, I'm going to say the incantation for creating candies now. In fact, why don't we say it together? Come, try to picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candy. Try to picture such a wonder. I wonder if that like rhymes or something in the Japanese version, because it kind of just sounds... Stop! Maria, why do you close your eyes when you say the incantation? Why not witness the miracle of magic? Humans are stained by the anti-magic toxin. If a lowly human saw it, the miracle of magic would be wiped out of existence. That's why there's a rule that says lowly humans have to close their eyes. Oh god, I didn't know this was a fucking thing. What? Okay, well even more so now we have just a total... Well, I'm deleting the red and blue statements I wrote down. What the fuck? Come on, Maria. Apparently. As a rule, humans have to close their eyes when using magic. Oops. Sorry, that was my glasses rubbing against my pop filter. This makes me wonder if there's any things that we can... All I'm gonna say, this is the only thing that comes to my mind, okay? And it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It could be entirely wrong, could be entirely coincidental, you know? Jessica did get blinded in episode 3. That's all I'm saying. I see. Okay, I understand the protocol used by humans performing magic. In other words, not once have you ever witnessed the moment the magic happened. Isn't that right? Look, it's done. Please, lift up the cup. After all, I've used the magic to make candies appear. There's no way someone who makes fun of witches could use the candy magic. Then if it actually did work, all the better. After glaring at Erika with the utmost of malice, Maria slowly stretched her hand out towards the overturned cup. There was no way that Erika, someone who made fun of witches like this, could ever use magic. There was no way that there'd be candy there. So, how's it look inside? In there, in a cute wrapper, lay a single candy. Well, that's not a lot of candy, that's one candy, but... See? This is magic, right? Erika smiled gently. A look of disbelieving shock rose in Maria's eyes, along with envy for this person who could use the same magic as Beato. Holy fuck, that's actually just torturing a poor fucking kid. Erika, you can use magic too? See? It's magic, isn't it? What I did there. Yeah. So in other words, Erika smiled pleasantly. She and Maria had finally reached a deep understanding. You're a moron! Well, you had your eyes closed. I just lifted the cup up and tossed a candy in. Call that magic. It's just a third-rate trick. There's my blue truth as the detective, and now as the witch of truth, I present to you my red truth. Your so-called candy magic is nothing more than sleight of hand, a mere trick that the fake witch calling herself Beatrice or whatever claimed was magic. I mean, seriously, did you really get fooled by such a dumb trick? And now this is where Maria's gonna hit the counterattack that I just said. And she's gonna go, oh yeah, but it wasn't just one candy, it was like 408. The magic your perspective speaks of can't be trusted in the slightest. Everything you ever thought was magic was just a trick that you didn't get. There's no way there's such a thing as magic. There's no way magic exists. Maria's getting like shot with the balloon and she just dies. Huh? But putting the candy in this cup might have been your sleight of hand, but that doesn't prove that Beato's magic was also a sleight of hand. For you. However, you can't prove that it could only have been done with magic, you rotten stuffed animal. Who's gonna step in? Ladies, ladies. Ladies, stuffed animal, ladies. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Are we about to get the kill shot? Know that this meaningless battle ends here. You damn scraps of paper. Why'd you have to butt in at the good part? That is enough. Lady Maria has been shown that the magic which makes candy appear in a cup could possibly be a trick that she misunderstood to be magic. Therefore, her claim that it was magic is dismissed. So this is Delander stepping in and saying that, like, you don't need to, like, reveal the process, because the result is no longer clouded, as she said in the last chapter. However, it might really have been magic when Maria saw it. Just because it can be done by a sleight of hand doesn't disprove magic. Well done, Lady Erika. Congratulations on crushing Lady Maria's witch illusion. It's also kind of funny, too, because she sort of just cucked everything that Erika wanted, because Erika literally just wants to, like, intellectually dominate people, and now she got denied of that fact. Witch illusions are an attempt to make others acknowledge the existence of magic by claiming that something would be impossible without it. That is the attack used by witches. If someone can argue back and say that it would be possible without magic, the witch illusion is defeated, and the witch must retreat. The magic that Maria claimed to have seen had the possibility of being a trick, so it was unqualified to be acknowledged as magic. That was the only result, or only the result of this battle. It was still too early to bring the fight into the domain of denying everything else Maria believed in, the existence of Beatrice, witches, and magic. However, battles will always end instantly when your opponent surrenders. Erika had wanted to hit Maria with everything at once, defiling the witch and magic she believed in, and crushing it without a fragment of compassion. Just one more step and I'd have been able to take a heart as pure and smooth as the smoothest sand just after a wave is pulled back and tear it to bits. What a shame. This isn't any fun anymore. Are you satisfied now? Ouch! Ow, ow, ow! Erika grumpily punched the arm of Delanders that was restraining her. However, that cold, hard, marble-like arm just made Erika's hand hurt. Diplomatic immunity. Okay, what? Are you a fucking... Are you a diplomat from the Golden Land? What is this? This battle is over. For your attention, diplomatic immunity accepted. Know that this fight is childish in the extreme. Tartar sauce. That's very interesting. How cute, Prez. Karar, is that you? Either that or whoever you are, you have a very similar overlap. Did you say something? She did not. Let us withdraw. Lady Maria is no match for you, Lady Erika. There is no need to pay any attention to small fry such as this. You're right. How childish of me. Tearing a kid's dreams apart. Wow, you can actually... I mean, she's not sorry, but... I'm really sorry, okay? I apologize for my momentary lack of elegance. Hee. Let's go. Erika's group turned their backs on Maria, who was still crouching down limply. However, as detectives in famous mysteries have always done in the past, Erika clapped her hands, stopped, and turned around. Oh, that's right. Your thoughts. All it takes is the presence of an overturned cup, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furuto Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Erika's merciless words gouged themselves into Maria's heart once more. Cackle, 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 cackle. And another laugh. Erika left, leaving an evil laugh behind her. After bowing to Maria and Sakutaro, Delaner left too. Gertrude and Cornelia followed suit. After that, only Maria and Sakutaro were left in the lonely Golden Land. And it started to rain because Maria's probably crying. Oh no. Where are you? Beato is a witch. Where are you? Beato is a witch. It was magic. It was magic. It was magic. Beato used magic to give you candy. You don't need to doubt that. Where are you? Please believe in Beato. You know that magic can't bear fruit unless you believe. She starts crying. In the middle of an ice-cold drizzle, which had started falling at some point, Maria sobbed. Trying to at least protect her from the rain, Sakutaro used his large sleeves to cover Maria's head, and stayed there by her side. Okay, let's go, Maria. Let's play cards together in the room upstairs. Erika, as an adult, I cannot condone that conversation just now. My apologies. I'm still just a kid after all. After seeing that wonderful candy magic brutally insulted by Erika, Maria had been crying this whole time. I started noticing it at the quiz party after dinner, but your personality is screwed up. Is this fun for you? Are you enjoying tearing a little kid's dreams apart? But please stop, Battler. Please, for my sake, don't push any further here. Please, for your sake. Excuse me? Your sake? The fuck does your sake have anything to do with this? Shannon, who had been looking flustered, bowed her head deeply and implored Battler to stop. George, who didn't want Shannon pressured, fell in line. Let's go. Let's spend this year in the cousin's room, too. We can watch TV and play cards. I've heard that Erika has her own room. Wow. How cute, Prez. Thank you for following. I'm assuming that is you, Karar. Thank you. Shannon, please guide her. Oh, no need to bother yet. I'll relax down here for a little while longer. I want to savor it a bit. What the hell are you trying to savor? Battler and the others could no longer hide their irritation. They had no obligation to entertain their uninvited guest any further than this. Erika herself understood perfectly well that no place would welcome a detective. Battler and the others wanted to leave, and Erika wanted to stay. Neither had any desire to stop the other. Jessica urged Maria, who was still crying, to come along. Yo, what's up? Then Maria stopped and spun around. And she called Erika a slur. Fuck you! Got a problem? Yeah. They do exist here and there. Humans that are practically lumps of the toxin that doesn't believe in magic. Is this not English? They do exist here and there. Humans that are practically lumps of the toxin that doesn't believe in magic. Okay, I see what it's saying, but yeah, I saw a few friends playing it. It looks pretty good. It looks interesting. I thought there was gonna be more than 8 final bosses, but it's good that it sounds nice. If it ever goes on sale, or is it on like Game Pass or anything, I'd probably play it then. But I don't think I'd ever play it if I had to pay for it. As bad as it sounds. There are many boys like you in my class. They don't believe in witches or magic or miracles or happiness. You can't become a witch if you let the toxin of people like that burn you to ashes. I may not look it, but I'm Beatrice's disciple. That's tragic. It's not on Game Pass. I guess it makes sense. It's not really anything to do with Microsoft. I'm the apprentice witch of origins. Maria, who had been sobbing until a second ago, seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. She laughed. No. Cackled eerily. Really? How'd you snag a deal like that? That's not bad at all. Battler's group stiffened up at this sudden change, but Erika was watching calmly. Then she smiled and gave a small nod in response. Good. You're not a bad opponent. Good night, Miss Maria. Let's fight in a more satisfying game next time. Sure. Let's. It's a promise. You stop that too, Maria. Come on, let's go. What about you, Shannon? You can play cards with us if you want. Come on, join us for at least one round. It'll cheer you up. Then just for a bit. Shannon couldn't remain in this suffocating lounge any longer either. In part apologetic and in part trying to escape, she followed after Battler's group. After that, Erika was the only one left in the lounge. Still wearing a thin smile, she tapped the glass with her finger. Oh wait, do I have a glass here? No, I don't. Fuck. I don't want to say this word because it could be taken out of context, but I don't want to say it. There was a light chink, a surprisingly boring sound. Even so, Erika wore a thin smile, as though pleased. They couldn't say clink of like a glass. Come on. Like, I have like a salt shaker here. I can do like a, or like a, I don't have another thing made of glass though. Whatever. Oh ho ho, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just in the bath. Oh, where is everyone? You just missed them. They went upstairs. I'm the one who called you here. I've heard that you know a lot of theories, or a lot of stories about Akuji Kijima and the Witch of the Forest. Yes, well, ho 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 ho. They are trivial stories, but I don't mind in the slightest if they're trivial. Would you like a drink to follow your bath? Even I like to be helpful every now and then. Erika stood up, opened the refrigerator behind the counter, and put the ice into the ice pail. And fucking killed Kumasawa. And that's the end of the chapter. Interesting chapter. We might get some more lore about Akuji Kijima, because the only thing that we ever got about Akuji Kijima was like a very, very brief mention in like the first episode, I think. Literally over 100 hours ago. Oh, the lovers, bro. Like the tarot card. Erika. Huh? She's not kid. Somehow I just can't seem to get along well with these young kids, or with the young kids these days. What the fuck? That doesn't make any, that's like the polar opposite of your character to this point. Everyone has been glazing your ass for how good you are with kids. Chill. Hehehehe. You're still pretty young yourself, George. I can't believe I'm older than George, bro. This guy acts like he's old as fuck. This guy's 24. I lapped him by 1. Tragic. Ha. I guess because I've always been the oldest of the cousins. It's always made me feel like I'm not one of the young ones anymore. You're not, bro. You're like predating on Shannon. She was like 14 when you started to have a thing for her. You would have been like 20 and she would have been like fucking 14, bro. You're a creep. Is this new? A new light fixture has entered the game? Fuck yeah, dude. I love when they draw new light fixtures. George and Shannon could be seen surrounded by the rainy rose garden. Though the rain was still pouring down, there was hardly any wind at all. The scant protection provided by the arbor was more than enough to house this secret meeting between lovers. Okay, the other thing too, I might be crazy. I have never heard anything... I've never heard one of these referred to as an arbor. Now, this is probably the correct term for it. I'm not going to say it's wrong. It's probably more correct than whatever terms I'm about to give. But I would have heard this described as like a gazebo, maybe like a patio. Because to me, arbor just... Maybe I'm thinking of like an arborist or something, but that invokes like trees to me. It's just very weird to me that it's a fucking little hut. Whatever. Following that fight with Erika, the group had decided to play some cards for a change of pace. When that was over, Shannon returned to the servant room, and shortly after that, George left the room as well to meet Shannon here at the time they'd arranged. We're gonna watch them propose again for like the 4th time. I think kids around Erika's age have a really hard time accepting themselves. Yeah, that's true. Around that age, most kids are so determined to break out of the shell of childhood that they lash out in all directions with their beaks. Sorry, I said breaks for a second. That didn't make any fucking sense. Only once they manage to break through can they finally stretch their wings and fly high. I was like that too. When I was still inside that shell, I was a weak, deplorable man who didn't deserve any respect. That's not true. No, it's okay. I realize it myself. Back then, I might have been the oldest of the cousins, but I was still a lazy, hopeless man. And it wasn't just with the cousins. At home, at school, I was like that everywhere. I hated being like that. I wanted to break that shell and become a splendid adult like mother and father. But in the end, you did break out of that shell, George. Every time I've met you these past few years, you've grown beyond recognition. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, bro. George is a fucking creep. Because Shannon is like either 18 or 16. I forget exactly how old, but she's one of those two. I think you're right. I think she's 16. I feel like they mentioned it at some point. Like, brother, you are a fucking creep. You are not a good dude. Thank you. Even at the worst, even if we're most generous and we say that Shannon is the same age as Jessica, she still would have been 12, bro. You're not making it much better, okay? Did something cause you to make up your mind? To break out of my shell? Yes. I can't imagine that you grew so rapidly, like a butterfly breaking out of its... Okay, that's a weird... Too much butterfly imagery in this game for you to say that. By just wandering around aimlessly. I thought there must have been some turning point which had made you become so determined. I fell in love with you and grew thanks to the power of love, is what I've told you so far. But the truth is, the turning point was a much more negative emotion. Oh, God. Uh-oh. George? Hello? No way. It's hard to believe that someone who's always as bright and cheerful as you could have negative emotions. Shannon, I bury all my fucking trauma so that I can beat our future kids better. Well, my parents taught me to treat girls well, and I thought that I'd succeeded in living that way. Oh my God, bro, he is gonna give us... Okay, I hope it's not this. Is he gonna give like the... Well, you don't understand, my very first girlfriend, she broke my heart, and even though it was fucking 10 years ago, I'm still not over it. Okay, good. I'm glad that's like the general take, because that's kind of my view too. He's kind of just boring. They kind of talk about him as being a wonderkind, or a wunderkind if you want to do the accent. And he's kind of just a pedophile. But, yeah, I think you're a really wonderful gentleman. But that was wrong. I didn't know how to interact with the opposite sex. Oh my God, here comes the incel George arc. I deified them excessively, and though I always behaved in a gentlemanly ladies first kind of way, I was probably outright afraid of interacting with girls. Okay, welcome to like the 21st century, man. Of course, George had wanted to be around girls as much as any boy might. However, he didn't know how to interact with them, so instead of learning how to interact with ones his same age, he went for ones that are almost a decade younger than him. Wow, good job, George. He wanted to act like a gentleman, avoid being disliked by them, and treat them with care. Of those feelings, only the words treat girls well took precedence. Dude, he's literally, next we're gonna get this one thing, he's like, well, Shannon, you know, if things didn't work out with you, even though you were a decade younger than me, I was really planning on going to, like, Europe, Eastern Europe, or, like, maybe South America, and just, like, you know, convincing some woman to marry me because my family was well off. But she loves me, right? Surely, she's not just trying to get a better life for herself. He's geomaxing, man, you gotta give him some credit. Fucking unbelievable. blossoming into a subconscious fear of women. How'd that lead to a fear? Okay, look, I'm not going to say this is like an uncommon belief. This is like probably something that most people go through when they're like a kid. That you're probably... You go through an age where you're like a little bit younger and you kind of just view... Okay, I'll speak from my experience. I won't speak for everybody. For me, when I was a lot younger, I had the experience... Like when I talk really young, like probably like under 11 or 12, from whenever you start school to probably about almost becoming a teenager, you kind of just view girls as like they're different, but they're kind of just the same. It's only once you probably get to like high school or like late elementary school. For me, by the way, elementary was grade 1 through 8, so end of elementary you're like 13, 14. Until around that age is probably when things start to get a little bit awkward, because now you start viewing them, I don't want to say less as like just being like people who are kind of different than you, but you start viewing them as the opposite sex. So I kind of understand a little bit what he's saying, but I think that the more normal you are, or I shouldn't say the more normal you are, I feel like the normal response to that is, you know, you would interact with women more, you would learn how to talk with women, you would realize that, you know, they really aren't that different from you. Of course, they are different, but they're not that different. Instead, George decided he would snipe a girl, he'd be a diaper sniper and go after someone that's 10 years younger than him because he's a fucking creep. But hey, I'm sure the one George fan that will ever come across this VOD is fucking white-knuckling their desk right now. They're so fucking mad. You might call me a man, or you might call a man like that gentlemanly or late bloomer, or maybe an incel. Dude, I wish the fan translation would. Ridiculous. I was just a coward. Well, at least you know it. Because of that, I started to wonder why I couldn't get a lover if I was so gentlemanly. Oh my god, he's actually like a nice guy's finished last type dude. And I eventually came to the conclusion that all the women in the world had no taste and started to hate all of... Oh my god, he actually is an incel. There's not even... Dude, and this was written in like 2008. Man, this guy was ahead of the curve. That's what a truly pathetic man looks like. So instead of being an incel, I became a pedophile. It was the alternate. Guys, I didn't know how to talk to women. And I realized that being the type of man that's afraid to interact with any woman is really pathetic. So instead I predated on one that was like over half a decade younger than me. I don't understand this line of logic. I really don't. I really don't follow it. Because the funny part is he's saying stuff that's not even like entirely wrong. And then he's just like... Yeah, so my girlfriend is 8 years younger than me. Or she's like either 6 or 8 years... She's 6 years younger than me. You know, she was either 10 or 12 when I met her. And I was 18, so, you know, hey man. It's pretty regular that when you're at the age of graduating high school, you would be dating a 6th grader. Hey man. And I know there's going to be someone out there, this is in the 80s, it's a different time. Don't care. Id gaff. How many years ago was it when I noticed? It started when I was in middle school. At that time, I assumed that I was obviously the most gentlemanly of the cousins, so I would obviously be popular with women. However, reality was completely different. At school, I was pretty much completely hopeless. Far from being a leader, I was the bullied kid who got pushed around by everyone. At the time, I figured I was just a capable and adaptable man who could keep in perfect tune with his surroundings. How stupid. Dude, if only this game was set, like, you know, 10 plus years later, we could have him talking about... So, Shannon, you don't understand. The real point was when I went to Hustlers University. That was the day everything changed. Sure, I might have gained some measure of trust from girls. However, not only was there no one who would become my girlfriend, I didn't even know any girls I could call a friend. Of course, I was a man who always took a step back from girls under the pretense of ladies first. Who would ever want to stand behind such a negative, unmotivated man? It's funny. I didn't even realize this and thought I was a pretty attractive guy. I can sort of understand how you felt. Just because someone puts in a lot of hard work to look attractive to the opposite sex, it doesn't mean it will necessarily work out as they plan. Okay, this is a very true statement. Oh. Has that happened to you too, Shannon? Of course. One time I wanted to catch a boy's eye so much I tried to put on makeup even though I didn't know how to, and embarrass myself. I remember a lot of embarrassing failures. The person that made me finally get over my conceit and open my eyes was you, Shannon. No, it was all of you. Especially when you were 10. I'm sorry, I can't. What was the turning point for you, George? Huh. Envy, probably. Ooh, not a good emotion. That's unexpected. See, this is interesting, too. I wonder if they're going to be... I wonder if they're going to be particular about this. I mentioned this actually in the Curie section, I believe, in episode 3, that there's a very weird... A lot of times people use envy and jealousy interchangeably, but, and I will say, there is a potential that I'm wrong on this, that envy is when you want something that you don't have, and jealousy is when you fear that you will lose something that you do have, is my general understanding of the two emotions. So I will say, I hope they at least I hope they at least, what do you call it? I think the game will use the proper definition of the two, I'll just say. But that's unexpected. But envy for what? Ow, I just punched my fucking desk. I fucking knew that's what it was going to be, dude. I literally was about to say it. I should have said it before I clicked through. I was going to say that he was envious of the relationship that him and Battler had, or that her and Battler had when they were younger. They would have been a little bit closer in age, too, which obviously you didn't like. And now this, we're going to find out some weird timeline that George was actually the one that killed Battler, so. Plot twist. I saw you and Battler having a really good time talking. That made me envious. Me and Battler? Shannon raced through her memories, trying to find a conversation that might have made George envious. Probably seemed trivial to you two. However, it still made me envious. I don't want Battler to hear what I say next, no matter what. Can you promise me? Of course, Battler outside the board is just like, eh? Of course. Also, wait a minute. Battler's the game master of this game. I know all this info is still true, you know, Higurashi memes, but it's kind of funny that Battler's like the first game that Battler controls. He's like, "Damn, George, let me hear you like just degrade yourself about actually how fucking sick and cool I was, and that's the reason why you decided to stop being like pathetic and go after a 10-year-old or something." I don't know, dude. Interesting. You know, the logic is not really logicking to me, but there's something. Of course. ... It's going to be a shameful confession. Still, I want you to hear it. Oh my god, hurry the fuck up, bro. We get it. We already know. Oops, I didn't mean to hit escape. Did I hit escape? Yeah. Only after I've told... Still, I want you to hear it. I want you to hear my... Let me restart. It's going to be a shameful confession. Still, I want you to hear it. I want to hear your answer tonight, only after I've told you about my bad sides as well. Okay, what if she rejects him? Oh my god, the incel rage. This could be the craziest timeline. If he rejects her, or if she rejects him, she's like, honestly, George, that's kind of a... Oh. Had a random thing pop up. Close that. Sorry, I spilt water, so I'm trying to clean up a little bit. Or, sorry, not water. Whatever, I spilled my pop. I'm trying to clean up a little bit. Okay, we're good. Okay, let me hear it. With a smile, but a serious look in her eyes, Shannon nodded. Tonight, she knew what he was going to ask her tonight. George had the right to confess before asking that sacred question, and Shannon had the obligation to listen. Shannon understood this, so she listened quietly. So this is what a witch of theater going peeps in on during her spare time. Stories of love are truly timeless. I never tire of them. However, I do find that maidenly expression of disgust on your face even more charming. Featherine laughed quietly. Angie huffed and looked away, but she quickly realized that this would only entertain Featherine even more, so she tried to act unconcerned. Featherine's my goat. Both Battler and Jessica have always been spirited. No, phrasing it that way is just dodging the point. Let me be frank. Who the fuck is Frank? George looked up at where the moon should be, high above the rain clouds, and spoke. That's what I'm saying, bro. Battler left, and he's like, damn, bro. I mean, like, give him some... give the pedophile his flowers, okay? He's an opportunist at heart, okay? He realized his opening, and he seized it, but, you know, maybe there's some openings he shouldn't seize. George looked up at where the moon should be, high above the rain clouds, and spoke. They were honest words, spoken from George's meek heart. I was a pussy! For a long time back then, I thought of Battler and Jessica as bad-mannered kids. No, let me be... Dude, this guy keeps saying a statement. He sounds like me when I'm doing a theory stream. He can't get to the fucking point. He's just going like, well, I thought that Battler and Jessica... No, let me be more specific. For a time, I thought they were bad... No, let me be more direct. No, so... When I saw you when you were 10, it really... No, let me be more... Like, chill, bro. Just say what you want to say. I thought even the way they talked was vulgar. It's true. I don't mind if you hold me in contempt for that. I don't. People are allowed to think anything they want inside their hearts. In fact, I think you were all the more commendable for not letting it show on the outside. Okay, you know what? Look at Shannon, man. She's also, you know, she's blinded. Because she's actually making a good point. It is kind of nice. There is an honorable quality to someone who can think one thing but not necessarily wear it on their sleeve. Also, that is... Also a bad thing in some situations. Sometimes you probably should say what you think, but regardless, this is not one of those. Thanks. I secretly looked down on those two. I was so conceited that I truly thought I was just overflowing with gentlemanly charm compared to them. Well, I mean, if we're going by like 83 gender roles, I think you would, or 86, whatever this was, I think you'd probably hope that you were more gentlemanly than Jessica. You could probably say well-mannered. I don't think gentlemanly necessarily applies here, but... I was at that age where having a girlfriend felt like a necessary condition for becoming a real man. I truly believe that no girl could fail to admire a gentleman who treated girls as well as I did. Dude, he actually is just a nice guy's finished last. So I really did assume that the girls I knew were attracted to me. I thought that Battler and Jessica, who always joked around and spoke in a rude, vulgar fashion, would never be able to get a boyfriend or girlfriend. I might have used that argument to distract myself when I still couldn't get a girlfriend. I was a fool. They weren't inferior to me at all. I was the inferior one, with my deification. I thought this said defecation, I'm not gonna lie to you. My deification of the opposite sex and my fear, which I hid under the guise of ladies first. That's been Battler's and Jessica's personality from the beginning. True, they were rude, and one couldn't have called them gentlemanly or ladylike. However, they did have the power to interact without worrying about their sexes. In fact, you might even call that their charm. I sort of understand. People like Oni-chan and Jessica can get along with anyone, whether that person's a boy or a girl. Apologies to George Oni-chan. Fuck, I said this honorific when I didn't need to. Ugh, cringe. But guys who try too hard to act like a gentleman, I find them... Thank you, Angie. Angie shooting up the tier list. She was already near the top and she's shooting back up. Angie stocks have never been higher. Bye, bye, bye. It's like they have delusions about women or something. Yeah, I really do wonder if Ryukishi was trying to make us, like, feel bad, but, like, it's really not working. Like, it's just kind of pathetic more than anything. It's like, man, I really was a pathetic loser. Feel bad for me. It's like, I don't know, man, you were kind of just like a pathetic loser. But hey, man, good for you. People respect it when someone they're distant from is boring and harmless. It's really weird, too, because it almost seems as well like he is aware. Well, no, he's definitely aware that he's boring and pathetic because he's presenting the opposite side of the argument with Angie and with the other characters as well, too, at the very same time. So it's kind of funny, but... Again, there is a part that he's speaking about that is like a kind of an interesting point and is actually like a real thing. But the diaper sniping and everything to do with George after the fact, probably not so much. People respect it when someone they're distant from is boring and harmless. I already read this, but I'll read it again. However, they only like that person because he or she doesn't get in their way. No human being would want to deepen their connection with a boring person, like George. Of course. No idiot would want to be friends with an unmoving, unspeaking telephone pole. However, unmoving and unspeaking is exactly what you'd want from a telephone pole. That's it. It seems as though George finally discovered that he wouldn't be viewed as an attractive man no matter how superior he was, and that he had been treated like a telephone pole the whole time. Okay, great. Do something about it? Back then, my conceit was at its peak, so when everyone gathered at the family conferences, I believed that I was the most attractive, and that all the servant girls who played with us were in love with me. And then the day came when I finally realized how pathetic I was. Did I say something inconsiderate then? No, it's the opposite. You didn't say anything at all. My conceited delusion that I was the only one ever reflected in your eyes was crushed. She was 12, or 10 potentially, one of the two. Again, depending on whether Shannon is 16 or 18, so once again, pal. You know, regardless. I've hammered that point enough, it's still just quite embarrassing. Just when did it start? No, it must have started long before then. I only failed to notice because my eyes were clouded with conceit. One day I suddenly realized it. You guys were getting along with Battler and Jessica far better than with me. Playing around and having a good time. Yeah, part of this might have been, bro, that you're out of their fucking age bracket, man. When I was like 12 years old, I looked up to my cousin, who is like 7 years older than me, but we could never talk to each other as equals. What? Like at all, ever. Like, we were chill, but there's no way we were ever on the same playing field. That's probably why you couldn't fit in, bro. Not because you were some conceited dude who was, like, happy or unhappy that all the little 10 and 12-year-old servants were not, like, infatuated with you, but rather that you probably didn't exist on any paradigm that they shared. But hey, it's okay, it's okay. I don't know if paradigm is the right word for that, but yes. Those two whom I had looked down upon so much were radiating far more charm than I was. You really looked like you were enjoying yourself that day. The look on your face was far brighter than any you ever showed me. Sickening, isn't it? I just assumed that you liked me, and even had some childish fantasy that we might end up dating. Based on nothing at all, I felt as though my girlfriend had been stolen from me and let myself feel hurt. Just how pathetic was I at that moment? When that happened, I finally realized how foolish I had been. George. After that stuff happened and Battler stopped coming to the family conferences, but I heard about him from time to time from Uncle Rudolph. Uncle Rudolph cares more than he shows. That is true. I actually do think that he does care more, but I also think he's probably very twisted and evil or has done some underhanded things, maybe not necessarily evil this whole time. Even though he gets in fights with Battler all the time, he always paid close attention to his son's goings-on. Yeah, I've heard similar things. Even Asumu despaired at how alike they were. She was sure that Rudolph's blood was to blame for all the trouble caused by Battler's popularity with the girls at school. And Jessica too. I'd heard that she built up a huge number of friends, both boys and girls, and that she was always the center of attention. When I actually talked with her, I realized that this was no exaggeration. That experience had shown that the two I had looked down upon were much more attractive human beings than I was. At first, I tried to imitate those two. It was pretty ridiculous. I thought that by joking around and speaking rudely, I could get that same charm they had. Hee. You did that. It's a bit hard to picture. It was pathetic. I wish I could forget that time for the rest of my life. In any event, I quickly realized that I would never gain any true charm by imitating them like that. I need like some Zodiac killer type shit to pull up and just like blast him in the head, respectfully. I called it respecting people. I called it acting to fit in with the general atmosphere. But actually I was just running away, and this cowardice was the reason for my lack of charm. I resolved myself to overcome that flaw and be reborn. I finally understood the shell I was in, and I swore to break out of it. Every time my resilience began to waver, I would remember that day. That day I saw you all forget about me entirely and play around happily. And the fact those eyes of yours, which I always assumed were attracted to me, never noticed me at all. Excuse me. I made an oath. And then he became an Oathbreaker Paladin. This time he actually really is a Paladin. You know, he's very virtuous. He's very, very well-mannered, very much, very holy man. This time I would really make you take notice of me, and I would be reflected in your eyes. The truth is, that was the very first emotion, the start of me falling in love with you, so a bad obsession? It must have been complicated. That day I felt a desire for revenge against you all. No, against you specifically, for playing as a group and ignoring me, and before I knew it, that emotion had transformed into true love. However, I swear this to God. Even though that was the reason I first started to take you seriously, there are no lies in the way I feel about you now. I swear to love you for all my life. I will not lie about that for anyone or anything, and I am prepared to take you as my wife, even if it means having the entire world as my enemy. George. That is the confession I wanted to make to you beforehand. Before now I've called you my first love, love at first sight. That was a lie. It was only my selfish, twisted... That doesn't matter. Shannon smiled. She's too good for him. I said this many times before, Shannon, you're too good for him, man. Shannon smiled, but she spoke forcefully enough to interrupt George's words. Is there some rule saying that people can't get together just because they weren't each other's first love? Is it betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with? Love isn't that simple. Well, it might be simple. After all, love is easy. Always, whatever you feel now, only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer. I'm sorry, I feel like this didn't make any sense, or I read it totally wrong. That's kind of what I was thinking at a certain point, but... Is it betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with? Love isn't that simple. Well, it might be simple. After all, love is easy. Always, whatever you feel now, only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer. I think that's just worded oddly. So things of the past or how our relationship started aren't important at all. I mean, I think there's some importance, but then I confess for nothing? No. I'm a bit glad to learn that even George, who's always perfect at everything, has a human side to him. Yeah, fuck, no kidding. And apparently the human side is maybe one that he should have rejected. The only thing he wasn't perfect at was falling in love with a kid. And it makes me happy to know that I'm the only person you've told this to. Thank you. I actually wasn't. You weren't the only person. I've told everyone but you. I was only able to become who I am because of you. Me too. I am as I am because of you, George. So please tell me without holding back. What kind of husband and wife will we be? And what kind of future will we build together? And this is where the Zodiac Killer comes by. Pow! 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 None. No future. When I have you as my wife, I will become an even more accomplished businessman than my father. And I mean, well, he's kind of going like bankrupt right now, so I mean, not a hard bar to pass. And through all kinds of challenges and adventures, I hope to explore the limits of my potential. I want to reach that peak together with you. The view from there will be something no one can show you but me. It sounds fun. I'll be with you wherever you go. Of course, it won't only be an adventure as a businessman. I'd like to create many things. Okay, I don't want to read this if he's gonna... Only a couple can make. Hee. And what would that be? Or what could that be? Oh my god, he is going the angle that I thought. Let's have some kids. I'm reading him in a goofy voice for the rest of this scene. Yes, my husband. I'd like 3 of them at least. At least 1 boy and 1 girl. And what if all 3 were boys? Are boys? Then the next one might be a girl. We can make a 4th one. It doesn't matter how many. Let's enjoy the adventure of bringing them up together. And when those children eventually leave their nest, they'll make us some grandchildren. Before we know it, we'll reach a boisterous old age surrounded by many children and grandchildren. It sounds like fun. I wonder, what kind of a grandpa you'll be? And I wonder what kind of a grandma you'll be. However, I will always keep loving you.
And when we eventually pass away, surrounded by our vast family, our lives will stretch behind us, unmatched by anyone else's.
George didn't just talk about his love in the present. He swore to love her soul until the final moment, when the lids of their coffins would be shut. I'm using the straw man voice. Then George took a small box out of his pocket, and the ring was stolen. Even without opening it, she knew what was inside. He took it out with a motion that was more natural, even than the one he had practiced in the bathroom at the airport. And it was overflowing with charm. Yeah, he really is just the worst.
Sahel,
Yes.
let's get married.
Yes.
Please, take this ring and put it on your finger.
Yes, George. That ring, which glistened divinely even in the dim light of the arbor, passed from George's hand to Shannon's finger. Of course, Shannon had already decided which finger to put it on. The middle finger. Flip him the bird and say, "It's a gift, you're not getting this back."
I swear to resolutely stand against any fate which may attempt to get in the way of our future.
George proclaimed that he would reveal their engagement to the entire family the next day. You both are getting fucking clapped before the next day, I promise you.
My parents might criticize this marriage, however I will not let them stop us. I'm going to inform them of our engagement, not ask for their permission.
Yeah, you don't seem to be the type of guy that would ask for permission, huh?
If Mother says that she will not allow our marriage, I plan to have myself disinherited and we will leave this family together. I have been prepared for that since long ago. I don't really care if I misread his lines. I swear once again to resolutely stand against all fates that get in the way of our future.
George had said it aloud. So Shannon said the same thing. Me too. I swear to stand against all fates that get in the way of our future. And then the sun rose and they burned alive and died. Oh, yep, see? Erika comes in. What a pedophile. Battler, when will the crime start? I've just about had enough of this love show. Thank you. You know what, Erika? For once, I agree. Be quiet and watch. Sure, fine. I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacular bit of foreshadowing slip by. Yeah, you know, I would kind of agree with that, although I would say that I thought his romance scene with Mion and Keiichi in episode 2 was very well done. Maybe I'm misremembering it, and maybe I'm putting it on a pedestal, but I remember it being, like, quite well done for, like, love between two people of, like, around the same age, of being, like, you know, teenagers. I think they're, like, 14 or something. It was like, okay, like, it kind of made sense, but yeah, this is definitely pretty ham-fisted, but it's okay. I'll give him a pass on this one. Sure, fine. I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacular bit of foreshadowing slip by. Do you have no love? Are there any mysteries which accept love as proof? No, there aren't. And that's kind of goofy. You could probably use love as a motive. I don't know what you say about proof, but Erika laughed coldly and stared down at the two on the game board. Battler watched her quietly. Erika thought she felt a touch of pity in his gaze, and she averted her eyes uncomfortably. I do understand more or less. Love can at least become a motive for murder. Hey, thank you. I can interpret this scene beneath the arbor to represent a possible motive for the crime if their engagement is somehow impeded. Then again, no matter how much people talk of love with words that aren't read, it's all just an illusion. Cackle, cackle, cackle. That's very sad. You can't even love anyone without proof given to you by a witch. Please put an end to this frivolous romance talk. I'm your enemy, an awesome eccentric friend of yours, content to engage with your ramblings about love. Based, actually. I can't understand you at all anymore. What on earth did you figure out? Weren't you and Beato always insulting and trying to kill each other? What kind of truth could you have reached to make you change your emotions regarding her? Please don't tell me that feelings of true love have sprouted from your murderous rivalry or something ridiculous like that. Lady Erika, let us have him continue the game's progression. Boring love scenes such as this are best finished quickly. Based. Ah, you've got a point there. Sorry for butting in. Come on, let's move on. Battler's literally just trying to put George down here. We pan back, they're dead in the arbor. It's Shannon. I've come back. The log for today hasn't been filled out yet. Yes, I'll do that right away. Cannon, thanks for keeping an eye out while I was gone. That was a pretty long break. Cannon had already noticed. There was a silvery glint coming from the ring finger on Shannon's left hand. There's no way Genji didn't notice either. He noticed instantly when Battler had the ring in the other scene. Come on. Keep up. Then I will retire. Please do not hesitate to wake me if anything occurs. Good night, Genji. Genji disappeared off to the waiting room. After that, only Shannon and Cannon remained. Thanks for giving me some time. I'll be staying here. Excuse me. So you can take a break now if you want. In other words, it's my turn now. Yeah, sorry, but we aren't going to lose. And I won't lose either. Even though you've always been a coward and let milady take the lead until now, wasn't it you who taught me, Nae-san? What did I teach you? The past is immaterial when it comes to love. The present is all that's important. If that is true, then I think my present is in no way inferior to yours, Nae-san. Shannon and Kennen glared at each other with serious eyes. That period of tension vanished when Shannon chuckled. Yeah, that's good. You and milady have to give it your all. If you do end up together, make sure you build up a relationship wonderful enough that we can cheer you on with all our hearts. Well, you do have a huge lead on me. Nothing to be done about that. That's what you get for your cowardice before now. I know. That is my sin. The only thing I'm gonna say right now is that Jessica having love with Kennen makes me wonder about Beatrice, because the whole point about Beatrice is someone that lacks love, right? That's like what it kind of, or love has become twisted or whatever. And that starts to make me wonder more and more if it makes me doubt Jessica a little bit. And it makes me think more about, excuse me, sorry for the yawning. It makes me think more towards Rosa, whose husband left her. And who's had the inability to have love because of Maria. And Kiri maybe a little bit if we want to entertain the whole Rudolph thing that we were talking about earlier. Shannon and Ken fished around in their pockets and drew out two small things that glittered gold. They looked like the left and right wings of a gold butterfly. What are they, like pennants or something? We are furniture. In order to become human and receive the miracle that allows us to love, we must rely on a miracle of magic once again. To think that her brooch would prove useful. Oh, they have the little... Oh, I remember this, yeah. It's the only magic within our reach. It was the golden butterfly brooch, which Beatrice had once given to Shannon in the hopes of creating love between her and George. Shannon had given it to Kennen, but he had let his emotions get a hold of him and had crushed it into pieces. So when the two wings they held were brought together, it would regain the form of a beautiful butterfly. Then I'll be back soon. After all, they have asked me to play cards with them. So the real trick here is you actually just have to cut that thing up into like 18 pieces so everyone has a little bit of love. Yeah, good luck. I'm sure milady will be happy. It's a bit embarrassing. Enjoy it, that feeling. Kennen left the servant room. He went to go see Jessica and tell her what he had determined to do. Shannon quietly watched him go, and now she's alone in this room, so rest in peace, Shannon. The fragment of the brooch and the engagement ring let off a gold and silver glint. Oh, that takes me back. That's something I gave Shannon, if I recall. I always wondered where that had disappeared to after Kennen stepped on it, but it seems they still had it all this time. That's the golden butterfly brooch, isn't it? I read about the magical brooch that can save a love relationship in Featherine's book. And that had been the first moment that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had met. It's also interesting, sorry to cut myself off, that she mentioned that she read about it in Featherine's book. I'm starting to believe more and more of a connection between the two. And that had been the first moment that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had met with a human and given them her power. Bit by bit, she had ascended from a mere ghost to the ruler of the mansion at night, and by making the servants believe in her, she had wiped away the anti-magic power. And then, it eventually became possible for her to appear openly in front of Shannon, whose magic resistance had grown particularly low and who had begun to believe in the existence of Beatrice. To Beato, who had been unable to interact with anyone for many years, this conversation with Shannon must have been especially fun. That's why I generously gave her the butterfly brooch. Cackle cackle, I was in quite a good mood. It is no common thing for a heartless witch such as myself to be so gracious. But it's wonderful. You brought a pair of future lovers together. Of course, I did not do it to pamper them. It was in exchange for smashing that hateful spirit mirror that had repressed my magical powers. Thanks to that, I was able to regain much of my power all in one go. But then one night, purple lightning smashed that shrine. Those of the surrounding islands called it an evil omen. Omen? Omen? The fucking boss from the World of Warcraft event? The Lunar New Year event? Oh, now that I think of it, that must have been a prelude to Beatrice's resurrection. Kumasawa had the rest of the night off, so she had let Erika talk her into drinking a bit, and was chatting about the legend of Akuja Kijima and Beatrice in a happy, tipsy mood. Erika would nod from time to time, but she listened very closely. She wasn't actually taking notes, but she was gathering the information on the whiteboard inside of her head. She's not like me, man. I'm actually taking the notes in the notepad. Then she frowned as though noticing something out of place and held up her hand. Wait a second. Yes. That shrine was built by a traveling mountaineering ascetic to seal up the evil spirits of Akujikijima. Isn't that right? Yes, that is correct. It was the one who possessed a vast supernatural power and who placed that power within the mirror. Is she gonna get into the whole thing about how it was like Western magic versus Eastern magic, that it's sort of odd because ascetics would be more Eastern magic, and then you had the idea that Beatrice was using Western magic, so why would a seal that was made on Eastern magic have an effect on her? I don't know if she's gonna get into that. That was something that was brought up earlier on. And placed it within the shrine as a sacred mirror to seal away evil spirits. Something feels off about that. Why would a shrine to seal the evil spirits of Akujikijima also seal Beatrice? Well, that's because of the power of the sacred mirror. I see. So, it's this really convenient sacred mirror that works on both evil spirits from the east and the witches from the west. Got it. I'm still not satisfied, but I'll back off there for now. What I don't understand is why Beatrice can't stand spiderwebs. Interesting. It's a fair point to mention. According to the legend, the evil spirits of Akujikijima despise spiderwebs, so is someone afraid of spiders? So they were apparently used as wards against evil on the islands around here. Actually, spiders are a useful bug. The farmers of the island may well have treasured them. It's very possible that the farmers called them wards against evil, tying them to the stories about evil spirits, in order to create a tradition of people treating this useful bug with care through the generations. But that's just the legend of Akujikijima. The origins for the legend of the witch Beatrice came after Ushirimiya Kinzo moved to this island. When rumors spreaded about the mysterious legend of the gold and his mistress who gave it to him as a witch. In other words, the evil spirits of Akujikijima and the golden witch Beatrice are completely different things. And yet the same things are said about them. Well now. That's a very fair point that she brings up, because we already know that the spider webs... It's also interesting that Shannon knows that, right? Now, we could say that's because of Shannon's relationship with Beatrice. But Shannon knew in that one episode that we were presented, when we had like the dupe of canon or whatever, that she knew about it. Because she brought the spider web that was covered to bring it to throw it on canon. There's two ways to view this. We could view it as the idea that somebody learned about the theories of Akujikijima and the legend of Beatrice, and they become basically mashed into one. We could also view it as though the story has been told from the perspective... Like, the weird connection I was thinking is, like, is there a character that's arachnophobic? Because we could maybe tie that back to it. About why Beatrice wouldn't like spiders. It could just be, like, a very big coincidence. But... the evil spirits of Akujikijima couldn't stand spiderwebs, so neither could Beatrice. That sort of reasoning has been applied all over the place. When it was pointed out that this was strange, Kumasawa was lost for an answer. The doorknob to Kinzo's study has a scorpion magic circle drawn on it, which represents a charm against magic and Western sorcery. That's why the Western witch Beatrice can't touch it. I can understand that part. But there's no reason for Beatrice to dislike spiderwebs. I don't remember spiderwebs ever being included among things Western witches can't stand. On the contrary, wouldn't spiders be the friends and minions of a witch? Yeah. Well, in my opinion, those two legends about the evil spirits of Akujikijima and the witch Beatrice, I'm going to say that they've been misconstrued and fused into one is probably what she's going to say. Yeah, exactly. So whoever it is that heard the story has turned like a headcanon and confused them into the same thing, but in reality they were two separate things, which even further proves that Beatrice is somebody on this island. So once again, it could be a representation of a literal belief they have that they are afraid of spiders, so they also took on this reasoning, which was like a reasoning that was present prior that they could use, or it could also be very simply what she's saying, that somebody who heard this tale misunderstood it and fused these two tales together into one. In fact, maybe they've been fully joined together as one. The legend of Akujikijima is a fairy tale created by fishermen fearful of reefs in the Rokenjima area. However, there was no visual image to go along with those evil spirits. Were they people, or monsters, or ghosts without legs? There's no mental picture of them. People are bad at imagining things without visuals. And then the legend of the witch called Beatrice came in. A witch is a lot easier to picture than evil spirits, and on top of that, Kinzo had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed. That was only 2 years ago, though. In other words, the lack of a visual image, which was the one weak point in the legend of Akujikijima, was finally completed. Perhaps the two legends became mixed together at some point after that, so in the last 2 years. Because we know that the portrait of Beatrice was only put up in the last 2 years. The last 2 years is also very important, given that that's probably around the time that Kinzo died, so you would wonder if that was actually in his will to put it up, or if there was some other underhanded means. That someone said they were, like, carrying out his will. Well, I wonder. Oh. It is a bit confusing for an old lady such as myself. Kumasawa laughed to smooth it over, wiping away a cold sweat. She might have seemed confused, but she actually did understand what Erika was saying. In truth, she did have a rough understanding of how the legend of Akujikijima, which had been around before Ushirimiya Kinzo had come to Rokenjima, And the legend of the Golden Witch, the story of the woman who had given Kinzo a vast quantity of gold, had changed over time. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew. Beatrice's backstory, that she hated the spirit mirror and spiderwebs, had actually been based on the ancient legend of Ikuji Kijima. The evil spirit part of that legend had just been replaced by the witch of the portrait. So, if there really was someone claiming to be the Golden Witch Beatrice, I'd really like to ask her whether she actually does hate spiderwebs or not. What happens when she touches them? It is said that witches and their minions receive burns when they touch spiderwebs. So that is probably what would happen, I would say. That's not bad. A splendid witch trial. If the spiderweb touches her and she gets burned, then she's an evil spirit, not a witch. And if nothing happens, then it proves she's just a human. In other words, whether she's burned or not, it will prove that the Golden Witch doesn't exist. The legend of the witch is nothing more than the legend of Ikuji Kijima reboiled with a new face on it. Well, all it takes is the presence of a legend, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furuto Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? I think it's a very fair point to make. Though only the two of them were in the lounge, Erika faced in the direction of an invisible audience. Erika faced in the direction an invisible audience would have been if there was one, and shrugged. And to match Erika's imagination, the two of them actually were there listening in. Spiderwebs? They burn if you touch them? When Bieto, the elder, snapped her fingers, a graceful silver spider slipped down from the ceiling hanging by a transparent thread. Afterwards, only a single silver strand remained. Timidly, Bieto stretched her finger out towards the spider's string, and she touched it. I'm fine. You are? Huh? Bieto the elder lifted up a white pale finger, and after showing it to her little sister, she traced the silver string with it. There was a stench like a single hair being burnt. Once again, she held her finger up in front of Bieto, who was dumbfounded. So, okay. I think the other thing that we can view this as is we can also view this as the old evil spirit idea of Beatrice and them being fused together. So the way that we've had this pictured is that you had like the one in the mansion and you had the legend. And maybe this is supposed to be a symbolic showing that whoever it was that took this took the old Beatrice on the left and transformed her into one on the right. Potentially. There was a thin burn line as though someone had traced across it with a razor. What does this mean? That's what I would like to know. Why are you unharmed? I don't know. What I don't understand is why you do get burnt by touching a spiderweb. I do not know. It has always been like this since I first gained consciousness. Then are you... Bieto hesitated. However, her question was clear. No. I am not one of the evil spirits of Ikuji Kijima. I am Beatrice, ruler of Rokenjima's night. Even I do not know why I have the same weakness as this island's evil spirits of old. Are spiderwebs the one thing you can't handle? As Erika said, I can't touch the doorknob to Kinzo's study. That scorpion magic circle burns me. For me, trying to open the door to that study is like trying to pick a red-hot horseshoe out of a fire. What about you? Huh? Scorpion magic circles? You mean... The older sister snapped her fingers again. When she did, the surrounding scene bent and twisted, and they had suddenly moved to the place in front of the study. And there was the doorknob engraved with the scorpion magic circle. Those who research sorcery must have a refuge sealed off from both human and spiritual disturbances. It is no surprise that Kinzo chose to seal off his study and place a charm such as this here. And unfortunately that affects me as well, as I will show you now. I mean, we know that Kumasawa is a gossip, so it's not too surprising if she just told the stories. I think the way that it could be thought of is not so much that she had an active role in it, but that she maybe told whoever Beatrice was, or whoever Beatrice is, about these stories. And again, the way that I've been viewing it, I've kind of said this before, that Beatrice seems to me to be very, like, childlike in the way that she acts, and I don't think that that's just, like, because she's, like, a immature adult. I think it's that she probably is a child, which, you know, is a little bit of my more biased leaning because of Jessica. And again, you know, all of my theory falls apart if it's not Jessica, but regardless, you know, go with me here. The idea would be that, you know, she might have told these stories to somebody, even if it's not Jessica, regardless, even who she told the stories to, even if it was one of the siblings. I mean, Kumasawa is old. She's probably almost double the age of most of the siblings, or at least like a good 20, 30 years older. So she would have been able to tell these stories to the kids when they were very little, if one of them, as well, one of the siblings, I mean, is actually like the person behind Beatrice. It's probably more likely that she took it, and then in like the childlike imagination, this person who then created an alter identity of themselves that is Beatrice ended up warping this into being, you know, one story. I'd be surprised if she had a more active role, but I get what you're saying with the idea of Virgilia being Beatrice's tutor. As she did, a violent burning sound, unbelievably stronger than the one caused by the spiderweb, rang out. One-sama, are you okay? Your hand, ah! Her hand had been horribly burnt, and Byato couldn't help but avert her eyes. Fear not. This scratch will heal quickly. Apparently it would heal by itself if left alone. The older sister seemed to heal at an inhuman rate. However, it seems that you can handle it just fine. Go. She timidly poked the doorknob. Nothing happened. Okay, this is interesting. And maybe this is because this one is made, but even so, this one is made in the image of Battler, where maybe the idea is that this one isn't a witch, and that's why she isn't affected by this. We'll just say there is a discrepancy in the older Beatrice and the younger Beatrice. They interact with spiderwebs and doorknobs. Younger Beatrice is unaffected by both. I'm adding this to my notes, by the way. There has been some fusing of the Kijima story, along with Beatrice's tale, or Beatrice's legend, to the point where Kijima was probably the groundwork for Beatrice's legend. Hope this chapter's over soon. I gotta go to the washroom. She timidly poked the doorknob and nothing happened. Slowly, she touched it with her entire palm, but she felt nothing but a pleasantly cool sensation. Strange. Though you are my double, you are different from me in several ways. While I might be able to touch the doorknob, if I ever get burnt like you did, I don't think I would heal that easily. It's as though you're a normal human. Yes. Even I find it a little hard to believe that I'm a witch. I can't use magic like you, and I can't get strange burns or heal from them later. Father believed that I was a great witch reborn. Is it just like another homunculus angle? But I cannot believe that. Who are you? I am Beatrice. I was born for father's sake. And you, One-sama? I am also Beatrice. I used magic to give Kinzo gold and later became a soul and the formless witch that haunts this island. Oops, I just punched my pop filter. Just who on earth are we? I love this song too. Unlike me, it seems that you possess a body. Huh? You're a homunculus. Really? Yes. It occurred to me while listening to that Erika person. I'm a witch who can use magic but has no body, and you are a witch who has a body but can use no magic. You're two sides of the story. I said this earlier, that you have the alter ego. You have the person who is the literal human version who can't use magic, which explains why you'd have a Beatrice that's unaffected, and then you have the legend of the person, or the image that the person who is Beatrice is trying to uphold, who has to believe in the story that they've woven, who has to act in accordance with the legend that they have weaved, which is why that Beatrice is affected by magic and has to, blah blah blah. I don't think there's anything inconsistent here. Eventually, perhaps we will become one, each filling in what the other lacks, and become the true, complete Beatrice. It did seem plausible. Both of the Beatrices were missing something. If they were to become one, then surely they would be very close to the Beatrice that Battler desired. Do you want to try? Huh? Hold out your hand. The older sister slowly raised her palm and held it out before Byato. The large burn from a second ago really had started to heal already. It may be possible for us to become one. I want to know as well. By becoming one with you, I want to learn about my future self. Byato also raised her hand slowly, and the two hands touched. And they fused together. Dragon Ball Fusion dance style. But nothing happened. Never mind. Perhaps this meant that while they were fated to become one eventually, that time had not yet come. For me, being burned by spider webs is perfectly normal. However, you didn't even know about it. In the same way, you say that the reason you were born was for your father's sake. Apparently that father is Ushirimiya Battler. I know him as a rare guest who only comes a few times a year, but I cannot understand what connection you and I have with such an infrequent guest. Surely we must learn more about each other. Yeah, you're right. A few times a year is a very weird thing to say there too, by the way. Yeah, you're right. I get the feeling that learning about each other will lead us to something very important. On the other side lies the single future Beatrice. No, it may be more correct to say that this is the true form we are supposed to possess. With their hands still joined, the two Beatrices swore to fill in the parts the other lacked, and regain their single form. Bit by bit, Byato was walking down the path that led to the former Beatrice. Hooray, chapter's over. I gotta go to the washroom. Apparently, as you say, the portrait earrings are missing. I can't confirm or deny because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever paid attention that closely, but I'll just take your word for it. Magic of a different interpretation. Ooh, we're getting very meta. This chapter is also very meta. These last two chapters have been very much so. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Let me move this. I forgot that I was trying to center it to the screen, but I don't know why it lowered it so much. Oops. So let me raise this back up real quick. I'll hide this and we will continue. Oh, that Persona 4 song, Heartbreak. Or Heartbeat, Heartbreak, or Heartbreak, Heartbreak. I forget exactly what it is. Heartbeat, Heartbreak. Whatever, that one. Stuck in my head. Okay, let's continue. Boom, boom, boom. Everything is okay. Everything's unmuted. Everything's where it should be. Wonderful. The eerie sound of the wind and rain. Once again, I hazily regained consciousness on top of the bed. The finger that the witch had bitten off was still attached. I didn't say it was all an illusion, just that it was still attached. After all, the pain and teeth marks as though a witch had bitten it were still there. And yet the window, which I had supposedly smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. How can I escape this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room, all alone? I want to get out. I have to get out. Let me out of here. The door was sealed with a firm chain. Fucking 3D animation ass. I could open it a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. It would probably be hard even to get just a fist through it. The windows wouldn't budge either. They were no better than barred prison windows. The bathroom didn't even have a window. The only thing that could get out through there was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think of any way out of here. Shut in here like this, I was no more or less than a prisoner. I started off the stream really good with my reading. I'm trolling, I gotta reset. Unless someone came from outside to save me, I wouldn't be able to get out for all eternity. At that moment, I heard a knock. In that case, couldn't I just call for help? Yes, the tiny gap I could make in that door had to exist so that I could call for help. But could I make the words come out? I had tried to call out for help before, but for some reason the words couldn't escape my mouth. I might have made some kind of mistake. I might have just lost my voice in my haste and confusion. I cracked the door open one more time. The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. I was sure that everyone was in a room at the other end of the hallway, chatting happily about something. If I could just call out, someone would surely come to save me. Ha! Ha! Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. But the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath, unable to call out in the slightest. Even though I could say as much as I wanted if I just grumbled to myself inside the room, whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I choked and was unable to say anything. I understood. My body wasn't the only thing imprisoned in this eerie locked room. My voice was as well. Thinking that I could use some other kind of sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. It did sound as though it was making a noisy clanking sound, but I was sure it was no good. Even this sound was imprisoned within the locked room. No matter how harsh a sound I made, I was certain it would be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reached the other end of the corridor. I tried using that hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone, but that only deepened my despair. This chain. That's insane. Even though just a second ago it was a stiff chain that looked like it was used to seal a monster away, at some point it had transformed into a normal chain lock. This changed everything. Now I could just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo the chain, but I still couldn't pull it off. The chain not being long enough for that while the door was still open a crack. Of course. Calm down. I swallowed and calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw that the chain had slackened enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. However, that was a long time ago. I could unfasten them normally now. Why do I remember someone in particular saying they hated chains too? I don't know if I'm making this up in my head, but anyone could. It was easy. Clink. At that moment, that terrible thought, that the demon who had locked me in this room might have been using this as a trap to give me hope and then make me despair even more, finally stopped taunting me. The chain lock unfastened, and the chain dangled there right before my eyes. Now there was no lock sealing this door. Please don't torment me anymore, and just open normally. Slowly the door opened. I had closed the door in order to undo the chain, so the warm light from the hallway had been cut off. What if I opened it again and that warm light was gone this time? I was even afraid of that. However, that was just me over-imagining things, slowly expanding before my eyes. No, this is normal for a door. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed locked room finally opened. I did it. Even my cry of joy was strangled. But that didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was that I could get out. I poked my head out and looked left and right down the corridor. The warm corridor. I can sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Now, when they say at the end of the other corridor, are we in this looks like the mansion. This doesn't look like the guest house. So I'd imagine this is the mansion. But I don't know if any of the discussions in the mansion were ever fun. I can sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Let's go right now. That moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. It was as though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing, at some point, a thick metal collar had been fastened around my neck. When had this happened? And when I turned around, I despaired even more. From the inner side of the door I had just opened, a thick chain extended, which was connected to my collar. I pulled on it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. What the hell? The chain that connected to my cellar was attached to the inner side of the door. Yes. The same heartless chain that had secured the door a short while back had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That's insane. It's insane. Damn it, what's going on here? I pulled with all my strength trying to tear the whole door off, but I already knew from repeated experiments that it wouldn't even budge. I was sure this chain would disappear once I went back inside the room, but it would never let me leave it. Though it had appeared to revert to being a normal chain lock, nothing had actually changed. The fact that a chain lock bound me to that room was just as true now as ever. Tears flowed down my face. I pulled with all I had. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I'd never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call out for help. I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think for just an instant that I'd escaped. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out, and no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. Then I noticed an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. They were letters, traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Huh? Those letters, which looked like they had been drawn in blood, answered my biggest question. The chain lock must be set. You may unset it, but it must then be reset. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable. I instantly understood the meaning of that unsettling message. Then I tried it out and understood completely. When I return to the room and reset the chain lock, the binding around my neck disappears. When I undo the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returns. In other words, I cannot escape this room while the chain lock is still unset. But that means all I need to do is set the chain while outside the room. I undid the chain one more time. The weighty collar and chain appeared around my neck again. I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of cracks. I stuck my hand through that crack, grabbed the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. Damn it. It's so easy to do from the inside. So why is it so hard to do from the outside? This was a theory I had mentioned earlier, that you could set the chain from the outside. I think I said this in episode 1 or 2 whenever we were talking about the Eva Hideyoshi murders. The gap needed to be wide if I wanted to manipulate the chain well. However, that made the chain too short to reach. To bring the chain even close to reaching, I had to close the door as much as possible. But doing that meant that there wouldn't be enough of a gap to fit my hand in. Of course, that was perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be done from the inside. It'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside, true? That's why the length of the chain is specifically chosen, to prevent anyone from setting or unsetting it from the outside. Maybe I could manage it with some kind of hard and thin tool? If the gap in the door was just a finger's width across, the chain would have enough length to reach. If I could just bend a wire hanger so that it fits through the crack, and work the chain with that. That's right, there's a closet just to the side of the door. Could there be some hangers in there? Well, we know people like to hide in closets in this game. Is there someone in it? Found one. Oh, thank God. A single cheap-looking hanger, like one you might find in a laundry room, was hanging there. Really? I'm pretty sure that when I last looked a short while ago, nothing like this was in the closet. Who cares? Quickly. I twisted the wire hanger, bending the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab at things with, making for a sort of burglar's tool. I then dashed out into the corridor again and closed the door almost as far as it would go. My wrist could never pass through this. But with the door closed this far, the chain should have extra length to spare. And this crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Now it's just a matter of technique. I'll definitely be able to do it if I try enough times. I'm certain of it. It's harder than it looks, but the chain is long enough. It isn't impossible. I'd finally gotten my hand on the way to escape. It was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. If it was possible, then I would be able to get out. I would be able to escape from here. At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of the door. It felt as though someone inside the room had leaned against the door, with their forehead, and she, the witch, had laughed. Did I, like, drop my glasses or something? I thought I left them here and I don't see them now. Huh. I don't know where I put them. Then I felt a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to grab it away from me? Yeah, right, like hella let go. Like hella let my one key out of here get stolen while my guard's down. Fortunately, I had stuck my wrist through it so I wouldn't drop it if my hand got tired. You wouldn't be able to snatch this out of my hands. Wasn't after she can just cut the end of it off somehow, but... The witch on the other side of the door watched me and laughed once more. Then I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which I had pressed against the door to hold it in place, and between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. It was red text. I realized immediately. At some point in time, even more bloody letters had been written on the door, and my left hand had been covering them up. Still fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door, I moved my left hand to the side. Where that hand had been, bloody letters had indeed been written. It read, as though someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning, a message directly from the witch to me. No matter the method, it is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside. All tricks done from the corridor had been sealed by the red letters. No way. I wonder if we're like viewing back in like episode 1 how someone would be able to seal the Ava and Hideyoshi guest room. Is that like the meme here? There was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force that had been pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. And when I looked at the hanger that was finally free, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness, the tip of the hanger had burnt and bubbled and melted away. Now it was pitifully short. It couldn't be used for anything. It would be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to fasten the chain from the outside had been sealed. Because they made it a very clear thing about, oh, there's no tricks to seal the door from the outside, was like a very common thing they had talked about. So I wonder if we're viewing this from like the magic interpretation of like one of the killers. Damn it. I threw the remnants of that wire hanger against the floor, faced the hallway filled with a warm light, and called for help. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone's just down the corridor, and everything's peaceful there. I can't hear their voices, but I know. I'm sure they're all having a good time playing cards. Please, someone notice me. Someone save me. ... Ah! This time it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear from the other end of the hallway. Someone come here and save me. Interesting. So I'm gonna grab my glasses. I think I might have left them in the washroom. Oh, brother, look who it is, man. I did find my glasses. They were in the washroom. Fucking, I come back and look who's here. Sorry, but I'm out. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. I wonder if they're playing like Crazy 8, maybe Crazy 10s. I think George would be pretty adept at Crazy 10s, you know? He seems to have a real knack for getting them. Okay, sorry, just repositioning my mic. Let's get back into this. Oh, and I just knocked my pop filter. I'm trolling. Okay, we're good. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. Everyone gasped in unison. The cousins' room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. Because, see, it's kind of implying that it's in the guest house, but, like, the CG that they're using seems much more reminiscent of the mansion. Whoa, so you really did have it, George. Damn you, six of spades. Your eight of diamonds was pretty nasty, too. Oh, I was so close. You're incredible, George. You won again. Yep, looks like we won again. Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle, so she had teamed up with George, which is why she was celebrating his victory. Utter defeat. Cannon winced and let his cards drop to the table. The game of sevens that Cannon and the cousins had been playing had been a fierce battle. Normally they would take things easy since Maria was there, so this sort of game was rare. Cannon had started taking the game seriously, unwilling to lose. Unwilling to lose. So George and Battler had responded, and the battle had grown fierce. I thought that was the end of the line. It wasn't. Unlike Battler, who was carefree enough to enjoy it whether he won or lost, Cannon's mood changed drastically with every victory and defeat. It was less of a dislike for losing and more that he just wasn't used to playing games. He wasn't used to the idea that you win some, you lose some. So even a loss in a game played for fun was something he took very seriously. Since he had resolved to win and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players George and Battler, the result was plain to see. As Cannon slumped his shoulders, Jessica slapped him on the back. Hey, you almost had it. But man, I love this stuff. Fighting all out? Whether I go all out or not, it's all meaningless if I lose in the end. Are you kidding me? If you really give it your all, you can feel good about yourself even if you lose. If you lose after hardly trying, then you feel like grumbling and complaining about how you'd have won if you'd taken it seriously, right? That's right. People who really give it their all never complain. Those guys are always cheery no matter what the result. I don't know about cheery, but they accept it. That's right. And those people are scarier than anyone else. They always learn something from their experience and grow. Very true. I was a coward, so I could never learn anything. So even now, I am yet to mature. I am furniture, so it's useless to dream. Because he had rigidly believed that, he had distanced himself from everything and shut himself away. However, during that time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures, and now her hand rested on the door separating furniture and humans. The old Cannon would have only seen this card game as a way to pass the time. However, the new Cannon was now capable of gaining something new from this experience. That could probably be called growth. Furniture does nothing but rot with the passage of time. Being able to grow is a privilege given only to humans. Redeem drink water. Well, I don't have water, but I do have what is left of a Diet Pepsi. I'll drink that. Thank you. Thanks for playing with us. You probably had work to do, like filling in the log, right? What chapter is this still? Oops, that's not the... of a different interpretation, okay. Seriously, thanks for going along with us. Not at all. I had fun too, or perhaps I should say I now understand why doing things like that is fun. Thank you very much for forcing me to come. Let's challenge ourselves more and more, and let's go and find more and more things you didn't know about. So, about what we were talking about, do you want to try, like, guitar? I mean, it's not like you have to or anything, but it must be very difficult. Yeah, I guess. But I'll do a good job teaching you, and I'll even practice with you. Well, I guess I'm not that much of an expert myself. At first, Cannon was scared of touching a musical instrument for the first time in his life, certain he would make a complete fool of himself. He knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. However, Cannon was starting to learn. It's only natural that I'll be bad when I first start. Even if I just try to run away from that, I'll never learn a thing for all eternity. I'll never achieve anything. Yep. Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving? Even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started, but I slowly got the knack of it and it started to feel more and more natural. I'd like to reach that level too. If one path to that goal is playing music with you, milady, I would love to do that with you. Really? Yes. I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start, and I might even make you lose hope in me at times. But if I've given it my all, I can take failure in my stride. That's what I learned from you all just now. You're embarrassing me. Now, I love you even more, milady. No. Because I averted my eyes for so long even though you shone like the sun. I never noticed you when you were right there next to me. I'd better work even harder to make you love me even more. Cannon's serious and competitive words were more than enough to make Jessica shy. However, Cannon's expression unexpectedly clouded. Milady, the reason I love you is clear. It's so clear. That's why I can't bear not knowing. Not knowing what? The music cut into like, why did you kill everyone? Why you would start to like me? Unlike you, I do not shine in any sense. Even now I'm just clinging to your back as you shine the way. I can't think of any reason why you would like a wretch like me. That's not true, okay? There are all kinds of good things about you, Cannon. Let me swallow my pride and ask, what about me made you like me, milady? Cannon hung his head. He had never learned anything, so he had never been able to take the lead with her. It made him sad and frustrated that he had always been the one-sided recipient of her affection, and could do nothing but respond to it. Jessica was lost for words. After all, compared to the reason that Cannon had fallen for Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. She had listened to Shannon talk about her love with George, and at school, she and her friends always talked about relationships with boys. There was nothing strange about a girl fascinated by the idea of romance developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. However, if she were to put that into words, she would be misinterpreted as saying that any nearby boy would have done just as well. However, if nothing else, she knew that she felt at this moment. She knew what she felt at this moment. She really did love Cannon, and she truly wanted a relationship with him. They might end up together as a result, or they might not. But whatever the outcome, she could accept it as long as she held nothing back. That allowed her to stay true to her feelings, what she knew she felt right now, and act on them seriously. However, she couldn't find the right words to tell Cannon this. When Cannon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration, he finally realized. I'm such a fool, you don't need a grand reason to love someone. Huh? What about me do you like? That very question is foolish. It's proof that I'm not serious about myself and that I haven't been able to understand myself. It's horrible of me to try and make you say it for me. That's not true. After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession. The question of what part of me do you like? It was immature of me to ask you that. How could anyone like someone so immature? Wait, that's not... Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Cannon was calm, and then he spoke. In that case, I want you to grow to love me. Okay, now until you chill. The way I already love you. I've decided to change myself so that can happen. I can't possibly hope for you to love me the way I am. Okay, I mean, you know what, I'm gonna give you a little PSA right now. Not that I'm like some old and haggard fucking wise man that you should listen to, but the idea of going out of your way to change yourself entirely for someone. Now, there might be certain things that someone could bring up that are things that maybe you should consider you should change, or maybe there are certain things that you have noticed in the way you act, but this idea, and I'm not saying this is necessarily what's happening with the game, but if you are ever in the position where you're like, man, I really need to change myself so this person will like me, you have already lost the game, my friend. You have already lost, and I'll leave it at that. But someday, no matter what, yeah, I'm absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Cannon. A guy so cool that I can't keep my eyes off you. Until then, I'll stick by you all the way. We have all the time in the world. Yeah, totally, you have all the time in the world because you're trapped in here forever. Because Jessica is Beatrice, definitely. Unfortunately, there isn't that much time left. What about time? When I talk about furniture, it usually saddens you. But this is something I must talk to you about. And it is also something I must fight for with all my soul. What are you talking about? I don't want to hear any more of that, I'm furniture so I can't fall in love talk. You're a human, not furniture. I understand. That's why I intend to become human. Oh, Detroit become human. But at the moment, I am furniture. Just do it then, become human. The witch taught me once. The single element of this world, she said it was love. It's something that humans born into this world can take for granted. However, it is not something that those not from this world, who were born as furniture, can take for granted. In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or a miracle. In the same way that Nason and George would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of that golden butterfly brooch. Total cap, by the way. I don't really get this last part. What is it that you do not understand? Let me hear it. Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Cannon's determination to fall in love. I have no problem with interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and a boy who call themselves furniture. However, one of the assumptions they make feels really out of place to me. Why is magic necessary? Is that it? Both Shannon and Cannon. No, I'll purposely refer to them as furniture. The furniture has always claimed that there cannot be love between furniture and humans. That's where the magic of the golden brooch came into play. It was the miraculous result of that magic that love was established between Shannon and George. That's what they claim. Surely it would not be a stretch if they thought that forbidden love across class boundaries could never bear fruit without a magic of miracle, or a miracle of magic. I read that backwards. Oh, I agree. Shannon and Cannon are both servants in love with members of the Ushirimiya family, so it makes perfect sense to me that they might disparage themselves as furniture while suffering from their forbidden love. Then what is it that does not make sense to you? Without the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible. Shannon and Cannon both seem to share that view. That's the part that I just can't understand. After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. Both were fully prepared for it emotionally. And though there would be some trouble with the relatives, it had gotten to the point where it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent their marriage. Trying to stand between two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in the path of an arrow in flight and trying to catch it. Exactly. George has sworn to protect his partner for the rest of their lives and no longer fears opposition or disinheritance from his parents. On the contrary, he even considers them to be the perfect test to demonstrate his love for her. In other words, they will be married no matter what. No one can stop them, and they have both consented to that engagement. No one can stop them or impede them. Trying to break apart lovers is a foolhardy venture. So she's gonna say, well, what the? Because this is something I've been saying. Is like, well, you keep talking about like, oh, like you need this outside influence to accept that love is possible, but like, clearly George and Thing accepted it, and it's more so that you just didn't. I don't say that you didn't believe in it, but more so that like you didn't buy into the possibility that it was possible without magic. Like, it's just a fucking brooch at the end of the day, man. You're putting way too much stock in it being responsible. It's actually you guys that did it, but we'll get to that. Fuck. Yeah, and that's what's strange. There's no need for magic. Yeah, exactly, there isn't. They both want to. You can't split apart two lovers the way that they're talking about. You don't need to be anything more. You don't need anything special. If they want to love each other, and they do love each other, it doesn't fucking matter if there's a brooch. It doesn't matter if somebody else doesn't want it to happen, you know? If George and Shannon had wanted Ava's approval for their engagement, they would have asked. Then magic really might have been necessary. After all, Ava had forbidden his relationship with her. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, the chances of Ava being convinced were virtually zero. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they wanted a magical miracle to make Ava acknowledge their engagement. But George has already sworn to it. He doesn't care whether his parents approve of the engagement or not. Yeah, there's nothing standing in the way of their engagement, and Shannon should know that well herself. So why is it that now, on this night where the proposal went so smoothly, she's praying for a miracle of magic? Without such a miracle, she will not have the right to marry. Is that what the furniture claim? And there you go. It means that Shannon has accepted George's proposal, but she knows that there's still some kind of obstacle remaining that can't be overcome without a magical miracle. And that obstacle isn't something that they can overcome by their own efforts. That's why they need this miracle called magic. Why do they need magic? If two people love each other, what other miracle could they possibly need to be together? I see. Featherine listened to Angie's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently, she had already reached that conclusion, and was enjoying watching Angie finally manage to do the same. See, I read up and down because I have up and down dyslexia, as I always say when I read these stories and play these games. And that same question applies to Cannon as well. The love between him and Jessica has just begun, but their emotions are pure. There's nothing standing in their way. They're already in a loving relationship even without the golden butterfly brooch. It'd be no surprise if the relationship they've started lasts for years and eventually results in a marriage. There's nothing standing in their way either. As long as they do not seek approval from Kraus or Natsuhi, it seems that they will not need a magical miracle either. Exactly. Cannon watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life. Then, he let his true feelings be known and started a relationship with Jessica. There's no need for magic anymore. If it were a one-sided love, then he might need a love charm or something, but their feelings are already mutual. They've already communicated their intentions to one another. So why do they need a miracle on top of that? Both pieces of furniture are in relationship of mutual love. there shouldn't be any need for a miracle any longer. So why do they still desire a miracle of magic? And on top of that, the single brooch is portrayed as bestowing only a single miracle. It feels almost as though Shannon is hesitating because if she uses up that miracle for herself, Cannon's chances of love will be automatically sealed away for all eternity. So the question is this: why is furniture not allowed to love? So you ask why love is not permitted without the miracle known as magic. And also, there's that golden butterfly brooch that can allow the lamenting furniture to have the love they insisted they were incapable of. Just what on earth is that? Because it is a real thing, right? So it exists somewhere. Ow. Of course, it is a crystallization of magic. However, like most magics, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. So it can only have an effect for those who believe in magic and witches. Correct. So Shannon, who was capable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its benefits. However, if Shannon had dropped it in a sandy beach and someone who knew nothing picked it up, if that person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin, they wouldn't be able to make use of the brooch's magical power. Precisely. A witch's magical items often lose their power if they are not handed over directly. However, in just the same way that a witch can manifest herself if her existence is acknowledged by a great many humans, and the anti-magic toxin disappears, the power of that magical item can also be preserved if it is believed in by a great many people. It's ironic. No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we give it to can accept it. Yeah, that goes to show you that, like, none of this is... There's not anything that's real to it. It's all belief. It's a placebo. Like, you're sitting here like, oh my god, the magic is... It's, like, so important. Like, it only works if you believe in it. Okay, so that doesn't actually mean that it's necessarily doing anything, because if it actually was real and if it actually worked, it would just work. You wouldn't have to believe in it. So, regardless, but... I've heard that the same goes for medicine. Even with the exact same medicine, humans who know of the medicine's effect experience it to a greater degree. Oh, I think I understand. When taking cold medicine, I've gotten this feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle. One of the characters either in Higurashi or in this game said that earlier. As she listened, Beato thought that magic sounded a bit like a charm. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles being performed one after another in front of a crowd. However, this true magic that the older sister spoke of sounded almost like a charm, something that had no effect if the person using it didn't believe. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. However, she had given up, thinking that one of a lower status such as herself would never find love with him. And that was when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. Giving up means that you have zero chance of success. But, if with the power of magic, you think there might be some chance of your wish coming true, the probability then rises to something greater than zero at the very least. Zero remains zero forever, but if even a faint probability were to exist, it would be no exaggeration to say that an impossible miracle had occurred compared to the time when the possibility was zero. Isn't this just like the whole, like, the ocean of nothing, ocean of zero conversation, and then Rika talking about how she would be able to pull stuff out of zero? Or sorry, how Maria is able to create things out from the ocean of zero. And Rika was saying that, you know, if there is any chance, no matter how small, she'd be able to find it. Humans can use magic to take resignation, by which they themselves make the probability of success zero and cancel it out. When a human does not give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. And the stronger their belief, the more those odds rise. It was easy to imagine that Shannon had made earnest wishes upon the brooch, believed in its effect, and made many little efforts to get George to like her. The power of belief becomes magic. And those who make others believe are witches. Those who make others believe are witches. That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, and makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. The many people who see it will surely think it was a sleight of hand. They might wonder at how it was accomplished, but they would be sure that it wasn't magic. And they would applaud the splendid trick that had appeared to be magic. But what if they conducted a sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers, culminating in the exact same thing? Would any of the people there think that was sleight of hand? So again, this is once again just talking about the interpretation of the people, that if you have people that are already more primed to believe in something, if they view an effect, they're going to view it as magic. This isn't really anything new, though. In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtlessly have been a miracle of magic. I don't really understand what they're trying to get to, because this feels like something that we already knew. In that case, would this count as magic? Oh. Will the witch who cannot use magic now perform it for the first time? Here, I have an empty teacup. Oh, hey Alan, what's up? I didn't realize that I had a thing set up to make things pop up, but apparently I do. Thanks for stuffing. I didn't realize that I had that set up. Interesting. There is nothing inside it. It is empty. Go on. I will take this cup, turn it like this, place it upside down on the table. And then, what next? Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation. It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation. Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup? Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup? As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating her with her eyes closed. Then a single gold butterfly appeared out of nowhere, fluttered down onto the overturned cup, and scattered away in a spray of gold. Also, isn't this kind of interesting now? Because thinking back to episode 3 on purpose, now that I think about this, when they were talking about Beatrice showing up and using magic, I don't think Rosa closed her eyes. I'm pretty sure Maria did. I don't think Rosa did. Or sorry, not episode 3, episode 2. May I open my eyes now? Yes. Please open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup. Well now, let us see how well your first bit of magic has worked. Taking her time and dragging out the suspense a little, the older sister lifted up the cup. How is it? When the cup was lifted up, there lay a single golden rose petal. Does this count as magic? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Yes, it most certainly does. Oh, Jesus. You used magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup. It was a splendid bit of magic. Interesting that we get a gold statement. Jesus. It's weird that she can even make a golden statement. I can't fucking type. I've typoed this statement like fucking 4 times. Oh my lord. I know you guys can't see it. Thank God you can't. It's embarrassing. Okay. This also doesn't really mean anything given that we know that magic isn't really. But without love it cannot be seen. That much I understand. It may be viewed as a trick. It may also be believed to be magic. It all depends upon the toxin of the individual. Are you calling me toxic? Play the Britney Spears song. Then again, while this can't explain some of the magic that's been used in the past, it can't explain everything. To get back to the point, none of the stuff about believing in magic and charms can answer the question, what is the golden butterfly brooch that can allow the lamenting furniture to have the love they insisted they were incapable of? It's not enough of an answer. To take what we heard from the 2 Beatos at face value, would it not make sense to consider that magic has the power to cancel out the furniture's resignation? Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Why is the power of the magic brooch necessary? Yes, it does seem at a glance as though what you and the Beatos are saying provides an answer, though a vague one. However, let me say this as a reader. I can't accept this as you've presented it. You cannot accept it, you say. The fate that those pieces of furniture were fighting to overturn was something much more immense than this would allow for. I doubt they could reform their way of thinking just because they were given a charm for making relationships. It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to get together with George. But after that, she said she wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic, and she even tried to give the brooch back to Beato. She put the miracle of magic behind her at that point. In that case, why is she once again in need of its power? Well now. Perhaps there's no way to say it except that love and marriage are very different things. Featherine laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Angie, who hadn't reached it yet. Let me hear it. What's your view? I'd like to keep that to myself for just a little while longer. And of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to. If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking. Then, having you read aloud would be no fun. So you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to just so you can enjoy watching me blunder about. Well, I am the Witch of Theater going. If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko. Wah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I understand that a part of magic is created by a believing heart, and that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it does permeate so far... Oh, sorry, my back is sore. The power that dwells within magic is small. Visiting a shrine before an important exam to pray that you'll pass... Oh, I fucking whacked my pop filter. is something that many people do. However, not many people will actually credit that visit as the reason for their success. Praying like this contains no power except as a calming influence. In love, when even a small chance, or where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can cause a major change, this power might cause a massive upheaval. However, would the insurmountable fate that those pieces of furniture claim to be in the middle of really change because of something like that? I think that in the past, the magical power of the brooch as it joined Shannon and George was little more than a good luck charm. However, at this point, the magical power that the pieces of furniture are seeking from the brooch, praying for their love to succeed, it's not something as vague as a charm. It feels much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. If you believe in a sleight of hand, it becomes magic. But that's no more than a child's trick, and that only explains one part of magic. They are hoping for something. They're hoping for something with much, much more power, for true magic, not a sleight of hand. So then, just what kind of magic are the pieces of furniture expecting from that brooch? A golden butterfly brooch? The Golden Witch Beatrice gave a magic charm to Shannon in exchange for smashing a mirror, a charm that makes love succeed. That's what this is. From his pocket, Kenan pulled a wing of a gold butterfly. Though it was just a single wing, it was easy to tell from its distinctive shape that it had originally been part of something with a butterfly, because I can't read, butterfly motif. The magic of this brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to start a relationship with George. However, before that magic was fully realized, she left it to me. So, thanks to the power of this brooch, I gained your affection, milady. That's not true. I started liking you because of my own honest feelings. Thank you very much. You are human, so you do not believe in witches or magic. It's only natural. However, as furniture created by magic, my very existence here is proof that the miracle of magic exists. Sorry, what are you talking about? Jessica tried her hardest to grasp what Kenan was trying to say. I'm trying to grasp it too. However, she couldn't understand it and had to ask him to repeat it with a bitter smile. Both Shannon and I need magic to succeed in love. The key for that is this brooch. I stepped on it and crushed it, so we each have one part. The brooch had lost its power when it was split in half. However, if it was ever joined together again, its magic would be revived. It would revive the miraculous power that could join furniture and a human together. However, a single brooch can only grant one person's wish. Only one of us furniture can be joined by the single brooch. It was the single spark of love that the old Beatrice with her shrill laugh had sown on a day long ago. That Beatrice had likened humans who were tormented by the spark to ripe fruit and taken evil pleasure in their suffering. However, the magic infused within this spark was real. It was the only crystallization of magic that the Golden Witch Beatrice ever left in this world. Its shine grew brighter. Huh? What the? It's okay, but please don't look right at it. It'll blind you. It grew more brilliant still, shining like the sun. Jessica didn't need Kenan to tell her to put her hands over her eyes. As the light grew stronger, a sound like the roaring of the wind or the tide also grew in intensity. It already drowned out the sound of the wind and rain outside. Jessica could no longer even stand, and she crouched on the floor. It was a flood of sound and light, and until it withdrew, Jessica could do nothing but moan. Oh, gee, that's a very abrupt end there. Okay, one second, I'm getting a drink. Get some water this time. And I'll be right back. What chapter is this? It is Zepar and Furfur. Oh god, are we gonna get more characters? Good lord. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, sorry. I got my water. God, dude, this stomach infection or whatever I have is actually driving me fucking crazy. Oh, just have like a 2 out of 10 pain constantly, but it's really annoying just to have a pain that doesn't go away. Come on, it's okay now. Let's hurry. I hope Father likes sweet foods. Oh yes, he does like them. In fact, he seems to enjoy eating pretty much anything. Ho 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 ho. After waiting for the master of the study to be out, Byato and Kumasawa entered the study. Then they quickly tidied away the books on the desk, set down the basket they had brought there, and began spreading out the contents. Inside were several cute cookies cut out in a butterfly shape. They set out a cute plate and neatly decorated it with the cookies. It was the kind of slight adornment that the person eating wasn't likely to even notice. The whole setup was filled with that sort of feeling. You spare no effort for the sake of your beloved father. This is all I'm permitted to do right now. To think that I would give Battler cookies. Why should I, the ruler of the night, do so much for a guest who comes so rarely? Then the study door swung violently open. It was Battler with Genji by his side. Battler's eyes went wide for a second when he saw Byato there, but his expression quickly went blank again. What are you doing here? Father, please excuse me. I didn't come here to get in the way of your important game. How were you able to get in here? Wasn't this room locked? My apologies. I lent them a key because they wished to surprise you with a gift. See, have a look. Beatrice baked these cookies with all her soul, hoping that you would enjoy them. Kumasawa and Genji taught me. I never knew Genji was so good at baking cookies. Oh ho ho ho! He hasn't done it much of late, but Genji used to cook many things long ago. He was especially good with sweets. Interesting to mention sweets. Cookies. Yes, it's a gift for you, Father. I sincerely pray for your victory in this important match. Battler looked at the plate on the study desk that was piled up with beautiful cookies, and the message card of encouragement lying next to it, and his face twisted with a complex expression, which might have had traces of both sadness and anger contained within it. My lord. In not so many words, Genji prompted him to consider giving Bito's efforts some kind of acknowledgement. Battler understood. He had no reason to respond to this kindness with displeasure. However, even though he understood that logically, all he could do was give a small, exasperated sigh. Thank you. I'm very grateful. But I don't like sweets. Please take it away. My lord. Don't make me say the same thing again. Please clean it up and take it away. My lord, couldn't you try just one bite? Beatrice worked hard to make them for your sake. I'm grateful for the sentiment. I'm in the middle of a very important game right now. Important to both me and Byato. And it will be our last. So please, try not to trouble me any more than necessary. That's just too sad for her. I'm glad that you are grateful for her feelings, but can't you show it by taking just one little bite? But father... Byato looked at Battler sadly. Battler hung his head to avoid her gaze. The expression on his face was more pain than any he had shown Byato before. Kumasawa, clean this up and take it away. My lord! Kumasawa implored Battler to listen, but he turned his back to her. My apologies. Let's clean this up, Kumasawa. I won't allow it. By making this gift, Beatrice gave it her all to try and support you in your important game in the only way she could. To tell her to take it away without eating a bite yourself? How can you trifle with a woman so? Kumasawa. If you call yourself a man, you should at least try a bite when a woman makes you a handmade snack. If you truly intend to trample on this woman's feelings, I promise you this. I will not back down, even if it kills me. No, I won't. Kumasawa, you've done enough for me already. I won't allow it. My lord, do you think there might be poison inside them? Yeah. If Byato ever came to give me cookies, of course I'd think that she'd put some kind of crazy poison in them. She asked me if I thought there'd be poison in these? How could anyone ever think that cookies like these, piled up in such a neat and cute way, could possibly have been something, or could have something bizarre hidden inside? And who could possibly believe that Byato would make something like this? Because of that, Battler couldn't bear to look at Byato's innocent reaction, which was completely free from any malicious thoughts of slipping poison into the cookies. Byato quietly started to clean up. Every now and then, she sniffled. Kumasawa had been glaring at Battler continuously, but she now gave a small sigh and helped Byato clean up. However, the hardness didn't disappear from her expression. My apologies, father. Please excuse me. Don't call me that. Don't call me father. Byato never once called me that. Yes, as you wish. My apologies. Hanging her head so low that her chin touched her chest, Byato hurried out of the study. After giving Battler a look, Kumasawa chased after her. She shut the door a bit violently and the footsteps of the pair rapidly disappeared off into the distance. Okay, we're going back to maybe real world? Maybe talking to real Hachijo? Maybe not. And maybe his little sister, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. If she were anyone other than Byato, you'd think of him as a true enemy of women, is that it? I don't have a clue why Oni-chan and Byato act so friendly together. Right now I think of Byato as our greatest enemy, the one we must defeat. Still, even so, as a woman I can't say I like Oni-chan's reaction. Though I can understand Battler's feelings a little, what a sad state of affairs. I still don't understand what kind of bad blood or connection there was between them. However, Oni-chan probably views Byato as a friendly adversary, if not something more. Oni-chan's reason for defeating Byato isn't to destroy an enemy out of hatred. It feels like he wants to give a sincere answer to her questions. Yes, can't deny the fact that their fight isn't based on hatred, but on a stronger emotion. And on top of that, Byato really is something to remain dedicated to Oni-chan even after being treated so coldly. I agree with the other older sister Beatrice. I can't understand why she's so dedicated to Oni-chan. And though it may take 1,000 years, that single factor that you do not understand must be passed on to the Golden Witch Beatrice we know so well. Yes, I understand that. Knowing this Byato leads to knowing the Byato who is to come. It may explain the greatest piece in this crazy game, if not the game board itself. Such a mysterious witch. Though she said those words, Featherend wore a confident smile on her face. Her sarcastic confidence, as though she already knew the answer, was unchanged. Beatrice, I want to ask you something. Yes, what would you like to know, Anji? Byato, who had been reading a fragment book in the shadows of the study, jumped when Angie called out to her. Why do you call Ushirimiya Battler father? But because he created the piece that I am. In that case, why are you so dedicated to Ushirimiya Battler? Is there some rule that pieces must obey the creator who made them? There is no such rule. Pieces are tools like a knife. If the game master uses them well, they can be quite useful. However, if you use them incorrectly, they can hurt you as well. Whether the tool is used as a tool or a weapon, that has nothing to do with the tool's own will. It is merely the result. In that case, why are you so dedicated towards Oni-chan? It's almost as though that's your purpose as a piece. Yes, that is the purpose for which I was born. Did Oni-chan, the one who gave birth to you, give you that purpose? You have that wrong. Battler merely set a piece with that role on the board as the game master. The one who gave birth to this piece was the first game master and the one who created this game, Beatrice herself. This is getting confusing. In other words, you keep calling Oni-chan father, but he's not actually your father. You're just calling him that affectionately because you feel that you have to dedicate yourself to him. Yes, I think that's true. Father was the one who placed me on the game board. If he hadn't, my piece would never have had a turn. So the reason I exist here right now, and the reason I'm able to devote myself to my purpose, is all thanks to Father. I see. So that's why it makes sense for you to call him Father. In that case, who told you to devote yourself to Oni-chan? Oh right, that's the first game master, Byato herself. This is confusing. You wish to ask her why she must serve Ushirimiya Battler, correct? However, she cannot give you that answer. She was given nothing but the purpose itself. Only the person who gave her that purpose knows the reason for which they did so. I see. Consider that as well, child of man, right? So that means you already have an idea, and you're laughing at my confusion. Cackle, cackle. You really are just perfect for my Miko. I will do anything for Father. My existence will bring Father's happiness. That is my greatest pleasure. And... At that point, Byato hesitated. What? And what? Yes. And... if I could one day have Father acknowledge my efforts, there would be no greater happiness for me. What the hell? If you only wanted to serve him, I'd say you're just another piece of the witch's furniture, but you want him to acknowledge your efforts. That's less like furniture and more like... And she stopped mid-sentence. And more like, she's just a girl, I'm just a girl, who loves Oni-chan. I don't get it. The guiding force behind this Byato's action is that of a girl who adores Oni-chan. But then what would that make her? If she liked Oni-chan, then she should have adored him and done things for him herself. Why would she create a piece of herself, a separate entity, to do it? This way, even if she does attract Oni-chan's attention, it will be towards the peace version of herself, not the creator who made that peace. If I ever fall in love with someone, I'll probably want to do things for them. But of course, I wouldn't want to do those things myself. After all, I would want him to notice me. What was the name of this chapter again? It was like unrelated entirely. Zepar and Furfur. Okay. This love is designed, or destined to go virtually unrewarded. No matter how devoted she is, she will never get anything out of it. And she's done this out of her own free will. Bito's behavior looks no different from that of an average girl in love. She's devotedly doing all she can for him, dreaming that her kindness will eventually be acknowledged. Why would Bito create a piece like this? Is putting it in terms of romance a bit too confusing? Then let's try using food as an example. It's as pointless as creating a piece to eat for you. No matter how much food your piece eats on your behalf, you won't get any less hungry, right? You are the only one who wants to eat. There's no reason for having a piece to do that in your place. For most jobs in the world, you can get someone else to do it for you. However, with love and food alone, there can never be any meaning in letting another person do it in your place. That's right. This Bito was created as a piece, for an impossible reason. Though at a glance, she looks just like a normal girl, the more I learn about her, the less I understand. Like an imaginary number. Father hates it when I call him Father. And the me that Father desires didn't call him by that name either. Right. The former you spoke to everyone without even using honorifics, based. However, simply possessing that knowledge doesn't mean I can refer to Father quite that informally. I'd like to do my best and make a start by calling him Battler-san. Surprised you haven't gotten discouraged after being treated so coldly. But, no. Battler is in the middle of an important game right now. His opponent is the formidable Lady Erika, a piece of the Great Lady Burncastle. I stepped in at a delicate moment in his game, just as it was starting to reach the critical part, and called Battler by that name he doesn't want to hear, so it's no surprise that he was in a bad mood. Apparently Bito still wanted to devote herself to Battler even after being treated in such a cold manner. Though to an outsider it just looks as though she's being snubbed, it doesn't faze her at all. It truly is the blindness of a girl in love. Or is it that I can't see because I have no love? At times, love can make the invisible visible. Bito once again immersed herself in the fragment book that told of her former self. She was trying to find something about the Bito that Battler desired. Angie shrugged as though saying, well, I don't get it. Featherine laughed when she saw this and quipped that an innocent young woman could never understand. Angie grumbled something back unhappily. Their interaction seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Bito. She sat in the shadows of the library. Weird that they mentioned a young girl. Question mark. After chasing all the others out, only Battler remained in the study. There was no color in this dimly lit room. However, for just the short time that the plate of cookies had been placed there, the room had seemed at least a little cheery. Battler's gaze drifted over to the desk, which no longer had anything on it. When he did, the cookie plate that had been there until a second ago was revived. However, it was an illusion. Though the cookies could be looked at, they could not be touched, much less eaten. If Battler wished, he could make it possible to touch them or eat them, but it would be an empty sensation. It would only give the touch and taste that Battler desired. He no longer had any way of knowing what kind of cookies they had actually been. In a reception sofa facing Battler, a cloud of gold butterflies slowly gathered and took the form of the old Bito. Come on, have a bite. It's not every day that I'll make these by hand. Have no fear. I'm confident in how well they've turned out. Poo-coo-coo-coo. Hearing that from Milady makes them all the more dubious. Also, it's interesting that Runaway refers to this as Milady. There's only one other person in the game that gets referred to as Milady. Just, I wanted you to be aware of that. I know this is generally a service thing, but they call Natsui Madam, right? And they call Jessica Milady. I just want you to be aware of that. Seriously. Any cookies you made would obviously have some kind of strange poison in them. Shocking that you should think so. Even if I did put something in, it'd be no worse than the kind that does this and maybe... What? Shocking that you should think so. Even if I did put something in, it'd be no worse than the kind that does this and maybe that to your you-know-what. Okay. It's because you do that sort of thing all the time that Battler will never agree to eat them. Oh my goat. Huh? Putting things in someone's food is pretty basic, isn't it? Fingernails, bits of hair, magic charms, fragments of love, nails, hey, I remember that. Hehehe. What would you people put in? Yes, ma'am, I wouldn't put anything in them. I'd just eat them all myself. Obviously. Do you have to be so predictable? Well, they say a girl's gotta grab by all 3 sacks. The first step is the stomach, right? Next comes the wallet. So what could the third one be? If I could catch a guy's attention, I'd want to make him sacrifice his body, heart, and soul to me. That's why I pour all my power and affection into my cooking. In any event, giving someone food that you've cooked yourself is probably a frontal attack as old as time. Ridiculous. How pathetic to think that you require such tricks to grasp a man's heart. Oh? I'd be very interested in hearing how much experience you have in grasping a man's heart, One-sama. Battler, there's nothing weird in it, so have a bite. Don't think you'll ever get a chance to eat my handmade cookies again. There probably won't be another chance. I slowly stretched out my hand, out to the illusion of the cookie plate, and touched it. And I got shot in the fucking head. Oh no! Just before I did, it became a cloud of gold butterflies and vanished into the darkness of the study. The illusion of Ronave and Virgilia also disappeared. However, the illusion of Beato alone still remained on the sofa. Is there something that does not satisfy you? Are you really going to make me say it? Cackle, cackle, cackle. The more the new me differs from the form you wished for. It sounds like a new track. The more you are reminded that I can never be revived again. Correct. What song is this? My dear. Cackle, cackle. If you let a good woman get away, you never get a second chance. Oh, the one that got away. Shout out my girl Carly Rae. So only now you finally realize what a good woman I was. Shut up. If you never appear again, that'd be a relief. Beato lay sprawled on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Battler also turned his back and moved to the window. For a while, there was silence. I think you understand, but I do understand. The me you were expecting has already disappeared. I know. Even though that Beato is you without a doubt, she's a different being than the former you. And I can say with certainty that you will never revive again. My soul, femininity, sparkling personality, and splendid character were cultivated in 1,000 years spent as a witch. Unless an exactly identical 1,000 years is traversed, it is impossible to become me. In short, from the very moment you decided to create me, my personal history will be different. Yeah, that damn burn castle is already guaranteed that you'll never revive. However, you still hope for it, don't you? Wouldn't you call that a miracle? Wouldn't you call that magic? One day the new me trips and lands on her head, and all her memories of the past are spectacularly restored. You're hoping for something like that, aren't you? Yeah, ha 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 ha. A delusional plot like that wouldn't even pass in a light novel these days. Oh no, I trust you. Trust me, it would. Shut up. Don't pretend you didn't do the same. You waited and waited for me to remember. And take notice. Then what? Does this mean that our relationship now is exactly the opposite of how it once was? Well, there was a time when I continued the game believing that you would eventually notice and remember, that a miracle would occur. How did it feel when you were playing those games with me? Cackle, cackle, cackle. As they say, look inside your own heart. It's tough. If only she didn't look so much like you, I wouldn't be so confused about how to feel about her. Well, do as you wish. In the past, I toyed with you and tormented you. Now's your chance for revenge against me. The new me will just wander about ignorant of everything. You may boil or burn her as you see fit. Perhaps it will clear away an old hatred. If she was you, I would. It'd probably make me feel a lot better. But that Beato isn't you. Who is she then, if not me? Someone very like you, but a different person. A twin. However, there can be no doubt that she is also me. Yeah, she is you. And at the same time, she's a different person. In that case, the new me is most unfortunate. She's being treated like a plaything in my place. Cackle, cackle, cackle. How truly pitiable. That might be the contradiction inside me. Because the new Beato seems like a different person, I can't accept her. Even though I know she's a different person than Beato, she keeps reminding me of her. In that case, think of her as my daughter. Uh-oh, passing on the title. Your daughter. Consider her a blood daughter of mine who closely resembles me. Is this going to be the parallel to the real world? Don't think you're going to sneak this one in on me, okay? Come on, you're not smuggling this in. After all, she is my double, but hasn't lived 1,000 years, so calling her that is not incongruous. True. Imagine that I have died, left behind a daughter, and entrusted her to you. I could think of another parallel that we thought about that might have happened. Maybe somewhere in Kuidorian. Interesting. That way, won't it become a little easier to think of how to deal with her? It's actually a good analogy. It's unlike you. Do not jest. That is my daughter. She is a child I left behind after my death. You are free to press my likeness upon her. You may also let loose your pent-up resentment on her in my place. Making her bear my sins and torturing her as you please may allow you to give vent to your emotions. If that is not to your taste, you can also guide her down the right path so that she does not end up on the inhumane road that I have tread. She was made to devote herself to you since the moment of her birth. If you wish, you can mold her into any shape you desire. With a miracle of 1,000 years, she might even become me. So, I could even strip her and drag her around with a chain like you did to me once. Cackle, cackle. Yes, at this point, even greater humiliation would be possible. So she is both your double. ... He's having a hard time here. And your daughter, huh? Without a doubt, she is exactly the same person, the same piece, which was created once more by the rule called Beatrice. However, when I can't accept it that way, I can interpret her as being Beato's daughter. This served as a clear guidepost on how to interact with her and smooth the uncertainty in my heart. And finally, I could understand how cruel I had been to her just now. My tears poured to the ground, and when I followed them with my eyes, I noticed that a white card about the size of a business card had fallen onto the floor. Autumn. Oh, never mind. It was the message card that had adorned those cookies. I had rushed her, telling her to clean up and leave right away, which was probably why it had fallen to the floor unnoticed. I picked it up and read the message on it. It was extremely short, pure, and sincere. It's funny they're playing like the blood dripping noise, but it's him crying, I think. It brought tears to my eyes, so I was sure that I could read it. Oh, it's getting blurry. And yet my eyes were so blurred with tears that I couldn't see anything. This looks new. The flood of light and sound slowly dissipated. The silence that followed was not broken by any noise, not even the sound of the wind and rain outside that had been so clearly audible moments before. Both Jessica and George timidly opened their eyes. Where in the world was this? It was a strange room that they had never seen before. It looked like a Western tea room. Its furnishings were stylish and expensive. It felt as though a dignified person must own this room. Preparations for black tea were set on the table, and so was a chessboard, which seemed to be halfway through a game. Okay, we're being confirmed that we're halfway through. That's nice. However, there was something strangely out of place. The black and white checkerboard pattern made it feel like chess, but it looked like a very similar yet totally different game that no one knew of. In the same way that it both looked like chess and not like chess, the furnishings of this room, no, the whole room as a whole, looked at first glance like a Western tea room, but also felt like something completely different. Just where is this place? Jessica and Cannon. Shannon? Where's Shannon? I'm right here, George. And I am here. Milady, George, we apologize for bringing you to a place like this. What on earth is going on? You took out something that looked like a butterfly wing and it started shining, and then the same thing happened to me. Cannon took out this golden butterfly brooch thing. It started to sparkle and... Milady, George, first of all, please allow us to apologize. And please stay calm. Something strange is about to happen. That strange thing will probably test us. Test us? Do you mean the trial you were just talking about? that we have to overcome if we want to be together. Is that it? A trial? I haven't explained it to you yet, milady. My apologies. But please. Your words just a second ago were the truth. Please lend me your strength. I will. Give it everything I've got, so please. I'm not getting any of this. Do you know something, George? A bit. I'm just as surprised as you about what's happening now. But if they say this is an unavoidable trial that's essential for us to go through, I intend to take on whatever may come. A trial? Cannon. The brooch. Yeah. The two of them brought the halves of the broken golden butterfly brooch closer to each other. As they grew closer, the strength of their bright yellow radiance increased. Jessica, I want you to brace yourself for this. I'm already mentally— Oh, shut the fuck up, bro. What are you talking about? I don't have a clue. What the hell's going on? It's a trial. A test for a pair of lovers. Huh? George spoke those corny words that— yeah, he is fucking corny— without any hesitation. It was such an embarrassing line that Jessica couldn't help turning red, but the expression on George's face, which was so serious that it was almost grim, forced her to tense up as well. Shannon and Cannon were just as serious. With a glow in their eyes as though they were taking part in a sacred duel, the pair of them brought the two gold butterfly wings together. Then the wings they had held became a single brooch, and regained their magical power. An even more intense light filled the room, and the scene was burnt into the retinas of all present as the brooch shattered and two shining things flew out of it. This sounds like a new track, or maybe I just don't remember it. People live for the sake of love. Yes, this world is love itself. Oh, how great is the power of love. Love is everything. Suddenly the voices of two people they had never heard before rang out. What was this? Who were they? Oh, that was these two. Yes, they were shown at the start of this. George and Jessica nervously opened their eyes. When they did, they saw that two demons had appeared there, almost as though the brooch, which had once been split in two, had become them. One on the right's better. This one. Oh, this is odd, Furfur. Why are we in a place like this? It really is strange, Zepar. There's no one but humans and furniture. Where is the witch? Where is the witch capable of summoning us? Yes, we remember well the name of the witch of the contract, don't we? Why don't we try calling her Furfur? Yes, you're right, Zepar. We know the name of the witch of the contract. The Golden Witch. Then, let's try calling her name. All together now. Beatrice! Look, see, they said it too. Given their manner, exaggerated like a theater play, and their slightly ridiculous style of talking like a theater play, I'm on to you. It would probably be hard to immediately comprehend the great power these demons possessed. Hey, both of the Beatrices. The Beatri. When the two demons called Beatrice's name, a cyclone of gold butterflies picked up throughout the room. Then it took the form of two golden witches. What's this? There are two Beatrices. Well, there are two of us as well. Why shouldn't there be two Beatrices every now and then? This is my double and my little sister. We two are the same as a single person. And as a single person. Pleased to meet you. It's been a long time, Beatrice. Am I dreaming? I feel the same. Still, it's too early to get dumbfounded. Unlike Jessica, George had maintained his composure even during this bizarre scene. After all, Shannon had already told him what would happen next. Demons of the contract. It has been too long. Zepar. And you too, Furfur. Okay, well, let's open this up, because now they're finally added to the character tab, you know? Interesting, they're listed as separate. One of the 72 great demons. Presides over love and tests others through trials. Zepar grants the contractor undying immeasurable defensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to dread any of love's wounds. A hunter of love who loves to prey upon passive men, based, is of a different gender than Furfur. One of the 72 great demons presides over love and tests of other trials. Furfur grants the contractor endless, inexhaustible offense. This is just the immovable object versus the unstoppable force. Unironically, this gives the contractor the courage not to fear any of love's barriers. A trainer of love who teaches passive men the taste of flesh is of a different gender than Zepar. Interesting that it says passive men. I don't know why that's like the one thing that's specifically Sorry, that was my glasses hitting my pop filter again. Mysterious witch who existed even before the rules. She has the same name as Beato, but she was not given the purpose of devoting herself to Battler, a mere shadow of a witch sealed away by Kinzo. She spent her days pulling small pranks and clearing away the anti-magic toxin for the sake of her resurrection. Has many things in common with the evil spirits of Akuji Kijima, such as a fear of spider webs. She was the one who gave Shannon the golden butterfly brooch. Interesting, okay. It's almost as though she's just a human. She adores Battler and considers it her purpose to devote herself to him. Interesting. This one's fit is way harder, and it's not close, by the way. I'm just letting you know that. The color scheme is way better. Ah, long time no see. You seem to be in high spirits as always. But look at your cute little sister here. Those juicy eyes must have the taste of white peaches when they grow teary. Well, I wonder. Zepar and Furfur latched onto Beato from either side, wearing strange smiles. Each movement they made was exaggerated yet polished, as though they were acting out a play. Leave it at that for now, demons of the contract. To think that tonight will be the last time we see that mischievous spirit. Or mischievous, sorry. Technically I think mischievous is a mispronunciation. It's mischievous spirit. It will be dearly missed. The last time... The brooch, our vessel, has already been destroyed. In other words, our role is now finished. Ah yes, it has been fun, Beatrice. However, it was decided when the contract was made, it was decided that we must lend our power one more time before our final farewell. So, this is truly the final miracle. Once is enough for the miracle of love. After all, eternal love will never be needed a second time. There you have it. Lovers, male and female, gathered here, and those cursed absent a miracle to unsuccessful love. Gathered here are those cursed absent a miracle to unsuccessful love. I want to hear the voice of the two that were just speaking. I feel like we're gonna get like maybe one. How many more characters would make it so this is an even thing? Probably 3 more, I think it would look like. I believe. Okay, let's see here. Ooh. Not enjoying that, please have a better voice. Okay. We got a femboy. I see you. The power of the golden butterfly brooch, which can grant such a miracle, is your last chance. And like it or not, this chance is limited to this evening. The miracle can be given only to a single pair. I won't lose. Yeah, let's both give it our all. Shannon and Cannon exchanged a serious gaze. Both had already readied themselves to fight for the sake of their love's success. I don't really get it, but I don't want to borrow the power of some strange demon. Jessica was finally starting to figure out the direction things were headed. These demons were probably planning to pit her and Cannon against George and Shannon. Let me be totally clear, we don't need your help. Cannon and I can handle our relationship by ourselves. I'm not going to be pressured into turning to some shady demons for help. Milady, please listen. If we don't overcome this trial, we cannot be together. Jessica, accept it. This is the only trial that can be imposed on upstart furniture wishing to be joined with a human. More of this stuff about furniture and humans. Yammer on about that all you want. It has nothing to do with us. You still haven't told Milady? I didn't know how I should explain it. Cannon, Shannon, and you, George. Why are you listening to these creeps? No one can stand in the way of a person's love. Why do we have to get approval from these demons? It's none of their business. Well, it seems we have quite a troublesome blockhead among us. Oh, bum 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 ba bum. We could begin the game like this, but that would hardly be fair. Could you explain it for her? I don't understand that well myself. Is there some kind of problem with the love between Jessica and Cannon? Oh my! It seems you understand nothing at all. With our blessing, the pair can cultivate their love at their leisure. No need to worry about suspicious demons. However, without our blessing, your love will vanish, disappear, wither, and decay. How the hell are you so sure? Because it is fate. You may choose not to accept it. You may choose not to resist it. Oh, what happens if you choose not to resist it? That love will end. Well, an abstract explanation isn't so convincing. Well now, how could one explain the dead end fate you're in? Ushir, me and Jessica, the future you two share is far more grim than you realize. If you don't gain the miracle of magic, disaster will most certainly befall you both. The infection within will fester and split the two of you apart. Even I will not be so boorish as to describe the details of that process. However, if you will not believe Jessica, I will tell you how it ends. Cannon will stop being a servant and will leave the island for all eternity. You'll probably leave the island yourself in search of the one you love, but such a venture will doubtless be in vain. Yes, and then you will mourn and hate. Hate who? You. Me? No, the you of this moment! With a dramatic gesture, the two of them pointed at Jessica. They were saying that if she passed this by, it would be herself who regretted it later. What the hell are you saying? When you've lost the one you love, you will realize how much you hate the person you were when you ran away from the trial to complete that love. Yes, we're messengers from the you of the future. Please, at this very moment, take your love seriously and fight. And, if you don't listen to the message of the you from the future, the foolish snake eating its own tail will keep on gulping. The endless cycle of suffering will swallow itself and simply vanish. What the hell are you talking about? Jessica's confusion showed up on her face as anger. However, a memory of something she had heard a long time ago surfaced in the back of her mind. Unlike Nason, I don't plan on working here for many years. After just a few years, or possibly, if Nason ever decides to stop working here, I think I'll stop working too. Canon. If you give up on the miracle of magic and leave it to Shannon and George, they will be joined and leave this island. After that, Canon will leave the island as well. That is an unavoidable fate. Then what if they can obtain the miracle of magic? Of course, Canon will remain on the island by Jessica's side for all time. He will probably be able to start learning music with Jessica as she wished for. How their relationship will progress afterwards is a matter for two lovers. They may deepen their relationship slowly all by themselves as Jessica wanted. However, if that happens, George and I will not be joined. For the sake of your own happiness and futures, we are fated to fight. Well, George is a pedophile, so I think I know whose side I'm on, but I think if it were to play out that way, my Jessica theory is kind of shaken at the base, you know? It's the pillars holding it up are starting to crumble a bit, but who cares? This is all mumbo jumbo. Are you kidding me? What the hell? So if we are joined, the other pair will split apart? What kind of demon's game is this? Don't be mistaken. You will not be taking something from each other. Without the power of the golden butterfly brooch, now their love is fated to bear fruit. And who the hell decided that? Look how similar their fucking outfits are, for Christ's sake. Like, I'm not crazy. Look at this shit, man. They look similar. Give me a break. Give me a break. Sorry, I have a pizza slice here that I want to eat. I'm fucking starving. One sec. Where's my phone? Apologies for the pause, I'm just fucking starving. Bro, it's just the reds are faded. They're exactly the same, man. Ah, Jesus. This will be cut out of the VOD, so enjoy this. This is secret content. You can wait on the water. I'm fucking eating. I'm almost done. Now I'll take your drink. That was not a bong hit, okay? Dude, I need this fucking, like, stomach infection or whatever it is to go away. Colon infection or inflammation, whatever it is. Fuck, it's annoying. I don't know how to describe it, but, like, it's literally like a 2 out of 10 pain, but it's just, it's like annoying pain. It doesn't hurt, it's just annoying. Ah, okay. It is due to your sin of falling in love with furniture, which is not allowed to love. Didn't Canon clearly reject you, saying that furniture was not qualified to love, knowing that you chose Canon as the one you loved? I won't let you get away with saying you didn't know. Though she couldn't accept any of it, Jessica was unable to argue back. Then George spoke up with that soft tone that he always used to smooth things over. However, his expression was still ruthlessly serious. Jessica, can't you think of it this way? Think of it what way? I love Shannon. I'm prepared to overcome any and all trials and obstacles that stand in the way of us being together. And what about you? Well, yeah, 1 or 2 setbacks aren't going to stop me. I'm tougher than that. Yes. That's what this is about. Right now, we are being tested. Tested to see who can display the strength of our feelings more strongly. You actually satisfied with this insanity? There's no need to be satisfied. When I give Shannon that engagement ring, I swear to fight all trials and barriers that stand in my way. No matter how unreasonable or incomprehensible those trials might be, backing down is not an option. George spoke clearly and then looked at Jessica with a cold gaze. By now, Jessica almost understood. If she kept on grumbling and refusing this demon's trial, auto lose. Yep, the game between the two would automatically end with her defeat by default. In other words, George and Shannon would win. Then they would gain the miracle of magic, their love would be completed, and Jessica and Canon would be split apart, with Canon eventually leaving the island and never seeing her again. Personally, nothing would make me happier than you backing out of this trial. That way I wouldn't have to fight you. It would reveal just how little you actually feel for Canon. Seemed as though George spoke ruthlessly, but he was actually being exceptionally fair. If it came to a loss by default, Jessica would never be able to clear away, her lingering regrets. That would leave a bad aftertaste even for George. We must fight fair and square for that single miracle. Even if I lose at the end, I'll be able to accept it if we both gave it our all. And because of that, I will be able to cheer on the victors from the bottom of my heart. George's determination is quite impressive. After hearing all that, are you still going to run away? The 2 demons giggled and challenged her. Of course, George didn't laugh, but he too challenged her with cold eyes. No one's gonna step between me and the girl I fell in love with when she was 10. Okay, George, nobody said anybody had to. And Shannon? Please forgive me, milady. For the sake of being joined with George, I am determined not to flinch in my resolve, even if I know that staying true to my heart will mean the end of your loving relationship. Shannon had never before spoken to Jessica with such serious and solemn words. Jessica was usually... I'm reading up and down and I'm fucking pissing myself off. Gotta slow down. Jessica was surprised to realize just how strong the determination was that dwelt within her usually weak and clumsy friend. Canon, I want to start a new life with you, milady. Even if that life... I got money on George and Shannon, not because I want them to win, but they've had more screen time as being in love, so... Did I say George and Shannon or George and Canon? I never know. But I think George and Shannon are gonna win. I think they put them on screen too much for it to be them that loses. And I need to keep my, my Jessica theory alive. I want to start a new life with you, milady. Even if that life means crushing Nason's happiness, I will not falter now. Kenan was also doing all he could to be strong. Yes, all of them were being serious and frank. I don't know who Frank is, they keep bringing him up. And abandoning any naivety that they might have possessed. Naivete. All this about golden butterfly brooches and miracles of magic, and the trial that the demons were giving them, none of it mattered. Only one thing was being tested, whether or not they possessed the strong will to make their love come true. Jessica clenched her fists and hung her head shaking while biting her lower lip. She was silent, but she would probably gain an unswerving will of steel before too long. She just needed a little time first. The two demons who taunted people with dramatic gestures did not violate the silence that Jessica needed to resolve herself. Love brings about conflict, and this conflict gives rise to determination. As the demons of love, they could understand more fully than any others how noble that determination was. Jessica. Furthermore, this magical miracle is something that can be received by you as well. By me, too? What do you mean? She had thought this had been about two pairs of lovers. Beato was surprised. Well, yeah, you have Battler. Beato was surprised to suddenly hear that this had something to do with her as well. With the miracle of the golden butterfly brooch. Even your wish. That your affection for Battler will be acknowledged can be granted. Oh, I hit my mute mic. Can be granted easily. And without that miracle, you two will also never be bound. It means you're no outsider to this either. To cut across the marshes of love. That is your wish, is it not? We will not make light of your wish. Even your relationship with Battler will eventually fester and rot. Even you, with your optimistic attitude, must understand that this fate will eventually come to pass, barring some kind of miracle. Well, Beato hung her head sadly. She wasn't about to let the cookie incident break her spirit. However, it would have been a massive lie to say that it hadn't hurt her. The more she tried to get close to Battler, the more she hurt him. However, she had been born in order to get closer to Battler. She was like a hedgehog freezing in the cold and bunching together with others for warmth. She had approached him because of love and had been hurt for it. You understand that much, and trusting your fate to a miracle may prove to be of some interest. As they say, an unbought lottery ticket earns you nothing. Zepar, Furfur, let my little sister join in too. Oh, of course. Welcome, second Beatrice. We were planning on including you from the very beginning. After all, we are Zepar and Furfur, the demons of love. Is this the end? Nope. Is it alright if I join in? If you want to, I don't see a problem. I won't prevent anyone from entering. We'll win against all hindrances and make everyone celebrate our union. Of course, it's the same the other way around. If you succeed in love by defeating us at our best, when both Shannon and I promise to sincerely support the pair that wins. Then both. Right, Shannon? Yes, we will not lose. And even if we did, we would cheer you on from the bottom of our hearts. I feel the same. I will not lose. Well, if there's no way out of this fight, then let's show them what we've got. Neither I nor Cannon have any intention of losing without a fight. You feel the same, I assume? Yes. If there is even a small chance that Father... no. That Battler will acknowledge me. I'm willing to put myself on the line. Well said. Good going, little sister. Zepar, Furfur, the actors have gathered. Then let's begin, Furfur. Yes, let us begin, Zepar. Let's begin this trial of lovers, the fight over a single miracle of magic. Okay, yeah, there we go. Probably the last chapter. My stomach is really fucking bothering me right now. Kinda wanna go lay down after this. I'll be on tomorrow for sure after this chapter, though. I don't have anything for tomorrow, so thumbs up. Erika had returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't enable her to listen in on the voices in the cousin's room. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. The room was the farthest down the hall, a long ways away from the cousin's room. Last time, my room was right next to theirs. I see. So he's placed my room farther away this time. The powers of authority given to the Game Master permit this level of modification to the initial arrangement. It is perhaps a quite reasonable first move. Well, that suits me too. I have no desire to listen to those brats' squeaky voices as they play cards. Maybe you should, though. This whole time, Erika had been sitting at the desk working at something. She was preparing some of those duct tape seals from before. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape available. She drew a complicated, unforgeable signature on it with a permanent marker, then added slits through it. By sticking this over a place that she wanted to prove had remained closed, she could create a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red Truth. Those menacing seals had cornered Natsui so thoroughly in the previous game. Great, the fucking tape. Is something wrong? He got me. That battler doesn't let anything get by him, does he? Erika shrugged and showed the piece of duct tape she had cut off to Delana. Well, this one doesn't look like it's, like, silvery, you know? By sight alone, Delana couldn't tell what had annoyed Erika. However, as soon as she held the tape, she realized the difference right away. Is this like painter's tape or something? Like something that can be fucked with? Or it's like not very strong adhesive? Or maybe it doesn't have adhesive? This won't be any good. Yes. It's barely sticky at all. Yeah. This won't reach even close to the Red Truth. Even duct tape can be of low quality, and it sometimes get weaker with age. Sometimes. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal. Holy fuck, I'm like slurring words. It is possible to tear it off cleanly. This cannot serve as proof of a seal. I guess Badler isn't as totally incompetent as I thought. He probably tampered with all the duct tape on the island using the authority of the Game Master. Letting Erika get her hands on duct tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact. And so Badler had removed that weapon from the entire mansion. Most likely. All possible substitutes for duct tape have also been tampered with. Probably. Well, it isn't really so bad. At least this way I won't have to look like a fool crawling all over the outer wall in the cold rain. Erika tossed the duct tape aside and flopped spread-eagled onto the bed. Well, detectives do have a penchant for puffing on a pipe while waiting calmly for a crime to occur. I doubt there will be any part for you to play until the first twilight begins, so why not vanish off somewhere and take a smoking break? I imagine that looking in my face will do nothing more than tire you out. I do not smoke. I am just a kid. Oh, really? I wish I could. Well, only if it really is as refreshing as smokers claim. It seems that you are not in high spirits. Does it look that way? Erika answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled by the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet that it was hard not to listen to the ticking of the clock. Lady Erika, may I ask a question? Depends on what it is. Answer's probably no, though. Well, we're just killing time anyway. What is it? Erika was probably bored as well. Or maybe the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She assented, which was very unlike her. Why is it that you hate magic? Oh. You mean that thing downstairs with Maria? That was nothing more than a foolish trick to deceive children. Everyone knew that. Was it really necessary to go so far to destroy that illusion? I cannot understand. It had been a childish fight. Erika didn't need Delana to tell her that. Well, I am a self-proclaimed intellectual rapist. I can't stand having magic confuse the truth. And so you feel pleasure from exposing that. I sense a different emotion. Superiority? Well, I guess pleasure would be superiority. What's that? Guilt? It feels less like pleasure and more like a different negative emotion. What would it be? Like disdain? Like disgust? Huh, you really are a murder doll, aren't you? Even your eyes are like knotholes. My apologies. Please forgive me. Erika rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Delana. Because of this, Delana couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain. Interpreting this to mean that Erika wanted her to go away, Delana gave a bow and made to leave. Then Erika suddenly spoke. The words came so far out of the blue that Delana doubted her ears, and she had to ask Erika to say it again. What did you just say? I love you. It really was out of the blue. Delana wanted to ascertain what Erika really meant, but the latter still had her back turned and her face was out of sight. Thank you very much. I was going out with another girl before, but I've completely broken up with her. Others are going to be jealous of us and say things that aren't true, but don't pay them any attention. What the fuck? Am I misreading that? I was going out with another girl before, but I've completely broken up with her. Others are going to be jealous of us and say okay. I'm going to devote my whole life to you, so I want you to do the same for me. Let's find happiness together. Delana avoided asking what she was talking about and stood there in silence. For a while, Erika kept on speaking in that dull and emotionless tone, repeating soppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then, unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur. A new wallet. Of course, she had no idea what Erika was saying. However, with her back still to Delana, Erika kept on saying disconnected words. A strange cat keychain, a different style of cologne, a music tape that's not his style, which he said he borrowed from an acting colleague. A colleague asked him to come and he couldn't turn him down. She's like fucking reading from a different novel. Work suddenly called him in. His buddy called him up and he couldn't get off the phone. He made too much curry. He started going to theater practice more often. He started folding paper towels differently. Thanks, I've already... Oh, it's the slow detachment. Uh-oh. Made too much curry for the other person. He started going to theater practice more often because he wanted to be with the person. Started folding paper towels differently because the other person showed him. I've already eaten. He knew more than before about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. The toilet seat was left down. Yeah, you got caught, motherfucker. You got caught. You got cheated on. Welcome to the club. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. Me and my acting friends had a party here. Someone just left it behind. The drain and sink were cleaned out. Yep, because the hair, you gotta hide the hair. There were receipts and point cards from places he didn't usually go. The muddy soles are evidence that you went out on Monday when it was raining. It matches a strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long. Yeah. Leading questions. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence, circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, tailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. I found plenty of evidence that I loved you. I found plenty of evidence that you loved me. But I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, and I want to do well in theater just as much. You said you'd like seeing me act, right? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? I'm seriously tired of this, alright? Look, if all we do is fight when we see each other, maybe we both need some time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyways. One of my colleagues, she suddenly told us she won't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. I don't have the time for this. You know what? If you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Don't bother coming again. Just go home. I don't love you anymore. Stop crying. God, you're obnoxious. Go kill yourself, you creep. Stop shouting, damn it. I've got neighbors. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Death by 1,000 cuts. GG. Go next. GG no re. Happens to the best of us. Without love, it cannot be seen. Huh. It's backwards. Is she gonna do something like love is what clouds your vision in the first place? Because of love, you end up seeing things. Yeah. You want to give someone the benefit of the doubt. You want to, have something to say, oh no, that can't be the way it is, blah, 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 but I don't want to say she's spitting, but she kind of spitting here. No. I don't really feel bad for you, but oh. I feel bad for the sentiment, not for you as the person. It's nothing more than an illusion. One that no one except you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to see that fiction. Because we can see it, we doubt it. We suffer. We cry out loud. Right now I am happy. Though it may be temporary, I have become the Witch of Truth. As I am now, I no longer need to worry about being tormented by non-read words. What about you? How would you have countered my endgame? How would I? That useless man wasn't fit to be my opponent. I was wondering how you would have countered it. Delena was suddenly thrust into the position of Erika's opponent in the witch's game she had once challenged that man with. Delena shared in the fragments of Erika's past, allowing her to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erika's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all those into pieces, and was already cornering the opponent. For some time Delena thought in silence, and announced her by-the-book response. First move, I request that you submit evidence that I have been cheating. Counter with the blue truth, I present 84 points of circumstantial and physical evidence. Counter with the blue truth, I present 6 points of circumstantial and physical evidence that I still love you. Good. Blue and blue cancel each other out, but the number of pieces used to construct each is overwhelmingly unbalanced. When both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side has more pieces of evidence regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world. So by the standard rules, Erika would win. but maybe some of those points are really good. First point to me. Your next move? I will attempt to switch offense and defense. Oh, Darvo. I ask that you, Lady Erika, provide proof that you are not cheating. This is the classic counter. Perpetual check. That's a forbidden move, since it would result in an endless repetition of the same question going both ways. Then I frankly declare that despite a lack of proof, I still love you even now. Not read and therefore invalid. Even if it was read, that'd be a stalemate. After all, I'd have no move to counter with. Delana remained silent for a while. She responded quietly to Erika's moves, as Erika drew closer and closer to checkmate. A stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches, since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess, it also represents a draw. Because of this, it is a splendid final move that the weaker player can pull off if they are unable to win outright. True. Also, I'm not entirely sure, but I would imagine between very skilled players, a draw is probably a more likely outcome than a win or a loss, although I guess it depends. I don't know enough about chess to say so, but that would seem true to me, intuitively, which may be wrong. In this situation, Erika clearly had the advantage. It was natural that Delana, her opponent, would seek a stalemate to obtain a draw. However, that only worked in chess. This is like the type of shit you're like down like a fucking 4-pawn advantage and you just hold your hand up for like a draw and the guy's like, the fuck? Except isn't that usually conceding? I don't know. However, that only worked in chess. In the game where witches fought over the truth, it was a forbidden move. So it was already checkmate from the very beginning. Delana had no way to turn the game around. But that meant that regardless of what the real truth had been, this game would arrive at the same conclusion. Any other moves? Oh, witch-hunting archbishop, protector of the truth? No. I resign.
Around here we call it conceding, actually, because I play Hearthstone. It's conceding.
See? There you go. Erika had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused, that her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to use... The fuck? Why do we have a censored word, man? Did she say a slur? A splendid game, a splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erika could win. A splendid victory. Delana could only respond with silence. And with that, Erika spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Delana to leave. Delana understood this, but even so, she wanted to tell Erika just one thing before leaving. A splendid game, Lady Erika. It's only natural that the detective wins. Even before you became Lady Burncastle's piece, you truly were a splendid wielder of the blue truth. Oh, she's gonna hit her on a human level. However, Lady Erika, humans are only allowed to use the blue truth, and the only thing that can counter blue truth is red truth. And humans are not allowed to use the red truth. That's probably what she was saying. It was censored. In that case, how should your opponent have shown his truth? Ooh, it's a fucking good question, because there's no way that you can ever provide the truth that you, or the evidence that you seek. You're asking for like an impossible level of evidence. You're basically trying to prove a negative. You're trying to sit there and say, hey man, like, you're cheating on me, you're cheating on me, you're cheating on me. Prove that you're not cheating on me. I can't prove a negative, bro. It's either you love me and you trust in me, or that love and trust has been lost, and then nothing will be able to reach your ears. Is there, like, if you were dead set on this opinion, is there really anything that could prove otherwise? Although I would say, you know, that evidence, hey, it was mighty good. I think she had his ass on lock, but, you know, she had him locked up. She knew what was going on. In that case, how should your opponent have shown his truth? Who knows? Maybe he should have used the gold truth or whatever, which is supposed to be stronger than the red truth at times. You certainly were the victor in that game. However, allow me to say this as a protector of the truth. You were not right? Is that what she's gonna say? Maybe not you were not right, but like, you were not correct, or how would you even... I know what she's trying to say, but I don't know how you would word it. You may have been... I mean, because like, you can win an argument, but be technically on like... I mean, I don't know how to word this. You could win an argument. I'm going to use a very short analogy, and I'm going to move on because I'll get into a talking fit. If you had someone that was like not very well trained in physics, they could debate a flat earther, and even though you would accept that flat earth is like a totally ludicrous position, if that person has just like a deeper breadth of knowledge, they will dog walk you in that conversation despite being on what most people would consider like the losing side of the argument. I think what Delana is going to try and point out is that even though Erika is like the better argumentator, even though she may be more intellectual, she may be able to string her argument together, just because she can present a more compelling argument doesn't mean that the core of the argument is right. We'll see, though. What? I imagine it's something unpleasant, so say it and go away. Yes. Our game did end with your victory. However, you still have not denied the 6 points of blue truth evidence that I showed to claim that I still loved you. Even you are human. You are unable to use the red truth that would disprove those points. Later on, I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transformed into red truth by the power of my master. I am a human, yet superior to humans. A Reddit mod, a detective and a witch. I am the Witch of Truth, Furudo Erika. Any other questions? Parting remarks? I have none. In that case, please excuse me. Seems like she's doing like a bastardization of the red truth, though. She didn't use the red truth because it was real, necessarily. It seems like she kind of bastardized it and forced it. To do that, I meant to scroll up. I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transformed into red truth. Well, if the person also never had the opportunity to have like a rebuttal blue statement again, then you're just like overriding it from a point in the future. This is like the whole thing that we talked about. I'm kind of like yapping here, but I don't think that really makes the point she's trying to make regardless. Delena bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single Witch of Truth laughing off a bitter past, with an equally bitter smile. Dun. Erika glanced at the bedside clock and saw that it was almost exactly midnight. Well, I suppose I should get a little sleep. The curtain has finally risen on the second day, October 5th. I wonder if the first of the game's murders is happening somewhere about now. I hope our victim leaves us some interesting dying messages this time. Oh. Dot dot dot. Bum, bum. Ow, my ears. What's up, Ava? Why didn't you discuss this with your mother? This is about the partner who's supposed to support you throughout the rest of your life. That's right. She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. And that's why you need to choose very carefully, right? How can you be so rash? Ava and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. George had revealed his engagement to Shannon. Ava's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm. Don't tell me you consummated your... Okay, bro. Don't tell me you fucked her. Please tell me you didn't. You knew her when she was 10 and you were 18, you fucking creep. My son, you're a pedophile. She told you she was pregnant to force you into a marriage, didn't she? How rude. I'm a strong believer that chastity is to be reserved before... Okay, bro. This guy actually is like a white knight. And why an engagement? I asked her. She accepted. What more could be needed? No, it's all wrong. Marriage isn't as easy as it looks in manga or whatever you're thinking of. What about her parents? Relationships between the two families? You're not some stray alley cat. You're Ushiramiya George. How could you be so rash now when you might even be selected as grandfather's successor? Why didn't you consult me? I'm consulting you right now. No, not consulting, I suppose. I'm telling you. I'm just informing you. I've never pinned my hopes on being selected as grandfather's successor. In fact, I'd rather refuse it if it did come to that. Holy fuck, bro. She's about to have like a implosion. That's all she groomed George to do. I want to build up my own country and castle from scratch, just like father did. Can I ask real quick, what the fuck is the point of that buckle that Ava has on her outfit? Like, if it was like for this part of the outfit, like right here, I would think like, oh, it's like a buckle that keeps it so it doesn't like flap open. But like, it looks like the buckle is very clearly not on that part of, you know what, let's not worry about it. Look, do you realize how hard your father worked to get where he is? That's not something you could duplicate just by imitating him. Do you have any idea how often he was saved by luck and coincidence? And he got through it because he had you, his wonderful life partner, by his side. Sayo is the kind of person who will support me and transform me into an even stronger man. You praised me for becoming the adult that I am, but that could have never happened without her. Huh? Listen, George. Just let your mother handle this for now. Cool your head and think very carefully. Shannon isn't the only person interested in you, you know? The girl you had that marriage meeting with, Ayumi, really took a liking to you. It's the first I've heard of it. I thought you knew. Her parents were also very impressed by you. You're so perfect, George. Just like, shut the fuck up. I don't like him, man. He's so boring. If you really dream to build your own castle like your father, Ayumi is the one who'd really be able to help you, right? Do you intend to betray her feelings? Yes. Just say yes. Just say yes. There's nothing to betray. I had no feelings for her to begin with. There was never any special... Yeah, see there. Between Ayumi and me. We just had a marriage meeting and our parents got all fired up afterwards. You made us go out together several times, but we never even looked each other in the eye. Ayumi is a well-bred, modest woman. Oh, really? I thought you said you cared about chastity. I thought... Blah, blah, blah. I know that's not what she meant. I know she meant she's from good stock, you know, but... She just couldn't look at you because you're a man, and it would be embarrassing and ill-mannered. If you can't feel anything from her unless she looks at you when she talks, I'll advise her of that. I'm sure she'll look at you from now on. You want me to marry Ayumi because it will benefit you. You aren't pushing that engagement for the sake of anyone but yourself. You actually just got gaped on that. As much as George is a fucking loser, he's kind of right. George, how can you say that? Have I ever failed to think about what's best for you? I haven't, have I? How is the parent kanji written? Like that, apparently. It looks like you do like a little, like, it looks like a... I'm sorry. It looks like a dude with one of those rice patty hats and his cock hanging out. And he has 2 sets of arms. And you got like a bookshelf with like a... He's doing like a stanky leg, kind of. You know what I mean? Anyone else see that? You know what I mean? It's stand, yeah, the hat and the head with the arms on top of a tree. Yeah, that's... Never mind. And look! Dude, I'm fucking cooking right now. That's what we've been doing, surveying your entire future from a height far greater than you have access to. And from our vantage point, we can see that you're letting your momentary youthful emotions lead you down the wrong path. That's why I'm saying what I am, even though I know you'll hate me for it. If I didn't care for you, we wouldn't be having this fight. I'd just tell you to marry whatever strange girl you like and leave you be. You hear me, George? Leave this to your mother. There's no need for you to meet with Shannon anymore. We'll take care of everything for you. Don't worry. We won't have Shannon mistreated. After all, it's thanks to her that you've grown so much, right? We'll take that into account, so leave the rest to us. George.
Mom, I fell in love with her when she was 10. You're not turning me away from this.
Sometime during Ava's rage, tears had started to drip from her eyes. As though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged. It's so crazy, too, that, like, you have Ava, which is probably one of the better written characters in the whole game. And then you just have her son, who's just like this pedophile klutz. But, hey man, he's perfect. He's the golden child. George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. George was, after all... This is really a George hate stream. It's kind of what this stream has turned into. George was, after all, only a child of man. Though he understood that marriage required nothing more than the consent of both people. Honestly, for George, it seems like he doesn't care about consent that much. He couldn't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so he was torn. This reminds me, this is like a deep cut, which none of you were here for because you probably didn't watch me play it. When I played Danganronpa V3, it reminds me of Ryoma. I used to just dog on that fucking guy every time he came up on screen, and it's like the same vibe with George right now. And so he was torn between the tears of the mother who had always helped him and the fiancé he had chosen. Or was he? I think it's time. It's time now. Huh? All my life, you've done a great job raising me, and I'm truly grateful for that. He's just gonna say, like, you gotta let me spread my wings, Mom. You can't constantly be a helicopter. When I have children and become a great parent, I'll become a parent like you. I'll be the kind of parent most worthy of respect in the entire world, one who can truly fight for his children's sake. George. With his back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then he slowly turned around and fucking shot himself in the head. It was without a doubt the familiar face of Ava's beloved son. However, he stood there now as his own man, self-controlled and independent enough that the blood connection between them might even be forgotten. I think it's about time now. For what? For you to let go of your son, Mother. Sure. Let's talk the rest of this out as people, not as mother and son. I am George. I am Steve. I'm sorry. You are Ava. Let's drop the because I'm your parent routine. Speak for ourselves and say what we really mean. My stomach doesn't hurt as much. I think I'm going to keep going. The reason you want to choose the person I marry is for financial reasons, public appearances, and so that you can posture in that still continuing quarrel between you and your siblings. You have no other reason. You do well to just come clean and admit it now. I'm gonna start speaking on my own behalf. I suggest you do the same. You'll lose. I'm warning you. God, he's so fucking cool. My favorite part was when he tried to date a 10-year-old. George's eyes no longer contained any trace of his love and respect for his mother. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future. George. Why? Are you looking at your mother like that? Because I'm not looking at my mother right now. All I see is a wall, a trial standing in the way of the future I'm trying to grasp. You're your own person too. I know that you have dreams and ambitions, and that you're still chasing after those. And I think that's a wonderful thing. We also know how hard it is for a person to chase their dreams without giving up. I need to inherit your wonderful strength. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo. And I've grown. And so has she. She's of age now! And that final, finished product, after everything I learned and acquired, is the real Ushirmiya George. Now I'll overcome the final barrier. You! And he just fucking kills her. Ava had disappeared. The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in one. Dude, she's like a martial artist. She's gonna fuck your ass up, and I hope she does. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain. Wait, pause. She's above? The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way. Oh yeah, you could be like blocked from above. Oh, her witch. It's Ova. She's back. What's up, Ova? Alright then. Sometimes it's good to be brutally honest. I'll speak my mind. So why don't you just lay it out there forever? In the rain-filled sky, with the moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the golden witch of the future who had finally obtained everything of the Ushirimiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness, because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. Now I can confidently show her my true self.
Here we go, Mother. Here we go, Ava.
It was my first step towards escaping from your shackles. First step? With that first step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that this sticky sensation, which didn't quite feel like mud, represented his mother's arrogance trying to prevent him from making that first step. I used to read to you all the time when you were little, didn't I? Do you remember your favorite story, Journey to the West? Oh my god, he likes Sun Wukong? What another fucking boring trope to use, like, the most commonly used fucking myth from Eastern, like, mythos. Wow, George, you're really fucking hitting every nail right now. That takes me back. Sun Wukong. It's probably the first fantasy I really loved. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by the Buddha. The Buddha told him, if you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I will grant you any wish. Then Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were the Buddha's fingers, and that he still hadn't left the Buddha's hand. See, I like to change my pronunciation of the word halfway through, just like when I'm reading something and I go, yeah, that's a lot of data. Hey, can you pass me the data? I'm gonna do this all the time. Get used to it. Are you saying that's what my first step is like? Your resistance, your conflict, your anguish and self-restraint and everything else, all of it is a road I once traveled down. This first step of yours would be overwhelmed by my life. How long are you going to turn a blind eye to it? Why not look at what you're standing on? On the pitch-black earth soaked by the pounding rain, there were what appeared to be ominously glowing bands of faint red, and George had placed his first step directly on top of one. It was deep and viscous, and it held George's foot in place. From Ava's perspective, as she looked down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spiderweb that radiated out with George at the center. That's right. This is me. This is me, tied down by a life of constant instruction, and raised solely for the sake of your ambitions. No, you're wrong about that. Let me make it so that you can understand. I'll show you. And then you'll realize the truth forever. The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping scum out of a pot. Then it lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Ava's insane laugh was as innocent as a grade schooler happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes. Oh no, I dropped my fucking keycap puller that I'm fidgeting with. Careful, Ova, you're kind of in George's prime target age range. You might not want to get too close. Come on, try to remember, okay? What happened on Tuesdays? I think Tuesdays? I'm trying to remember. No, it was Thursdays in elementary school. It used to be Chicken Nugget Day. Oh my god, dude. Y'all didn't know how good Chicken Nugget Day was. The last Friday of every month was Pizza Day. Oh my god, y'all didn't know. You weren't there for it! Of course I remember. Chicken Nugget Day. I was there. That was piano lesson. Oh my god, he's actually, I don't want to be rude, but he's fitting like the Asian stereotype. The piano lessons. The unbeatable training arc of every poor young Asian kid. The piano lessons. I still cringe whenever I hear I stepped on the cat. You did violin in kindergarten. That's the sort of instrument you'd expect smart kids to play, right? But you didn't seem to have the talent. So we switched you over to piano. Dude, I wish I knew how to play piano. I would play it so much. I need to learn, actually. It'd be so fun. But unfortunately, I'm not a small Asian child. Nor was I ever a small Asian child, so I might be starting at a disadvantage. Dan, do you remember Wednesdays? I do remember the Netflix series Wednesday. That is true. I remember. That was the day for cram school. It was so far away and a real pain to have to travel to. And Thursday's chicken nugget day.
Pew, pew, pew.
Supplemental lessons. You were just terrible at subjects with memorization, weren't you? He couldn't remember what the age of consent was. I'm sorry. You could apply your knowledge, but we're horrible at learning by rote. A classic, he can do it if he tries, kid. No, what my report cards would always say is, he's very smart, he just needs to apply himself. That one stung. Those are the most annoying words a kid can hear at a parent-teacher conference. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. It's a British proverb, isn't it? I don't know. Making you motivated and keeping you that way was the hardest thing to do. Ava killing her own son, she would shoot up the tier list. Ah! George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spider web, reduced to the witch's plaything. Interesting that she uses the spider web too, by the way. This is the only other imagery of spider webs we've had in the entire fucking game, just as an aside. But to be fair, she's using spider webs, not so much afraid of them, regardless. She would innocently swing him around, then smash him about, all with an insane laugh, again and again. Do you remember Friday? The, Rebecca Black song? Of course. As far as after-school lessons go, that one was pretty unique. Having a parent present while I studied was a trying experience in multiple ways. Don't buy your child a fishing rod, go fishing with him. You do like a British education, don't you, Mother? Ah! Those lessons were a pain for us parents, too. But for you, that was the most effective one. The monthly fee was high, and it was a pain to have to spend Friday nights there every week. But it was the most effective. ... That's when I realized my kid was fucking stupid! Kids don't grow unless their parents watch over them. If children are sprouts, then parents are the sun. No plant will bud, and no flower will bloom without the sun. And before some dude in the comments like, actually, I'm an ecologist, and there actually is this one plant that doesn't need sunlight. You ever heard of lichen and moss? They actually don't like sunlight. Do you know that that's why they go on the shaded part? Okay, like, we get it, bro, okay? It's general. Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. He could do nothing. Good. Fucking double birds for George. Fuck you. Somehow he'll pull this out, though. He could do nothing. He was still like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he would still, or could still, show resistance at any time. Then, what about Saturday? What about Saturday? That's when the tutor came. He came to our house, which made it much easier, right? It was painful to have to invite some other person into my own room, my sacred space, every single week, bro. This was me in Persona 4 when that kid needed me to tutor him for his test, and he still lost at the end. I hated the sweaty smell he left behind so much that I could bro, chill. He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you. His monthly fees were on par with the lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it. And then came Sunday, followed by Monday when I didn't have any extra school, the only 2 days when I can have some rest. How ironic. So it was those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday that were holding me down all this time. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, get it because it's 5 things. Well, I really was just like Sun Wukong. I don't know about that, man. Don't flatter yourself. Yeah, if you think you can escape from the palm of my hand, you can have that arrogance crushed by the Buddha's 5 mountains. Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, everyone who's playing like Black Myth Wukong right now, they're like, I know this story, I know it! Was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth and sealed away. These are the 5 elements that the days of the week, Tuesday through Saturday, are named after in Japanese. Okay, boring. Boring Japanese language mean boring. Only now did George, who had always admired wait, we're looking this up, actually. Firefox. Days of the week in Japanese. We're taking a little pause right here to read this. We got Monday, which is Getsuyobi. We got Tuesday, Kayobi. Wednesday, Suiyobi. I don't know how you would say that one's kind of a hard one. Mokuyobi is Mokuyobi. Thursday. Friday, Kinyobi. Saturday, Doyobi. And Sunday, Nichiyobi. I wonder if there's actually different names to these, but I don't know. There you go. Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, recognize this greatest of ironies. Just like Sun Wukong, you need some reflection and punishment for your arrogance. If you show that you're willing to reform yourself, I'll release you. That's not being released. It's brainwashing.
Ugh.
There's no need to think about anything. Why not just leave everything to Mama forever? I'll decide everything for you. That's the best kind of life for you. Honestly deserved for George. I'll arrange the most intellectual and selfless woman in the world for you. I'll prepare your every success and even pave the way there. And eventually, you will be chosen for the highest honor in the Ushirimiya family, the position as successor to the head. That's when you can think about beginning life for yourself. A first step? Don't make me laugh. You still haven't even been born yet. This isn't my web that you're caught in. You're inside my caring, nurturing womb. Okay, well, first he was into incest, or first he was into being a pedophile, now it's incest. Okay, I get it that it's like you haven't even left your mother's womb yet, it's a figure of speech, but this guy's got a lot going on, okay? You can't give me any ammunition against him, I'm gonna use it. George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was heartless cruelty unlike anything one would expect a blood-related son to receive. However, in Ava's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh ensnared in the red net was slammed over and over, then thrown high into the air, where it was caught by a massive spiderweb suspended in the sky. George hung there pitifully as though crucified. Don't even make that comparison. Still covered in fresh blood and not even twitching. Even if there had been some power to resist remaining to him, the red web holding him there would have held even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied him. Cool your head while you're sealed by the 5 mountains. I'm not telling you to stop because I think Shannon's a bad kid, okay? She's a great girl, the one who gave you the chance you needed to grow up. But an ill-considered engagement is a whole different matter. It isn't because there's a problem with her. Understand that. It's a problem with you, bro. He's gonna find some way to break out of it.
Mom. I'm stronger than this.
Don't criticize the friend, criticize the behavior. Right. That's another piece of British advice. I really did raise you to be a smart kid. No, I still am raising you. Inside my belly, that is. You just need to be nurtured a little longer. Okay, that's enough punishment, so you can apologize to your mother. The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky.
And he stood up, and he was so cool.
Thank you, Mother. It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise his head. Everything you've done so far, you've done for me, haven't you? Thank you. Thanks for everything. That's right. She's just playing to her pride right now. This is all bait, and you're going to give George a cool moment, and I'm going to go boo, and I'm going to throw tomatoes at my screen. That's right. You must hate me right now, but one day you'll be grateful. I'm sure you'll understand how much I loved you. All those restrictive extra classes from Tuesday to Saturday were your sincere efforts to raise me to be a great man. That's another British phrase. To wrap a child in blessings is the greatest education of all. Thank you. I'll give you a British saying in return. Where's my fucking tea? I'm sorry. What's that? Take one chop at every tree and none of them will fall. That's actually a good quote, though. And what does that mean? Maybe this one is clear. To spend too much time in studies is sloth. Francis Bacon. Wow. The man, drenched in mud and fresh blood, straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Literally all you could do to beat George is just take his glasses from him, by the way. I hope you know that. He's like talking all this big shit like when he fought Gap. All she had to do is just go, oops, there's your glasses. And he goes, oh god, where are you? Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality. Nope, it didn't. Something that could only appear on a self-controlled man, not one who had merely been dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid. I cannot count the number of things I've learned from Sayo. She taught me courage and chivalry, how to be ambitious and witty and humorous, and just a little stylish. It's ironic. Almost all the things you say are so wonderful about me didn't come from you at all. George. Yeah, so your fucking 16-year-old bride-to-be did, Mr. 24, 25-year-old? George, you're still going on about time to get back in mother's womb. Okay, that's it. I don't like I understand what but you know, whatever. I'll nurture you in a sea of warmth once more. As Ava howled, another bright red spiderweb appeared at George's feet and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Here comes Shannon. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped. With a sharp kick of the heel, and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart. What? That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. He had willingly allowed himself to be bound by that web. Everything I owe you for what you've done. Everything I owe you for what you've done, I've paid back now with pain. Now I can finally leave the nest for good. It really is necessary, isn't it, to have the occasional argument with one's parents? George, why would you disobey me so completely for that stupid girl? It looks like it really is you who needs to let go, Mother. So if you're ready. Ready for what? If you're ready. May I fight back? Oh my god, he's so cringe, I hate him. The current of spiderwebs that Ava shot out in defense were all too slow. George weaved through them in an instant, and the next he was right before her eyes. Ava jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her, then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own. How do you block a roundhouse? You met the kick? That's like the... whatever. I guess there is one extracurricular activity I can thank you for. Uh-oh, and what day of the week was that? It's all the martial art classes you made me attend whenever I had a long break from school. Ha, kya ha ha ha. I'm glad, George, to hear you're grateful for at least one thing. Your mother is happy. Kya ha ha ha. Ava's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, 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 mid-level attack. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Ava's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth. You should have learned Muay Thai too. It would have been more fun to have learned it with you. The art of the 8 limbs, you mean? That's how you should refer to it. You're right. I had the most fun when I was learning martial arts with you. Then now is the most fun. Isn't this fun, George, isn't it? Sparring with a woman that's probably like half your weight? Yeah, definitely. That sounds like a really fair fight. George seems to have a thing for people outside of his age range, either up or down. Do you find it fun, Mother, to play with your son like this? Yes, I do. You are my darling son, and I'll give you lots and lots of love inside my belly. I even love the way you kick inside me. Got it. But this kick's coming from the outside of your belly. Did he say the outside? Did I add the? No, he did say the. George buried his knee sharply into Ava's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of the fierce attack, Ava watched her son kick with a proud smile, and then she vomited. You're getting on in years, Mother. Maybe it's about time you held back on wearing childish clothes like that. George! Her chin still covered in vomit, Ava looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in his glasses. Both you and I need to leave our childhood days behind. So long, Mother. Then he killed his mom because he's so cool. The violent lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Ava's chest. However, the power of the red magic circle surrounding George had already pierced Ava's body. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Ava's back. No wound had been left on her chest, but the heart inside it had been struck through. Ava slumped backwards and landed in a puddle with a splash. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her even an instant to writhe about in pain. I know you're somewhere over there. Gap. As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Oh, here comes my goat. Oh, hello, miss. The best voice, the best outfit. Hello. Then a pitch black hole opened in the air there, and Gap jumped out. Impressive. Even considering that it was before her ascension, you managed to defeat Ava Beatrice. I thought you were there. Thanks for not interfering. I'm glad we were able to keep it between mother and son. Don't thank me. I wasn't here. You summoned me just now. Doesn't matter either way. I have something to ask of you. Do I have some duty to listen? Will you not do this for me? With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn pretense of a king, or presence of a king who ruled over demons. His Majesty made Gap gulp, yeah, definitely, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back. I like studs, but I like monarchs even more. Your wish is my command, your demonic majesty. Okay, Gap, don't ruin your character by fucking bowing down to the sky. I want you to lay her body to rest in a place fitting for a woman who admired the head of the Ushirmiya family and who lived her life with the misguided dreams of that position. So in Kinzo's study. No. The VIP room would be good. That never-opened VIP room on the second floor of the mansion. Ah, that room. As you wish, your majesty. Gap approached Ava's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowed both Gap and the corpse, and closed. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Ava always carried, which was marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized the head of the Ushirmiya family, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. George slowly approached that staff, and stepped down hard on the tip.
Ow, not the tip!
When he did, the staff spun violently into the air, and after passing by the blue moon, which honored the Demon King, he's gonna catch it. It flew into George's outstretched hand. Wow. We don't like George, though, so this is cringe as fuck. The instant he grasped it, another fierce bolt of lightning struck nearby, and by the time the flash faded, the staff he was holding had become a spray of golden butterflies and disappeared. It was as though George had held the staff up to the heavens and crushed it out of existence. And now I've finished my part. I'll let someone else have a turn. I was gonna say it's gonna be Jessica now, yeah. I can't believe you killed your own mother. It's the person who loves you first in the world. And the last one you have to separate yourself from. That's what it means to leave your home. This is the courage I am capable of showing to take Sayo as my wife. George, I'm so happy you killed your fucking mom for me. That was so fucking cool of you. Bravo, Ushirmiya George. An excellent start. Even though it was just within the game, even though she was just a piece, I didn't like having to kill my mother. However, that was the trial you set me. That was the trial you set me. I'm assuming it meant sent me, so I saw it through. He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar exaggerated gestures. Wonderful! Wasn't that splendid, Zepar? Indeed it was, Furfur. George's determination is the real deal. It seems I've misjudged you. Please accept my apologies. George chose not to go along with this almost theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. Oh my god, guys, George is so cool. My favorite part of his character is when he tried to hit on a 10 or 12-year-old. This was the trial that Zepar and Furfur had set them. For the love of each other, take the life of another. It was similar to the game within Beato's Fourth, where they were each given 3 options as a part of the test to select the next family head. However, a pair of lovers would never abandon each other's lives, so they were automatically left with the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that the demons hadn't ordered them to take the lives of everyone other than themselves. And besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. I guess I'll write this in the notes. I don't really know if there's a whole lot to theorize about, but it seems like George killed Ava in this timeline? Maybe? For the versions of themselves to whom the game board was the only world, this was a tragic parricide, but for the ones who sat around the game board in the witch's tea room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces representing George's will to overcome his parents. However, even if it was just a single life within one of an infinite number of fragment worlds, the fact remained that the demons had forced him to take it. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events on the demon's game board, but Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life, even if it was only their life as a game piece. Are you getting cold feet? No. The Beatrice that Battler desires would not be shaken by the likes of this. Well then, who will take the next trial? It's gonna be Jessica, right? It can be anyone. Please choose the next victim. I think it's gonna leave the climax for Beatrice. It can be anyone. Let the next challenger step forward. If no one will step forward, that means I win, doesn't it? Yes, that's right, and congratulations are in order, Ushirmiya George. The key that leads to successful love between you and the one you cherish. We bestow it now upon you.
But wait!
As the demons delightedly named George as the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger. Jessica. I'll go next. Fine, I'm game. I'll show you my feelings for Canon aren't just a silly childish crush. End of the chapter. I still wonder why every time when the window breaks, it looks like it's there was 2 bullets that shot it, you know? So it's currently, we're seeing what happens over the course of the night. Romantic regrets. Oh, hubba hubba. Oh, bubba hubba hubba bubba bubba hubba hubba bubba bubba. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. I already drank through my entire water. So I'll be right back. Dutch. Okay, let's do these last 2 chapters. And we're good. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and the short break had been agreed upon. The 4 siblings could say whatever they wanted, but Natsui and Kiri, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. My 2 goats coexisting, although sus on Kiri, also a little bit sus on Natsui, but a conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring even as you just sit there quietly. Keep hitting the wrong key, sorry, even Kiri couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Uh-oh, Kiri, what are you up to, my lady? This was the 2nd floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolph had wanted to be alone during the break, so she had felt like doing the same, and had drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Her expression was less tightly controlled than it was when her husband was around. Kiri wore a tired look that she didn't often show. Aww. She pressed her forehead against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm not allowed to speak. That's the duty I've won. Who is it? Oh, interesting to say who is it. No, she's gonna fucking... She suddenly sensed another person, turned around, and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway. Oh, it's you, Jessica. Didn't you go to the guest house? Well... I just decided to head back to my own room for a bit to get a book. I see. And now you're on your way back to the guest house? Yeah, that's right. What horrible rain. Is the wind really strong? It's weak right now, relatively speaking. As Kiri looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated. Auntie Kiri, I'm sorry you just had bad luck. Ah, Zepar, Jessica's roulette of fate has chosen Kiri. What will you do, Jessica? The roulette has chosen Kiri, but you may reject that choice and spin the roulette again if you wish. It doesn't matter whose life is sacrificed for this trial. Jessica wasn't like George. George had willingly chosen Ava to be his sacrifice, to signify his separation from his old life so that he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular target, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. That roulette was nothing very grandiose, just like the first person she ran into. Alone. She had simply walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself, saying that the first person she met, would be chosen as a sacrifice. And so the roulette of fate had brought her to Kiri. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep to that rule. However, it was the rule that she had decided upon, and she didn't want to break it now. Now that she was participating in the demon's game, this was one bit of justice that she could cling to. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back, but Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself. What is it? Do you have something to say to me? Noticing Jessica's strange silence, Kiri turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had cost her her own first chance. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Cannon. However, would it really be alright to sell her soul to demons for the sake of love? That's my goat. Not wanting to let George, who had already come to terms with the situation, get any more of a lead on her, she had energetically consented to this demon's game, but her heart still wasn't ready. Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this, Auntie Kiri. What is it? It's rare for you to ask me questions, Jessica. I hope I'm capable of answering it for you. Actually, I have someone I like. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Then it is love you wanted to talk about? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, I'll help out if I can. Thank you very much. Actually, is it still one-sided? No, I guess you could say that it's just become mutual. But well, there's this trial for us to be joined together. A trial? What are you talking about? There's the 2 of us and another pair of lovers, and we have to fight each other. A love triangle? Or a love rectangle? Sounds complicated. And? Only the pair who wins can be together. It's something complicated like that. So it's like, sounds nasty. Love that can only succeed at another couple's expense. Sounds like Kiri would be pretty familiar with that, Yeah. If we join up, then they'll fall apart. And the same the other way around. I think I see where you're going with this. Something like this, right? To what extent is a person allowed to climb over others in their own pursuit of happiness, right? It was once again apparent just how smart Kiri was. She immediately figured out the question that Jessica wanted to ask most. Ouch. If you don't fight, it automatically means that they win and you lose. However, if you do fight and win, you cause the other pair to break apart. It's nasty either way. But the answer is obvious. Yeah, you fight. You don't just sit and take it like a fucking dog. Kiri giggled. If she wasn't willing to commit to her love, then that would show the measure of their relationship. If that was the case, she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this was a love she couldn't abandon the victory either, so she had no option but to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt, over forcing the others to split apart as the result of her inevitable decision. The real, god-tier decision here would be if you were Jessica, you just kill George. Or Shannon. And you auto-win. I guess I'm just being soft after all. Yep, that you are. But stepping over someone else for the sake of my own love, it feels horrible. Listen, kid, let me tell you. In that case, what about the one you love? Will you give up on them? I can tell you one thing for certain. Doing that would feel even worse. You'll be forced to crawl through hell for the rest of your life. A hardness had entered Kiri's gaze. I was just 6, so I didn't understand much about it at the time, but I found Mom's notebook among her belongings after she died. Was it a diary? It was more a collection of her thoughts. It was much less organized than a diary would have been. I found it and read it right after she passed away, but I needed to wait a long time until I'd grown for several years before I could understand it. I see. So did it speak of Kiri's worries about her marriage? It was practically a book of curses. It cleared up several things that 6-year-old me had always vaguely sensed. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I did think it odd that Oni-chan lived separately when he was meant to be a part of our family, and I did wonder why he only came home every once in a while, I accepted it as the way things were. Did you not know about Asumu? I think Oni-chan talked to me about her when no one was around, but there was no way an elementary schooler like I was could understand. After all, I never even saw a picture of her. Mom had sent all the pictures with Asumu in them to Oni-chan, leaving none behind in our house. I mean, yeah, fuck, why would you want to? That'd be the most terrible shit ever. In front of Angie, and even in front of Battler, who only rarely came home, Kiri's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Angie probably would never have known them. Rudolph had been particularly popular with the opposite sex since his school days. A typical playboy. Audacious, over the top, and yet not lacking a little gentleness towards women, he had probably built up a formula for getting women to like him. Plenty of women approached him, using various seductive tricks to try to win his favor. Rudolph probably enjoyed that more than anyone. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women and revel in the harem, lapping up their flirting. He may be my father, but he was an awful man. But at the same time, Dad must have looked down on those toadying girls. Mom, who had her own set of values and was extremely intelligent, must have stood out. Though even that might have been due to the skillful way Kiri tried to catch Rudolph's gaze. Yeah, maybe. Mom was smart in many ways. Like the other Ushirimiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the mottos of who dares wins, and it's not a crime if you don't get caught. That's nice. He would set up, that's a very odd statement to fucking say too with everything that's been going on. Oh, it's not illegal to kill my whole family if no one knows I did it. He would set up a business, or he would set up businesses that were borderline swindles or bending the law, then bail out of them and repeat the process over and over. Apparently he was already making use of that talent in his college years, cleverly making money by thinking up shameless projects and selling cheap tricks to parties for them. So much money that he could brag about how his wallet was always stuffed with 100 10,000 yen notes. Many women fell for his charisma and being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kiri was not one of them. However, what made Kiri very different from the other women was that she could also support Rudolph as a business partner. Rudolph would laugh all the way to the bank at his large-scale party. As his large-scale party succeeded, his female entourage would surround him, and Kiri would be the only one among them able to calmly point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon, and even lay out a proposal for the next project. In that manner, Rudolph must have slowly begun to accept her as a partner. Just like some people say men don't belong in the kitchen, there's also a sense that women should stay out of financial affairs. Okay, let's play the contrapositive on that. So you're saying men should stay in financial affairs and women should stay in the kitchen. Angie, what are you saying here? It's normal for women to be treated by men. The details of how those 10,000 yen notes were scrounged up are vulgar, so they don't ask, don't know, don't even care. So you're saying that Kiri viewed money from a man's perspective. Ruthless business woman. In that regard, Rudolph noticed something unique about Kiri. He knew all about how much hard work it took to make just one of those 10,000 yen notes. So somewhere inside of him, he looked down upon those extravagant women who never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. Among all of them, only Kiri possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Yeah, so fucking much financial intuition that they ended up fucking flat on their ass broke. Every time Rudolph thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kiri about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kiri steadily worked her way up until she was the number one of Rudolph's large group of followers. But Mom was still a woman. I doubt she enjoyed seeing Dad pampered by all the other girls. So she would rather have been his only one instead of his number one. Yeah. Though she served as Dad's right hand, she slyly got rid of the other women in the shadows. It was only a matter of time before Mom would succeed in her love. When did Asumu come into the picture? That was a fucking deep cut. She was one of those who swarmed around Rudolph. No, not even that. She was just one of his fans. Did you ever talk with her? Of course. I knew her well. Ever since the very beginning, before Rudolph even knew her name. I'm sure she was quite intelligent herself. And cunning. I tried to use my intelligence to stick out, but she took the exact opposite approach. But by her stupidity? I mean, she was good at triggering his protective instinct. Out of all the girls who came to flatter and flirt with him, only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudolph had tired of. Even now, Kiri recognized the mistake she had made in letting Asumu and Rudolph get too close. Kiri had thought that by taking the role of his business partner, she had succeeded in making him entirely hers. She might have been a little conceited, and her arrogance in trying to eliminate the relationships the other girls had with Rudolph might have also contributed. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him, regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him, without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Asumu. Damn, Kiri got other women. I am ruthless and intellectual. Okay, let's not calm down, Erika. We don't need to tell me what fucking subreddits you moderate. Rational and economical. In a plank of carnitas situation, I would push the other person off without hesitation. I thought that was the kind of partner suitable for him. I might have said that carnitas wrong. I've never actually seen that before, which is surprising, because a lot of these like really common fucking weird philosophical things they cite, it's usually like, oh, of course, welcome to Philosophy 101, but for whatever reason I haven't seen that before. Regardless. However, though, that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things. Outside of business, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply. At some point, though Rudolph still acknowledged Kiri's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. What he's saying is he didn't view her as a woman, just a partner. Asumu filled that role completely. She would never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she would just shake her head or say she didn't know. Or to say she didn't know. However, she would care for him physically, more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning. Yes, I did get the position of his business partner, but before I knew it, Rudolph had grown a need for a mental partner, someone who could heal his heart. Foolishly enough, despite claiming to be the intellectual one, I never noticed. And then, Uncle Rudolph married on Asumu? He fucked her. That's right. She stole him away from me. But you won in the end, so, hey. He had slept with a lot of women. By that point, he wasn't the kind of guy to let his emotions be captured by a woman just because he slept with her. After all, sleeping with women was just a game to him. That's why I used something other than my body to attract his attention. My sick-ass haircut. Conceit. Woman's downfall. Before long, they were both pregnant. Asumu told Dad about it right away, but Mom did the opposite. Okay, so I'm gonna write this down, because this is gonna be important for later. So, apparently, Asumu told Rudolph right away that she was pregnant, but Kiri hid it. She might have been afraid that pregnancy would threaten her position as his business partner. Apparently Mom wasn't eating much at the time and was often out of sorts. Because of that, it took a really long time before she realized she was pregnant. When did she notice? It was after Asumu suddenly moved into Dad's family register. Mom learned about her pregnancy after that and plotted several times to split Asumu and Dad apart, but even though Asumu always appeared to be so absent-minded, once she got her hands on Rudolph, she wouldn't let go. What do you want? Please stay out of our way, she'd say. And this coming from that sissy little girl who'd curl up into a ball every time she got on a bus. At that point I realized she had been the truly cunning one. Yes. Even her fear of vehicles was another lie to catch Rudolph's sympathy. Damn, okay. My apologies. I must be boring you. Oh, no. At the very least, I wanted him to register himself as the father of my child. And it does seem as though Rudolph was prepared to do that. He made sure there was a hospital waiting for me, and even though Asumu was close to giving birth herself, he gallantly came to see me. Even though she was already his wife. Okay, so this is interesting. They were already married prior. We already knew this, but I'll just write it down for confirmation. Rudolph and Asumu were already married prior to either Kiri or her giving birth. Imagine she tells the secret of Battler's birth to Jessica, just like oh yeah, here you go. What an awful man, really. That's what I'm saying, Kiri. Get your get back. Fuck this guy. After that is a tale I can't even bear to tell. Both Asumu and I had the same delivery date, and yet her pregnancy led to marriage, while mine was completely meaningless. I swore to bring up my child well so that Rudolph would be proud to call himself its father. Asumu had won her battle against me, but I would win the war. However, I hadn't yet lost the war. Holy fuck, Kiri. Log in! If I could make my child excel far more than Asumu's. If I could make my child the one that Rudolph most respected. Dude, this is gonna be a hater narrative. Watch it. That it wasn't like a convenience thing that they had the same name. Watch it that Kiri found out what Asumu named her kid and on purpose named her kid the exact same thing. That's what I believed. Sorry, I totally skipped that entire line. Oh, well, I just said Kiri's child was stillborn. Fuck. If I could make my child excel far more than Asumu's, if I could make my child the one that Rudolph most respected, I would be rewarded. That's what I believed. However, Kiri's child was stillborn. Yeah. Asumu gave birth to Oni-chan. Not true. But Mom didn't give birth to anyone. Even Mom's final hope of being left a spot as Dad's second wife was destroyed. Okay, we're gonna write this down. I kinda don't believe this is the truth, but we'll write it down. Featherine says that Kiri's child was stillborn. Even Mom's final hope of being left a spot as Dad's second wife was destroyed. Sorry, I have the hiccups. Kiri had fallen from his partner to his second wife, and then, unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she must have hated Asumu and her child, Battler. But despite that, Mom was able to act in a very friendly way towards Oni-chan. It was definitely a shock for me to discover that my kind and gentle mother had held such negative emotions towards Oni-chan and managed to hide them. She must have despised Battler. I don't doubt it. If Asumu's child had been stillborn and Mom's had been the one to give birth to Oni-chan, history might have changed in some way. It seems she thought that if that had happened, she might have been able to make things play out in a way that Dad would divorce Asumu and marry her instead. Was that also written in that book where she kept her thoughts? Yeah. It truly was a collection of random thoughts, fantasies. Mom's resentment as she chewed on the corner of her tear-stained bedsheets. There's just one thing I regret. You mean the pregnancy? No. It's my arrogance I regret. Rudolph is already mine, so I'm completely safe. I'll never lose to that Asumu girl. While she was screaming and shrieking on buses and planes, I was capable of properly managing the travel arrangements and expenditures. And so, I was overly confident that I was the one Rudolph trusted the most. They say love needs to be nurtured, right? Yeah. It's not wrong. You both need to water that tree, care for it, and nurture it. And at the end it will finally bear the fruit called love. Did you know? It isn't over when it bears fruit. You have to harvest that love or it will never be realized. Harvest, you have to pick it from the tree, man. You need to think about that yourself, Jessica. If you make the tree bear fruit without harvesting it, it can sometimes grow rotten, and bugs will often gather around it. In fact, sometimes thieves will come by and pluck it off the branch. She couldn't put it more on the nose for you, by the way. Young kids like you, Jessica, think that love ends with nurturing. That's naive. If you don't harvest it, you will never be rewarded for your love. Harvest love? At a glance, it may seem to be a master just for the pair of lovers. Or a matter, sorry, I don't know why I said master. Maybe a matter just for the pair of lovers, but that isn't true. Putting off the harvest because you assume you can do it at any time just gives the thieves a chance. What if that fruit you've worked so hard to nurture gets pulled off the branch the next morning? You'll regret that you didn't choose to harvest it the previous day instead of putting it off. Was she saying that you gotta grab it by the fucking balls? You gotta grab it by the balls, Jessica. You can't leave it to chance. That regret really hurts. It'll make you crawl through hell. I was lucky. My hell ended after 18 years, so I'll never misjudge myself again. That man is mine. I won't let him get away. I won't let him out of my sight. And I'm grateful to my masters for giving me that chance. My absolute certain willpower is not in giving up on that man, no matter what was answered with a miracle. Let me read this. I was lucky. My hell ended after 18 years, so I'll never misjudge myself again. That man is mine. I won't let him get away. I won't let him out of my sight, and I'm grateful to my masters for giving me that chance. My absolute certain willpower in not giving up on that man, no matter what was answered with a miracle. Which? But now Jessica was speechless, and didn't even nod her head in understanding. This true form of love that Kiri was telling her about was far, far more harsh than anything she had imagined. Now, I will do anything to keep Rudolph by my side, and I will show no mercy to his enemies. If he wished it, I might not even hesitate to commit murder, because I finally gained that determination on the 18th year. That absolute willpower brought about a miracle for me. You know, miracles only come to those who can make them come true themselves. Asumu's death was no murder. Okay, so I'm gonna put that down. However, Kiri had often cursed her and hoped for her death, and finally on the 18th year she built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. And then she actually got herself a knife with which to do the deed. That was when the miracle occurred. She fell and tripped and died or something. Onasumu passing away was a miracle? Not really. That wasn't even close to a miracle. Huh? Well, she was gonna do it anyways, right? That was the whole point, after all. If she hadn't died, I would've... Yeah, she just said that. She just said she was willing to kill her anyways. That wasn't the miracle. In other words, she was fated to die no matter what. The miracle was that, even though she did die, I didn't have to get my hands dirty. That's all. Ho ho ho, Kiri. I love you, you motherfucker. Kiri says she was gonna kill Asumu anyways. It wasn't a miracle that she died. It was a miracle that Kiri kept her hands and consciousness clean. I can't type right now, I don't know why. Okay. Until now, Kiri had never shown Jessica, no, she had never even shown Rudolph, that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet fruit and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Sorry for the hiccups, I don't know why they're not going away. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silent, and she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that could make love be realized. It was magic. This was the level of willpower Kiri showed in her support of Rudolph as his wife, and it was the same for George. He already had the willpower to confront everything in the way of his love and that transcended status, and he had proven that. Now Jessica could clearly understand. That was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the demon's trial. Then what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with Canon bear fruit, and to go through with the task of harvesting it? Hehe. I'm sorry. I only meant to give a little advice, but perhaps I scared you a little too much. Hehehehehe. Blame the weather. I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kiri let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart. I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica, but if you have a rival and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent. If you do, you'll end up like me. Every woman should have one time in her life when she would kill for the sake of love. I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that, after all. Women who don't do that are chewed to bits by the others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives. My hell lasted 18 years. I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18. The hell is still filled with women, or that hell is still filled with women, who will never get out until they die. Unless they execute themselves in their regret. You could just say kill themselves. I don't know why you would word it like that, but... Wow, I have no words. Hehehe. I was trying to spur you on, but here I've gone and frightened you too much. I'm truly sorry. Love can be much more easygoing than that, okay? Love really is like playing with fire. Anyone can play easily and lightheartedly. Get too close, you'll get burnt. But when you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you for your whole life. Hehehehe. Regrets and love will never fade. That was all that Kiri had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kiri to tell her life story instead of just saying something like that directly. In fact, her past was a topic she usually avoided. However, Kiri might have felt as though Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kiri had opened up and told everything, because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes. Well, I'd better head back. Let's keep what we've talked about a secret, okay? With a mysterious smile on her face, Kiri turned around. That's your opportunity, Jessica. I wonder if I scared her too much. Still, it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning. Once you've fallen into it, it's already too late. Good luck, Jessica. Your love sounds like a handful, but don't let yourself be beaten. It's not every day I get to act as a mentor. What is it, Jessica? Ho 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 ho. What? Uppercut? A windstorm grazed Kiri's head. It had missed by a hair. If Kiri hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fist would probably have been buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that her first strike had failed to land a kill. Just so you know, I didn't try to sucker punch you because I'm a dirty coward. I hoped to end it with a single painless strike before you realized what was happening. Didn't I tell you that I lived through the hell of jealousy? Envy, not jealousy. I've come close to getting stabbed in the back a couple times before. I know how it feels just before a surprise attack. You mean you could sense it? That plus the lie you told in the beginning. A lie? Come now. If you had come from your room after picking up a book and were on your way back to the guest house, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that direction. Chessboard theory led me to 7 possible reasons you might have had for lying, and this was the worst case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kiri would only put her on guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded. Not bad. I should have expected that from you, Auntie Kiri. Why me? You were planning to kill me from the beginning. It didn't matter who it was. Just my luck. It's what you said that gave me the boost I needed. Thanks a lot. What? Kiri dodged the punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. Ordinarily, being made to punch the wall should have caused Jessica to hurt her own hand and roll around clutching it in pain. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater in the wall, yeah? Instead of a look of anguish after smashing her fist against the wall, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. Incredible. I see that you are your father's daughter. Have you taken up boxing too? That is true. They did say that Kraus did boxing before. Impossible. Jessica's barehanded. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all. See some Attack on Titan shit, turns her fist into steel. Please don't resist, Auntie. Just one strike to the head. I promise you won't feel a thing. Kiri tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. If that punch had hit her, her head probably would have split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I come. If Kiri's kick off the ground and leap backward had been an instant slower, her gut would have been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible tornado-like gust of wind which blew Kiri back. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand. Because Jessica looked at the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human, and common sense didn't apply to it. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Kiri slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Feel free to hate me, but just like you, I can't back down. I can't let my love finish half-hearted. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What on earth is going on? Someone tell me! The air around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists, and it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. She looked just like a western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Flame upgrade. Mass upgrade. Armor piercing. Bro, she's playing like Warcraft 3, like Hero Line Lishan. She's getting these big upgrades. Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light. Those fists, which were even giving off smoke, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. Goodbye. This is just a nightmare. Curie dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now, this was her best option. She was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheeks wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare, and by now this came as no surprise. Ronove. When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier blocked off the corridor. Curie slammed into it hard and realized that her path of escape had been cut off. Stop this madness! This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Let me wake up. Quickly. The fact that she called on Ronove too? Interesting, all I'm saying. Yes, this is a nightmare. I'll wake you up right now if that's what you want. Just one strike. Don't move. Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her and shrouded in flames. Each time her feet lifted off the floor, boiling steam hung around her footprints. This was a true nightmare. Curie clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. It's a nightmare, right? This is a nightmare, isn't it? Please tell me it is. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It is, right? It's a nightmare, right? Ah! I'll recognize that. This is a nightmare. I do too. I recognize that this is a nightmare, so please. I'll wake you up with a single punch. Ooh! That was envy. Leviathan. Jessica's neck twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards, her eyes rolled back into her head, as though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. A demon stake was buried at an angle into her forehead. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, and then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood. Leviathan the Envious right here. If this is inside a nightmare anyway, why not have the fiend, or friend that shows up in my nightmares? Okay, I get it. My friend from the Hell of Envy. Thanks for showing up just in the nick of time. It's too early to thank me. She's not down yet. Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of the head, Jessica just stood there, convulsing and wide-eyed, and didn't fall over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank, doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own palm against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to imagine that she was doing this to seal up the wound. If Curie didn't escape now, there would never be another chance. Can you defeat her? Impossible. She has a contract with one of the great demons. She's immortal. This is because of love. This is why she is mortal, or that is why she's immortal. Yes, love is magnificent. Those with our blessing cannot be killed. Can we break that red magic wall? Ronove is also a great demon. There's nothing I can do. Can we escape out of a window? The windows are no good either. They were blocked by Ronove's barrier a while ago. Incredible. Does this mean she sold her soul to demons for the sake of love? How could she make so many contracts with great demons? Oh, I'm so jealous. Armor upgrade. All attribute defense. Counter-attacking armor upgrade. In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She'd upgraded herself with a defensive power that would ensure Leviathan's attacks would never work again. What is she talking about? Self-augmentation. It's a kind of enchantment. Right now she has enough defensive power to prevent me from piercing her. She even has the power to reflect the damage back upon the attacker. She's no longer human. She's a monster. Oh, so that's all? Then not much has changed. How can you say that? Just like in the very beginning, we still have no chance of winning. That hurt, but it won't work again. Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hole there. The hall was blocked by barriers in both directions, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out. The only way out is through. Is the door to this room sealed? No, it's just locked, but it's a normal room. It does have windows, but they've already been sealed. In other words, it's a locked room and a coffin for us. The coffin is just what I need. Unlock it. You have to put her in it. Oh, I'm jealous. Why are you the only one who can unlock it? Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole to that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. What the fuck is this room? Never seen this? Oh, it's Krause's. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. I didn't know from that other angle, but this angle was Krause's. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like. Even if you lock it, she can just smash through it with one punch. You've just put the lid on your own coffin. However, if she wants to send us a killing blow here inside the coffin, she'll have to take the lid off first. That's your ambush. With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kiri's words. What are you talking about? How will such a small room be able to protect you? The room may be a locked room, or this room may be a locked room. It may leave us with no method of escape. However, even you can't break into this room. That's what a locked room is. What are you talking about? How does this tiny room, with its tiny door, make you think you've gotten away from me? With a confused expression on her face, Jessica looked wearily between her own burning fist and the door. Then slowly she sent that pulsating red light to her fist. She repeatedly enchanted her fist to give them the destructive power for the killing blow. I'll smash this door to bits. If you think you can, give it a try. Kiri! Responding calmly through the door, which was the only thing separating her from Jessica, Kiri placed a single index finger on it as if to hold it shut. Jessica slowly raised a fire-wreathed demonic fist. So long, Auntie Kiri. Kiri! Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. Okay, 1 second. Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was the same kind of slow motion often seen as special effects at the climax of a movie. However, this was no special effect. Jessica's fist really was slowing down as though it was being sucked in, like a spoon sinking into a jar of honey. That punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock. I'm envious of you. Envy. I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance and naivete in love, so I envy you. You're going to remember my warning. Succeed in love, and walk a beautiful life, right? Ah, I envy you. You'll get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did. Oh, I envy you so much. She's stacking her power right now, man. Jessica tried to slam her fist against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door. She's using Talk no Jutsu right now. Speed upgrade. Instantaneous force upgrade. Speed of sound upgrade. It's useless, darling. Break. With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved at the speed of sound. 1,225 kilometers. I've only ever seen this in mile an hour. Isn't it like 831? It's like 800 or it's like 790. I don't know. It's like around 800 miles an hour. I forget. Maybe I'm totally wrong. I think I might be totally capping. I don't know. I don't fucking remember. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago? 730 days? 17,520 hours? However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George, with Shannon's shift on about 3 days of the week, divided by 7 times 3. And it wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour. So, only 1/24th of each day. 17,520 divided by 7 times 3 divided by 24 equals 312, rounded down. Wow, you really rounded down on that one? That's fucked up. The number of hours that Kiri had been jealous was 157,680. In other words, this was a scant 0.2% of the time that Kiri had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers an hour, the speed of sound, becomes only 2.45 kilometers an hour in the 1 over 500 world. Understand? You're lacking in both love and envy. Even Jessica's sonic fists were no faster than a walking child in Kiri's world. Jessica ground her teeth, her fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kiri was holding it shut with a single finger. Way to go, Kiri. See, this room is a locked room. At most, Jessica can knock on the door, but she can't lay a finger on us inside. Ah, Beatrice's definition of a locked room. What the hell? And this locked room will be somewhat troublesome. It is impossible for a human to carry out a locked room murder. Only magic can do that. Until you truly understand magic, you will not be able to break through it. You can't corner me any further. As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize that I haven't returned and they'll start searching the mansion. And then you will be observed. Witches and magic alike disappear when they're observed. The nightmare is already over, darling. Damn it. Oh, I can't believe Jessica's going to drop out all of a sudden. Oh, please give it your all. Do it for your beloved canon. Come, Jessica, believe in love and let us see a miracle. Let me make a correction. There isn't even any need to wait for time to pass. After all, there's an extension telephone right here. Of course the internal phone line hasn't been cut. Why did you say of course the internal phone line hasn't been cut? That's a very odd comment to make. Sorry, I'm writing that down. I'll just pick up the receiver. This is my checkmate until she like busts through the door somehow. Construction completed. Locked room murder. Aha. Yes, that is valid. Permeation upgrade. Attack transmission. Indirect attack power upgrade. Huh? Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and then white hot. Oh damn. It definitely wasn't a PNG or like a gif of fire burning on top of something. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder reached inside the locked room. Through the cracks in the study door, through the keyhole burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room. However, even here on the other side of the door, she could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. I think you would probably be screaming like bloody murder. I feel like that's gotta be about the most painful way that you could die. Kiri's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kiri danced a dance of death. That's such an awkward way to write that. Jessica clearly heard as Kiri danced a death amidst the hellfire. Sorry, fell to her knees and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door. If you love the hell of envy so much, then burn. Burn in the flames of envy for all time. There are probably some things that can be learned from envy. However, it's nothing to be praised, and it's no one's duty. It seems you were too proud after all, Auntie Kiri. Bro said this was the pride before the fall. Now here's the fall. A splendid locked room murder. Could you take care of the mess? I'd hate for her body to be burnt to a crisp when it's finally found. Do you think you could clean it up? As you wish, milady. Interesting again, referring to her as milady. They referred to Beatrice as milady. I said this already. Ronove transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kiri's unrecognizable corpse in this room that had ended up as a burning hell. Jessica finally let out the breath that she'd been holding down in her chest. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she had done. Even if it had just been a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Is that what you wanted, demons? Bang. Yes, well done, Jessica. Your love is the real deal. George welcomed Jessica with crisp applause. I mean, hers was better than George's. Let's be real. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at them and she stopped. It's just something that happened on the game board. There's no need to look so sad about it. Shut up, George. You literally killed your mom. Shut the fuck up. I know that logically, but still, how am I supposed to just accept it emotionally? Milady. Canon, I love you. I can't give up. That's why I've shown how strong my feelings are. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Get ready for both of them to lose to Beatrice. I'm not wrong, am I? Milady. As Jessica started to sob, Canon held her quietly, and he realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him. He didn't make any mistake, and it also isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just happen to be a bit more of a Shut the fuck up. Not everyone can Shut up. Fucking barf. But in any event, you've completed your trial, milady. Well done. I admire the strength of your determination. Very true. Both George and Jessica have splendidly succeeded just the same. Very impressive, Jessica. That locked room murder just now was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself. Jessica had used magic to kill Kiri, who had holed up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a locked room murder, had it acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic. The trials for the two of you have been completed. So then, who will take the next challenge? Will it be Beatrice? No, it might be Shannon. No, this has to be Canon's time to shine. Come, speak up. Who is next? Who will take the next trial? If it's Beatrice, I'll continue. What witch would hesitate at committing murder on the game board? Even excess shyness can kill love. Come, who will be next to carry out a murder of love? The three who remained looked at each other. If the other two are going to spend a few more moments hesitating to raise their hands, I'll raise my own instead. All three thought this at the same time. So, they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already been shown, or had already shown their determination. They had to carry on. Oh god, my eyeballs. Ah. Okay, we're like... The fate of those who do not fight. Okay, we'll do this and then we'll call it after this. Just past midnight. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. It seemed that the relatives all wanted to be alone now that they had dispersed for a short break. Since everyone had avoided the parlor, the obvious place for people to gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. I'm gonna look at something real quick here. Where is she on this side? Oh, it's on Angie's side. You can't really tell, but she does kind of have the same, like almost like curtain-style hair as Thing. And kind of, a little bit. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone stone cold. So I'm gonna raise my mic. It does droop a little bit over time, I've noticed. I think it's because, I think I mentioned this before, it's at the end of a mic stand, and I think the mic is like just heavy enough that I could make it so it wouldn't droop, but I'd have to really like over tighten it, and I'm not interested in that because it's actually a pain in the ass to get undone, regardless. Comforting silence. Now that no one else was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her three siblings. She had no influence at all. Yo, free Rosa, we like Rosa. Except for the beating Maria part, but honestly, Maria was asking for it sometimes, okay? But possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like an adjudicator or a judge. I have to make use of that and turn the discussion in the direction I want. I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. This was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden I bore to help support his business. Now I'm not sure anymore. If I can pay off the debt, will he call me again? Oh, her ex. Aww. Well, you can forget it. Even if you do contact me after all this time, I'll be the one turning you down. But still, you are Maria's father, you know? Please come and see her. If only just once. Wait, what was the... Oh, that was like Rosa saying that. I was confused there, but I get it. She was saying that, like, you know, even if you come back. Love is quite a difficult thing to stick to, isn't it? Huh? Who? Though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Just when had it happened, Canon could be seen standing there. Even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all. He scared me. Sorry, I guess I was thinking so hard that I didn't notice you. Need something? No. The reason you're currently in pain is because of love, Rosa. Am I wrong? Okay, the only thing I'm going to say, I don't want to be, I'm sure that they will turn it around. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily bad. I'm going to let him cook, okay? There's been a lot of pigeonholing into things being love, okay? I hope that we get a little bit more texture to this, but just going to throw that out. That's sudden. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maria's father asked you to be the co-signer on a loan, and you accepted. Yeah, we never really got the backstory on this, and then he kind of just like fucked off and she got seated with it. What a troublesome kid. You were listening to Kraus from the hallway, weren't you? True. Earlier this day in this very room, Kraus had seen through to the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she had become a co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Canon know so much? You're a very wise person, Rosa. You wouldn't have become a co-signer without thinking carefully about the consequences. I haven't yet moved to his family register, but I thought of the man I would soon marry as my partner. If he couldn't borrow the money without my name, I figured that helping him out was my responsibility as his future wife. hadn't yet moved to blah blah blah, but I thought of the man I would soon marry as my partner. If he couldn't borrow the money without my name, I figured that helping him out. Okay, I see. It's a bit weird. I don't know, I feel like that was worded a bit awkwardly regardless. And did that future ever come? You'll chill on Rosa. No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone, and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing. Almost like a living hourglass measuring the length of the hell Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt. It's a cruel joke. I tried to forget that man several... She's got to be like Wrath, right? I tried to forget that man several times. But you know, forgetting him doesn't get rid of that debt. It was only natural. And so whether or not she forgot her love, she had to do all she could to pay that money back. But you know, I also think of it this way. If I can manage to pay everything off, it'll mean that I've passed the trial of love that he gave me. If I have to pay off my debt anyway, how can I abandon my reward, the love I could gain as a result, before it's over? Don't you think I could put off thinking about that until after I've paid it all back? So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what she's saying. Oh, she's saying I have to pay it anyway, so there might be reward at the end. It might be the love, blah, blah, blah. That's what she was mentioning at the start. It may have been a trick of words that only those who have suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa vaguely realized that she might have been deceived. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. So he's not dead. When that happens, she might be able to regain her love. But if she had already abandoned that love, then what? This debt, this trial that he had given her, would be completely meaningless. Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. In fact, the very fact that she looked at it that way might have been her blindness due to love, as well as proof that she still hadn't cast off her infatuation with the past. Even now, she still suffered. And that suffering would continue, at least until she paid back the massive loan and let a good deal of the time pass after that, until she could finally lay her feelings for him to rest. Could this be that hell Kiri spoke of? Probably. Though I'm not sure what you're talking about. There's no doubt that my world has been a total hell. And how can that be put to an end? Paying off the debt or fucking dying? Who knows? If anyone did, the disease called love would never eat into anyone again. Wait, what the fuck does that even mean? Probably, though I'm not sure what you're talking about. There's no doubt that my world has been a total hell. And and how can that be put to an end? Who knows? If anyone did, the disease called love would never eat into anyone again. That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had. I'm sorry, I feel like this whole passage just had a lot of like awkward things. I've had a hard time reading it. Well, since you bring up Kiri, her story is like an aspiration to me, or a dream. Though she had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never felt a despair and instead continued to support Rudolph, lying in wait for a miracle. Maria is still only 9 years old. I've only waited for the first half of Kiri's 18. If I give up after just this, she would laugh at me. Do you think that a miracle will occur in another 9 years? Doubting that would be the end of me. In a sense, I'm a ghost. I am already dead. I'm just living on without noticing. A ghost waiting for eternity for a person who will never come. That's right. That day when I naively said that I wanted to support his dream, I was probably already dead. I guess that really was a regretful day in the end. Regretful. I have dreams. I want to go overseas. I'll fly out of this tiny country, make it big, and come back to you. That takes me back. At that time, I thought of lovers as a pair of people willing to acknowledge the other's radical dreams. I'd become a successful designer, announce my new lines in Paris. Getting jostled by the press, he'd love to talk about that dream, and I loved listening to him. When I think about it, I really had my head in the clouds during that strange time. We both lifted the other up as though we were drifting about in the air. So when he said that he wanted to get out of Japan, I applauded him and promised to support him. Acknowledging each other's great dreams that might never be is a standard sort of pillow talk for lovers. But once they started to translate into actual action, from that point on, I should have been serious and practical. For a long time I felt proud of letting him go on that day. No, I still do. But you still regret it. That's right. If on that day I had sobbed and pleaded for him to stay, I might not have fallen into hell. Did seeing him off with a smile really make me a winner? Of course not. I basically lost by default by refusing to fight when the time came. I only glorified that loss, saw him off with a smile as he went on to take on the world overseas, and became intoxicated with the fantasy that I was some brave woman waiting patiently with her daughter for her man's return. Even though he never called me once after that, and mail sent to the address he gave me came back, forwarding address unknown. Where I am right now is hell. A hell where I'll regret until the day I die that I didn't fight when I was meant to. Hey, this is literally what Kiri just said. I've even dragged my daughter into hell with me. I wish someone would just kill me. I want to be told that I've already been killed, that I'm a ghost. In love, if you do not fight, you fall into hell. Yes, love is a fight. Will you win and gain, or lose and die? But please have no fear of death. After all, it is a peaceful sleep. What is truly terrifying is having never lived. Ready? Is a hell that finds the unsleeping ghost who would neither win nor die, who could neither. That hell has no end. The battle of love is cruelest to those who could neither win nor die. So in love, you've got to go for broke. Dying in battle is better than the alternative. They say the most torturous toxin for humans is made from rotting love. The suffering it brings exceeds the tortures of the most twisted hells. She said this is a warning to motivate her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial no matter how severe. I understand. After all, when my desire to have Battler one day accept me wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there. It is up to me to kill that seed or make it bud, but if I let it rot here in my chest, its poison will surely torment me forever. This is the advice I always give, that if you like someone, man, you just gotta go grab it by the fucking nuts. Don't sit there and wait, man, or you'll turn into, like, your teenage self where you, like, actually mind destroy yourself over it. Not worth. This is like when you're, like, 15, and you hear, like, some older dude tell you, like, look, bro, you need to just ask the girl that you like out, and if you get rejected, you get rejected, okay? It is what it is. But you'll be better for it, and then, like, you, who's never asked a girl out in your life and has never been rejected, have this, like, weird image in your mind that rejection is, like, the most powerful fucking thing that could ever happen, and it's, like, life-alteringly destroying. And, like, don't get me wrong, it doesn't feel good, but holy fuck, does it ever feel so much better to ask and be rejected than to, like, sit there, like, waiting and hanging on every word for what's never gonna happen. Regardless, side tangent. And that, even for us 1,000-year-old witches, is the most terrifying torture in the world. Behold what happens to those who make light of love. This hell of roses is what happens to those who do not possess the courage to make the seed of love bud and instead allow it to rot. One cannot end that pain by their own hands. Okay, I was about to say, Canon, do her a favor. It looks like we might get all three of them in the next chapter, but we'll see. In this chapter, I mean. Huh? Just now, was that a red light? My apologies. Huh? What? She's going blurred. Just now, I thought I saw something strange. Is it gonna, like, show her head? Is it gonna, like, slide the perspective to the side? It'd be really funny if it was, like, it shows her head, like, sliding off to, like, the right or the left, and then it goes black. She got decapitated. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. When she did, she saw a small red rose petal floating on the surface. A rose. Aww. I have heard that in your youth, you loved to lie on that sofa. Aw, don't make me feel bad. I like Rosa. I shouldn't, because she beats her kid, but I like her. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rosa's eyes. Oh, he cut her eyes. Or no. I don't know, he did something. In an instant, Canon had beautifully and precisely cut the single thread of Rosa's life. There was no wound on Rosa's body. There were only the few drops of blood that dripped down from her. Okay, no, he did just gouge her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Hey, they always said with magic you can't see, so close your eyes. Slowly she collapsed onto the sofa and lay there. That had been one of her most blissful habits during the most blissful time of her life. Aww. Sleep well, Rosa. Your hell has ended. Aww. That's kind of nice. It's terrible that he killed her, but, like, I mean... Canon took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. It would have looked to anyone, just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Aww. Those demons had not exaggerated when speaking of love as a battle and a trial. In fact, although cruel, this could even be said to be an honest reflection of reality, in the sense that it made no attempt to hide the fact that to lose in love is to die. Now my part is complete. Were you watching, demons? That was like the worst of the 3 by far so far, man. Oh no. How could you kill Mama? How could you kill Mama? One of the 2 great witches of Mariage Sorcière, Maria, though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa was the Black Witch, she was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness. How could you do that to Mama? To Mama, to Mama, to Mama? Okay, I actually do want to say real quick. I want to hear the line of her yelling, I'm sorry, okay? You probably don't get many of these where people go crazy style. So I want to hear it. I mean, I guess it was okay. I was expecting a bit more, Maria, okay? You could have had a little bit more on that one. It's okay, though. Whoa, back to the jam. How can you do that to Mama, to Mama, to Mama, to Mama? Ah! She, like, just traced, like, the Battle.net logo there. Anyone else see that? Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Cannon had already disappeared in the span of a few short moments, and she released her barrage at what had become empty space. In the meantime, Cannon jumped from wall to wall around to Maria's back. Huh? I don't want to kill past my quota, but I will defend myself. Oh my god, bro said fuck you. Ooh, blocked. Sakutaro. Man, you're not even a plushie anymore. Are you? What are you? Diplomatic immunity. I won't let you target Maria or me. Damn. The red trailing sword that extended from Cannon's hand dissipated in an instant. He managed to make it reappear, but when he tried to use it on Maria and Sakutaro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakutaro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. There you are. Since when have you been there? Are you? I won't let anyone bully Maria. Damn it. Maria finally noticed where Cannon was, and she slowly turned around. Cannon made his sword materialize yet again. But no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out like a flashlight with a bad battery. At least I didn't call it a torch, I would have been so mad. I won't let you get away now. I won't forgive you for the sin of stealing Mama away. I'll kill you, just like Mama killed them. I'll kill you without mercy. Interesting that Maria just says, just like Mama killed them. Interesting. Just like Mama killed them. I'll kill you without mercy. Maria, when going after Cannon, after he killed Rosa. As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. It was a locked room symbolizing a barrier that Cannon could never escape. Damn it, not here. Cannon cursed his bad luck. Even though he had fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial, if he was killed here, he'd be dragged off of the game board. Fuck. Maria, don't overdo it. Yeah, I won't overdo it. I'll be a little more gentle than Mama was. A little more gentle maybe seems to imply if we're thinking like episode 2 type. Ooh, but he got protected. Are you? Who is it? Pardon me, Maria. In accordance with the contract with Zepar and Furfur, I come for your life. Oh shit, okay. Shannon, don't get in my way. It's pointless, Shannon. No one can target Maria. Yes. I don't intend to target her in any way. I'm just gonna kill you, bro. I will simply protect myself. A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center. The other thing with this barrier, I don't know if they're trying to, like... Every time I see this barrier, I'm thinking that the cylinder is, like, away from her, even though I know it's supposed to be around her. I know it would look really weird because you would have to, like, basically make this bottom one look the same as the top one, but every time I see this, I just don't... I don't know. I don't view it as a cylinder. It kind of looks like... I don't know. I don't get it. But it's okay. Its brightness and thickness grew and its radius quickly expanded, filling up the room. I'm just gonna smother her. It wasn't targeting Maria. Shannon was wielding the power to protect herself, so Sakutaro's power didn't make it disappear. I'm just gonna smush her. Nay-san, are you going to let this be the ruin of your feelings for Milady? Get a hold of yourself.
Are you...
By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Sakutaro into the corner of the room. Ironically, it was the locked room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Cannon from escaping that they were pressed against, and the two together had them completely trapped.
No good. Can't escape.
That's right, this is a locked room. This might be perfect, or might just be perfect for that wannabe detective who's trying to deny Biyato's magic. Checkmate, Maria. May I?
Yeah, go ahead. Crush me.
Then goodbye. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own locked room barrier, Maria and Sakutaro lost their forms, scattered into a spray of gold, and disappeared. Okay, damn. Very, very much interesting. We'll see what happens from this. Thank you. I couldn't afford to disappear here. If you lost in a place like this, you'd never be able to let it go. You're right. I could never let it go if I lost in a place like this. Thank you. You just repeated exactly what she just said to you. Zepar, Furfur, we have both finished our trial. Is that satisfactory? Well, that was truly splendid. A faultless performance from the both of you. Then, shall we finish with Beatrice's turn? Oh, where did she go? To the victim she has chosen, of course. Watch her be battler in the game board. That'd be kind of funny. Come, let us go there as well.
I'm closing my eyes right now. I'm not looking at the screen. Who would Beatrice pick? Who would be... It's gotta be like... Who is the person that would be like the most bad to... It's gotta be Rudolph, right? It's gotta be Rudolph. Money on it. Call my shot. What? Rudolph. No! No! Because the mom. No!
I'm actually kind of starting to buy into more of the Natsui somehow actually being the mom theory, but it still doesn't really make sense in my mind at all from what I said at the start of the stream, which I won't recount because it'll take me forever to re-explain, but... Not my goat. Natsui could be seen in her room. Kraus had instructed her to retire for the night, but she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. However, she was aware that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. It was probably close to the time for the break to end and the family conference to begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushirimiya family honor from his greedy siblings all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, that didn't make the waiting any easier. Natsui opened a drawer and took out the small box she kept her treasures in. She could pull out the mirror. This was her secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere odds and ends. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsui's eyes. She pulled a small pouch out of the box. She emptied its contents onto her palm. It was a kind of charm that her birth family had given her when she had married. It was a spirit mirror to ward off evil. Her face was reflected in the mirror. She wasn't as young as she once was. Recently, she had begun to see a bit of her parents and grandparents in her own face. Ugh, I don't wish that pain on me, ever. So when she stared at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the side of her parents and the family she had been born into. Father, mother, I cannot support my husband, and I have only myself to blame. Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsui continued. I am waiting here alone because I love my husband. However, I think love means being close to one another. Though I understand logically that staying here is the best way I can help him, I still feel wretched for doing it. It's tough, isn't it? Waiting for the sake of love. A tear plopped onto the mirror. Aww. Old dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall, and no matter how late he came home, she would always wake up all her children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict, but at this age I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband even after being left alone in charge of the house. Because of your love for your husband, you couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. Huh? The sudden voice made Natsui jump up and look about the room. When she did, there stood a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress. Who are you? Natsui was confused. There was no one like this in this mansion. However, though this was supposedly her first time meeting this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere before. Her anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room, and her confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know caused her mind to go blank. So much so that it took quite a bit of time before she realized that this was the witch of the portrait. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I won't hold that sin against you. What are you talking about? Byato had chosen Natsui as her sacrifice. It was because of what Natsuhi had done to Battler. Byato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, after discovering the fragment of the previous game, she had learned that there was a chance that Battler was the baby that Natsui had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Although that was a blue wedge that Battler had used to protect Natsui from being framed, Byato thought it might have been a confession from Battler himself. And if that was the case, to her, Natsui was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life. It was out of love for your husband that you killed that baby who lacked his blood, and it's out of love that I won't hold it against you. Okay, it's interesting. We might get a confirmation here about whether or not she's a biological mother. Again, it doesn't really seem to make sense if she was, blah, 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 if she had another pregnancy, blah, 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 but I don't think it is, but we'll see. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Get out, this is my room. Therefore, when I kill you for the sake of my love, please don't hold that against me either. Byato slowly stuck out her arms, and with both hands she squeezed the air in front of her. That squeeze tightened around Natsui's throat. Natsui's heels lifted off the ground, and a faint purple hand shape appeared around her throat. Natsui frantically scratched at her throat, trying to stop whatever was strangling her, but there was nothing there. So to an outsider, it just looked as though Natsui was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own throat. Oh, Higurashi reference. Both pairs of lovers have shown their determination. I don't think that my feelings for Battler are inferior to theirs. Just as I won't blame you for your sin of 19 years ago, I won't blame myself for this sin. As Natsui twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. It rolled over to Byato, who dropped her gaze to see what it was. It was Natsui's spirit mirror. When Byato peered into it, there was a loud crack like a burst of electricity. To ward off evil spirits, because she's an evil spirit. That sound released Natsui from the invisible hands and made Byato topple backwards like a doll. Coughing, Natsui tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Byato, whose head was still reeling and foggy as though she had hit it against something hard, slowly attempted to get to her feet. Her eyes were bewildered, as though she didn't really understand what had happened. Sorry, I had a stroke there. What is this? That is surprising. You could touch spiderwebs without trouble, but you cannot handle the spirit mirror. Even I don't have a clue what's happening. Okay, this is interesting. New Beatrice is affected, however, or is however affected, we should say. Okay, interesting. Even I don't have a clue what's happening. What the world? She had thought that only Byato the Elder possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs and wards and having her power sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, this spirit mirror alone could apparently affect her as well. And we have to wonder why. Remember, Natsui was also trying to give this to Jessica early on. Even she couldn't understand what about that spirit mirror could have such an overpowering effect on her. But Natsui was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, this witch of the portrait, had to be the power of the mirror. So she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked up the mirror. Then, she stuck it out so that Byato could see it. Byato still didn't fully understand what was happening. So, still sitting down, she looked vacantly at it. At this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Byato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her. and Natsui realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. Why is the mirror? It's because you're an evil witch. This miraculous spirit mirror repels all creatures of evil. Don't point it at me. With the spirit mirror still held out, Natsui cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious so as to prevent the witch from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved forward to corner this evil. I do not know who you are. All I know is that you tried to kill me, and that you are a creature of evil who cowers before this spirit mirror. Be gone, evil one. Byato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had to fear this spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. She understood that she had to be afraid, even if she didn't understand why. By now, Byato realized that this spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. Now return to the world whence you came, wicked one. I, Ushirimi and Natsui, will not falter back a single step to evil. It's no use. Why? Why is this musty mirror so... If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George and Shannon and Jessica and Cannon, I want Battler to see value in me and treasure me. I've finally managed to admit that, so I can't fail now. Are you giving up? You and only you. Believe. The miracle of love will surely occur. I love Battler. I want him to notice me, and I want him to recognize and accept my feelings. My reason for calling him father, as I dedicated myself to him, was that no one helps a parent expecting something in return, and that helped me come to terms with getting nothing back. It was a deception to fool myself with. I love Battler, and I want him to recognize that. I admit it. I won't hide from it any longer. I was born to love Battler, and to have him love me back. So, I can't afford to lose here. Okay, Hanato Moicano, we see you. Be gone, wicked one. This is no place for you here. Or there is no place for you here. Ugh. Her determination had come too late. If she had possessed it since the beginning, she probably would have finished off Natsui on the spot without any hesitation. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsuhi, and things had ended up like this. But now I am resolved. I want to love Battler. I want him to love me. So I can't lose here, because I was born for Battler's sake. Yes, that is exactly what we wanted to hear. Dude, my poor goat Natsui, man. They always get her ass on some stupid technicality. Following a sound like a beetle banging off all walls in the room, the spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsui's outstretched hand. It fell onto the floor, and the stake flying around the room pierced through it with a crash. Lucifer the Proud right here. You dare mock me by having a single old mirror as my first target in so long. Huh? Lucifer. Beatrice, you must complete your trial. She'll get away. Someone, help me! Someone! Now the spirit mirror she had been relying on had been smashed, and another strange demon had been added to the fold. Natsui could do nothing but run for it. However, if Natsui made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Byato. Now was Byato's last chance. Thank you, Lucifer. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself, Ushirimi and Natsui. Once again, Byato choked the empty air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsui's pain right away, for her sake if nothing else, but her strength wasn't enough. While scratching at her throat, Natsui fought to escape the room. Her shaking hand stretched out to the lock on the door. A locked room is one of the definitions that makes a witch. Even unlocking the door would strengthen the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Byato was at her limit even within the locked room, if Natsui undid that lock, Byato's power would weaken immediately and Natsui would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched, however Natsui began to surpass Byato slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all her might, however Natsui was just slightly stronger. That's enough. Lucifer, do it. You're gonna get staked. As you wish. Ooh, this song. Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsui's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then, she struck Natsui's forehead. Dude, my goat, free her. Natsui crumpled slowly. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard. Say, Zepar, does this count? Beatrice didn't complete the trial by her own strength alone. You raise a good point, Furfur. True, this trial must be accomplished without borrowing the help of any other. But maybe there are exceptions to that. After all, a pair in love are as one. This is not outside assistance. Damn, Battler called it in? But Battler... Did you really have to scare me like that on the first twilight? Forgive me. I didn't follow your instructions. Instructions? Well, I didn't stay in my room. Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, Battler scratched his head uncomfortably. In that case, I should apologize too. I should have been more kind. No. Father. I mean, Battler, you did nothing wrong. It's okay. Call me whatever you like. Huh? Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now. True, the old you may have called me just Battler. At first, I might have tried to force you to speak to me that way, but forcing that on you is pointless. You are Beato, but you're yourself. You can call me whatever you want. But Battler... Sure, that works great. Can't say being called father is really... Thank you, I agree, bro, it's kinda weird. Yes. Until this point, she had hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. Even if she had known that Battler wanted her to say his name without honorifics, that would have been beyond her right now. Hey, well, it's good for you, man. Whenever I don't read any of them. And even if she had been able to call him that, doing so, could have hurt Battler even more. However, now, she was allowed to call Battler by his name. If you just looked into her eyes, there would be no need to describe just how happy this made her feel. I heard from Zepar and Furfur. It looks like you're in the middle of some bizarre game. Yes. I'm sorry for doing this without asking. No, it's fine. I never did know what you were going to do next. Getting up to antics like this is really like you. And well, I've heard about the intent of the game. Apparently you're supposed to tackle, because I can't speak, tackle it as a pair. Yes, that is correct, Lord Battler. If you can emerge from our trial victorious, we will bless the pair of you and bestow a miracle of magic upon you. It looks like these guys were the ones giving power to Beato's golden butterfly brooch. So, they're proven to produce results. We've been stuck with each other for a long time now. Nothing wrong with playing this sort of game every now and then. But Battler... Oh, did you hear that, Furfur? It looks like Lord Battler is joining in as well. That's no surprise. After all, we've known since the beginning. Welcome to our trial, Lord Battler. And who will your sacrifice be? My work's already done. Go and check if you want. Very well, Lord Battler. Come, Furfur. Let us go check. Yes, let's. But, Zepar, this means that all 6 lovers have completed their trial. What should we do next? The resolve of all 6 is the real deal. Let us test them further in the next trial. The 2 noisy demons disappeared. It seemed that they had left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed, but it also seemed that they had done so in order not to bother Battler and Beato, who could finally look at each other in the eye, or who could finally look each other in the eye and talk. I imagine he killed one of the servants. I would guess Genji. Also, anybody want to know, where's my goat Nanjo been? Is he in a line this whole fucking episode so far? Okay, hello, my actual goat. Oh, hello. Hello, I'm focused. What do you think of this tale so far? Or the tale so far? When suddenly asked this question, Angie immediately came to her senses. Then realizing that she had become immersed in this woman's tale, she felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased. You've cleverly tried to mix things up, with all this about the love trial. But exactly 6 people have died setting up the first twilight. Impressive. Oh, you're right. I didn't realize. I'm glad you finally realized, bro. It was pretty obvious. Amakusa clapped his hands as though he'd been outsmarted. I mean, bro, it was literally happening over the time between 12 in the morning. That's when all the first Twilight killings happen. Even though he'd figured it out before me, he played the fool. That's simply because the number of lovers just happened to be 6. The fact that it matched the number of the first twilight was half coincidence, half design. It's a bit more interesting that way. Feels more like fate. Humans have the bad habit of taking two meaningless phenomena and trying to link them together. True. Trying to make things seem like fate is a trick of books. I guess you aren't a fan of destiny and miracles, Missy. They're like UFOs. Everyone knows about them, but no one has ever seen them. That's a cool metaphor. Refantasio? So, normally I would move right along at this point, my only comment being that love and illusions are unnecessary, useless scenes for a mystery story. But Okanogi disagreed with that way of thinking. He thought that, by looking at things without love that way, the truth could never be reached. Ah, you mean President Okanogi's killer phrase? Without love it cannot be seen? Wait, that's his phrase? The fuck? Yeah, that. If I were to set aside the anger I feel towards this fictional murder of my own family, and speak with respect for you as the one who wrote this tale, I'd say there must be a point to this depiction. After all, you've used up all these pages talking about love and trials. In other words, those are the themes and key words of this tale. Oh, and there are many who claim that all words not written in red ink are not worth reading. Looking at you, Erika. It is an honor, child of man, that you have read the black letters as well. Stories are written because the writer has something they want to communicate, and some writers feel that it's unrefined to lay everything out too directly. She's talking about the black letters, meaning things that you have to read between the lines, things that are not directly spelled out to you. You're talking more so about themes or messages you're trying to convey, not so much things that literally need to be written down and told you. Looking at you, Erika. All of this about how you'll never reach the truth without love has shown up many times in the works before this one. True. This new work makes that even more striking. I mean, it makes it more on the nose. It means that that is the one thing the writer wanted to tell the most, the thing that they wanted the reader to think about the most. Thinking about it, there have been many scenes about love since Beato first appeared. Even when she first appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was the single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brooch she gave her was also an item for love. She said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise, and when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, the reason for her argument was also love. After Beato's interactions with Battlers started up in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while, but the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic was mentioned repeatedly. It was, yeah. Then in the tale right before this one, where Beato had become like a doll, the scenes shown made it seem almost as though Battler and Beato accepted each other as adversaries, or possibly something more. In the end, Battler regained some kind of memory and his impression of Beato underwent a complete change. And then there's this game. From the beginning and throughout, the word love has been repeated over and over again. The tale you wrote keeps talking about love. However, that's not the assertion of Maria or Beatrice. It's the assertion of Hachijo Toya. Correct. That is what I wanted to tell. And it is my own sort of answer. Answer arcs. You're saying that the entire incident of 12 years ago was caused by a trial of love started by strange demons? Ridiculous. I didn't come here to read a romance novel you wrote. What I want to know about is the truth you claim to have reached. Foolish child of man. I have exhausted so many words and yet you still do not understand. With an obviously condescending gaze, Hachijo shrugged. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Angie. She was probably hinting, if you can't stand talking with me, you can get out. Perhaps even, if you're going to read my noble work and fail to understand it, what's more, not even try, you can get out for that reason as well. Under normal circumstances, Angie would have already thrown a fit and left. However, Angie couldn't do that. Though she found it sickening that a stranger was playing around with her family's fates in these stories, after reading this far through her tale, she was growing increasingly certain of something else. Just as Hachijo's followers said, this tale really did have the same presence, the same scent, as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different, however the tale had the same scent because its author had arrived at the real truth. Angie was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachijo Toya was the one who had reached Beatrice's truth, an endless witch like Beatrice who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box. If one has reached Beatrice's truth, they can create a new tale whoever they are. With this new manuscript, I'm sure that someone other than myself will appear and reach the truth. Those people will be qualified to create new tales of their own. There will be more and more endless witches. Yes. And these many endless witches will add to Beatrice's cat box tale. The more they add to it, the more people will reach the truth. When that happens, the very first endless witch, Beatrice, will finally be rewarded for writing such long letters, packing them in bottles, and throwing them into the sea. You could have yelled at me angrily and risen from your seat, however you did not. Why? I hate to admit it, but I'm starting to think that your tale has some kind of truth or hint within it. I already have my own ideas. However, that's no more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That's my interpretation of without love it cannot be seen. That is as it should be, child of man. Perhaps as the last surviving member of the Ushirimiya family, it was fated that you would find the truth and become an endless witch. I exist only as a guidepost to awaken you as the true successor. Angie Beatrice. Sometimes I have no idea what she's saying, but I'm positive she knows something. And maybe she actually has reached the truth as she claims. To summarize, I couldn't understand the truth from just the 2 message bottles Beatrice left behind. And since then I've been reading tale after tale of hints. Then these hints are challenges, provoking me to think. Precisely. Perfect. I'll find this truth that you've said you've reached. I was meant to visit this place after all. You were indeed. It is because you are yet to arrive there that I invited you here, child of man. Let the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things, we can all make fun of me for slurring a word and making a, yeah, it's fine. Having a lisp, which I don't really have. I don't know why it happens when I read a lot, but who knows. Okay, you can all make fun of me, it's okay. Boo, yeah, okay. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. And now that I've found you for the first time, I too will be able to see the truth with both eyes. She must have yawned. So the first twilight has finally happened. Everything so far has made me so sleepy. You have some sleep in your eye. Huh? Where? That was immature. As you wish. Let's get started. We'll begin with the first twilight. I'm very glad I stopped here. What a perfect stopping point. Okay. Jesus, that was an interesting episode. Some very, very good scenes in that part. Notice that we didn't skip too much time. We're only at like 1 a.m. Visiting the crime scenes. This is interesting. This might be the first time we've ever investigated crime scenes not in the early morning after the fact. I guess this makes sense in some ways, and maybe not in others. Okay. Bar my stomach problem coming back and me getting really bad sleep, I should be back later. Probably around the same time that we started. Probably like before midnight again. We'll see. Again, I have like schoolwork and other stuff that I've been like plugging away at, but we'll see. Otherwise, appreciate you guys for stopping by. This VOD will be up on YouTube, of course, and I'll trim it down a little bit and, you know, cut out the sections, clean it up a bit. It is what it is, but we'll be back. Next stream, we will be in for the long haul, depending how long it will be, and we will finish episode 6. So thumbs up, and apologies for the break. We'll try to keep more consistent times again. It's had a bad overlap with school and me not feeling great, but hopefully we can... Hopefully, I've been feeling good ever since that, whatever it was I mentioned it like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. So hopefully it stays like that. Thumbs up. Have a good night.